The beautiful JB Marks Oval lies host to what has been a rather fascinating test match. We lost one day in day one. We got a good day yesterday, and today we are set for yet another beautiful one. The sky is brimming down in Potchefstroom in the beautiful northwest as we watch day number 3 of this first unofficial test match between South Africa A and India A. Day that got moving yesterday took South Africa to 298 for 5, and day 3 in first class cricket is considered as moving day, and we're going to see today how far this game is going to take us. Jean du Plessis on 103, Evan Jones joining him on 5, and me, Pendulo Makubane, in the gantry, bringing you play-by-play, call-by-call in this Cricket South Africa YouTube channel. But ever, we're never alone. Gert Maloney, my brother, how you doing?
Pendulo, very well, thank you very much. After that first day, we were just hoping for more cricket, and what cricket did we get, and above expectations with the youngsters stepping up yesterday. We saw Herman just falling short of that century for that 95, and then young du Plessis said, hold on, I have arrived. Brilliant. 103. Had some luck as well. He was dropped on 32 at point, but that's what you do. You drop quality players. They must kick on and score runs.
And he's done so extremely well. His third first-class century in the season after scoring 203 and 101 in one match against Border, and now he is doing it at the highest rank, which is what we're saying. Krishna, Indian paceman, starts the day off, and he starts off with a nice and easy one to Evan Jones, and South Africa are off the mark in the morning.
299 for loss of 5 wickets, and we hope that the Indians had a bit of a chat in their locker room last night. So they need to be a bit more aggressive, a bit more patient in especially the line that they're bowling, because they go for the length, they go for back for length, but not very attacking as well. They bowl 1 or 2 good balls in the over, and then they concede a couple of runs, and that's what made du Plessis so brilliant yesterday, and especially with Herman as well. They just worked with the new ball, maybe get a single, and as soon as that bad ball was bowled, it was punished.
And you see that actually with the way that South Africa have constructed their partnerships. The whole innings has just been a flurry of 50-run partnership upon 50-run partnership, showing South Africa's willingness to work with each other. And you spoke about this extensively yesterday, actually, Gert, how the gentlemen were batting for each other.
Yes, they were definitely batting for each other. We saw an act of selflessness when it came to du Plessis yesterday. It was an easy 2. But they pushed for that third run, taking off strike while he was on 99 as well. So it's definitely batting for the team, not just batting with each other, but for each other as well. And also yesterday we saw Jones going after 1 or 2 at the end of the day. I think you might be the aggressor this morning.
Oh, going down the line, there's a slight appeal. Just a little, maybe a feather off the padding as the ball went through. But Krishna, like you said, the lines that he's starting with here are more of a left-hander's line than really a right-hander's line.
And they spoiled this morning, because yesterday they had a lot of left-right combinations. And coming back to what you said about the partnerships, apart from the first wicket that fell when we were on naught, every single partnership went past the 50-mark run. And this one already has gone up to 6, with Evan contributing 5.
And it's interesting, actually, over the course of the day, how the role of Jean du Plessis' innings has constantly evolved as the innings continues. When he came in, he was looking to be more aggressive, taking the game on when he was batting with Herman, because Herman just got into his shell after Yasin Vali got dismissed. And then Jean du Plessis got it going. Herman lost his wicket, and then he got into his shell, which allowed the next batter to come in and score runs, was Connor Esterhuizen, and it's just been amazing to watch. And again, it's just drifting onto the pads once more. There's no man at deep backward square. The outfield seems to have quickened up just a little bit. Shardul Thakur using some football skills to keep it down to 3.
A lovely little footwork there by Shardul Thakur, which in my mind was a little bit of the disappointing bowlers for the Indians yesterday. We thought with all his experience he's going to be the one troubling the batters more. But it was actually Kavarappa that opened the bowling up yesterday, that had some brilliant deliveries come through. But even he got taken to the cleaners at the end of the day. Shakur Thakur, Herman took a liking to him in 2 or 3 of his overs with a double and trifecta fours in respective overs. So, yeah, the batters are getting on top of the bowlers very quickly in their spells. And this is lovely to watch. Again, just a single. What we saw with that inning, the partnership with Yasin Wali and Herman is Herman was the aggressor. I think in that 75 partnership, Herman scored 56 in that. But there wasn't rotation of strike, and they got bobbed down a lot because that could have easily gone to 100 partnership. And from there, every single partnership from there, they've rotated the strike constantly. 2, 3 singles in an over. The bowler can't get settled with the right-left combinations we had. It got difficult. So, good job by the batters.
It was fantastic batting, and they continue doing it. They've reached their 300-run mark, the South Africans, on 303 for the loss of 5. If you're joining us wherever in the world, good morning. And what a good morning it is. What a pleasant morning it is. And what a good day of cricket it ought to be. Shardul Thakur, you're saying that he wasn't really doing the things that the Indians would have expected him, being the most experienced player in terms of first-class cricket. Hosts of test matches under his belt. And here he comes, changing ends because he was coming from the opposite end, running down the slope. It's going to be interesting to see what he's going to bring in the morning.
It's the first change of ends that he's had. The other opening bowlers have all tried from different ends, but they went back to the respective pavilion and varsity end. So this is the first time he's changing ends. He might have had a chat with the bowling staff and coaching staff and say, please let me run down the hill a little bit.
Starting off with one back of a length, and it's that annoying 7 to 8 meter mark on the pitch again, which is giving that springy bounce and also makes the ball just zoot off a little bit more.
And that's what we discussed yesterday at length as well, is that they haven't been patient enough on that, especially that 7 meter mark. It's just got a little bit of uneven bounce. 1 or 2 will pop up, 1 or 2 will balloon up, and then the other one will just keep a little bit low. We saw 1 or 2 batters cutting over the ball. So that means that there is a little bit of inconsistent bounce, but it's on that spot. It's on that 7 meter mark. As soon as you go full, it just comes onto the bat nice. As soon as you go shorter, it just goes over the head of the batter. So that 7 meter mark is going to be important. But then also something we discussed yesterday is the line. If you're going to bowl that 7 meter mark, make the batter play. It's pointless of him leaving 5 out of 6 balls.
And it's how actually Kavarappa got rid of Cameron Shackleton, giving him an unplayable Jaffa. It was around that area in terms of bounce, but it had more movement. Looking to be expansive as Evan Jones. Like you said, it was already expansive yesterday, was already looking to go big. Just missing this one.
What I like about the approach of Evan Jones is he was picked, and it goes for a lot of the players that we've seen over the last day or so, is you are picked because you play a certain way and it's been successful for you. Once you get an opportunity, don't change. Play your game.
It's how you got to the top. It's how you're going to stay to the top. Use your game as the base and just keep on making those moderations to fit into the environment that you are in. And you can see now the environment, high-class bowling, can't go for everything. Almost lost his wicket the previous ball. Just getting it calmer now. Watching the ball for the first, how it behaves for the first couple of minutes of play. And then you can start playing your shots. But it's going to be interesting to see how South Africa are going to attack this session. They have a very good score on the board, considering the match is now 3 days. Maybe look to bat until the end of the session and then give themselves time to hopefully look to bowl India out twice.
I think I'll definitely want to give the bowlers a run as well. A top shot.
That is a gorgeous shot from Evan Jones. That is beautiful. But the outfield really wrestling against the ball. And the outfield wins. So does Kavarappa, who keeps that to 3.
what a top shot. Just getting onto the toes, pushing. It was a push. It wasn't even a full flurry, but great timing. And another 3 that we've seen. The running between the wickets already this morning has been taking it to the Indian fielders. And again, the same start as yesterday. They're very flat in the field. Not a lot of chatter, not a lot of talk. They're not building it up. Even after the 3 was almost like a little bit of a clap to say, why wasn't it 2? Sort of question. I mean, that's a big boundary down there. So that you're talking about a 40-meter chase for your fast bowler.
Again, the good timing, it seems like good timing can only get you so far. You need that little bit extra to get those boundaries with the slowish outfield as we see the end of over number 94. The South Africans, after being put to bats first on 306 for the loss of 5.
And it's Du Plessis on 106 and Jones rocked on to 9. Partnership in double figures. It's 13 for this partnership. And just getting back to the chatter in the field, it just picks up everyone a little bit. It just makes the day a little bit shorter. It makes it more enjoyable. It just gets you going, especially in the morning sessions. There's nothing worse for a bowler feeling nothing in the field. You want to feel the energy. You want to feel that everyone is expecting the ball to come to them and not hoping for the ball to come to them.
Krishna again, though, continues with that straight line, not using the 2 slips, the 1 slip and the gully that he has. Of course, there's that big area right in front of the fine leg and in between the mid-wicket where they've been getting those singles off of Krishna, getting 3 in the previous over. And we saw with Krishna, he's getting the movement away from the right-hander, which is why maybe he's starting the line a little bit straighter, but he will want to start the ball just on the line of off stump or just outside.
And
Much
that's
better.
another thing we haven't seen a lot of. If they went full, they kind of just floated it up there for the half volleys. This one was actually well directed. It was actually going for the base of the stump, almost bowling a Yorker. Well dug out there by Jones. But I was very happy with Shakur's over because that is actually the line that we were talking about. Although they got the 3, it had to be a brilliant shot to get the 3. But he played every single ball, and that's what you want.
And here, Evan Jones is continuously playing the ball, pulled it around his hip, and Kaverapa is stationed at fine leg to stop that. But, to add on to that point, Evan Jones did play at that ball at the pull shot. It's not the type of play that Krishna and the Indians will be happy about because it depends on the type of shots that you make the batter play. If you get the batter onto his front foot and engaging outside the off stump, or you get him troubled on not knowing which foot to go to, but outside of that off stump, those are the balls that you want him to play where he's undecisive.
Yes, and Takura's length was much better. He forced the batter on his toes, where they could actually just rock back at the moment and just pull the ball very comfortably with Krishna. And he was actually the one who had a bit of gas yesterday as well, hitting the gloves very hard. I think he still needs to warm up a little bit today.
Again, those 3 Ps, now the Indians feeling like they need to protect that deep square leg boundary, which is what they have done, just putting a man out there at the deep.
And this is where it's very important for a bowler to know what's happening on the day. Yesterday, he got lovely movement away from the right-handers and into the left-handers. But this morning, it's been very up and down. It's been straight. He hasn't been getting a lot of movement. So he needs to adjust his line where he's starting off at middle and swinging it away. It's not swinging, so it's just going down leg stump, continuing with the angle.
That's
It's
it!
the ball.
That's the one! Getting it on that line, getting it on that length, getting the kiss of death, and what a phenomenal catch out at the gully. Snatching it on his shoulders, Dhruv Jural, and that is the dismissal of the fantastic innings of Jean du Plessis.
Oh, what an innings, and he will get a huge ovation. And you can see the frustration that he has there, a bit of a disappointment. He wanted to kick on, but what a lovely ball, and that's the one we were talking about. just on that off stump line, getting the rise, getting the line and length correct, and another one there in that was taken there in the gully region, the same place where they dropped one yesterday. So a fantastic innings by the young man.
Magnificent. 103 runs on the board. Phenomenal. Took the game on to the Indians yesterday. Controlled it in the middle when the ball was doing nothing, when the spinners were in. When the new ball came in, he was there. And now he has put his team in a very, very good place. Phenomenal bowling from Krishna. The new batter walks in now. Ethan Bosch.
The first ball he got right today, he got the wicket. And that's the line we wanted them yesterday to bowl already. But now it would be for the new batter. Are they going to be patient enough and stay there? Because that's another thing we saw yesterday. As soon as a new batter came in, the plans changed. They go fuller, they go try and attacking the stumps, try to bowl the pegs out of the ground, instead of just continuing with that line, continuing with that length, having the ball in that 7 meters just rise up onto the batter, and that's exactly what happened there. And if you can get a guy out on 106 with that ball, you should be getting a new batter out as well.
Definitely, but the key is, can you bowl that ball all the time? Which is what Krishna has been struggling with, and it's frustrating when you're watching as a cricket purist. You're a tall lad, you have this high rise action, you have this magnificent follow through, there's everything right going with you, you are hitting the right length for your height, which is at that 6, 7, 8 meter mark at the back of a length. Why not get your lines right? But he seems to have, there's an appeal coming from the Indians, thinking that it got the bottom, and it did get the bottom of the foot. He has been dismissed, LBW. Krishna, he is coming and he is rapturing this South African batting lineup.
Ethan Bosch not very convinced about that call, LBW. And yes, it might have been drifting down leg slightly. But he can be very, very abbreviated, young Ethan Bosch. First bowler, and what a good follow-up ball from the wicket ball for a new batter, getting it into the block hole there and attacking.
Completely different delivery from the one that dismissed Jean Duplessis. And I don't think an Ethan Bosch would have been expecting that, having seen what the work has been. But the ball did get that tail coming down to the leg side. Ethan Bosch wasn't really convinced. It took time for umpire Shezi to make the decision, but he eventually did, and his is final. It's 309 for the loss of 7, as we see the new man, Kirtland Manikam.
Coming into bat, he is also our right-hand off-spinner that we have in the team. 309 for 7, all of a sudden the picture's changed. We were wanting them to bat till about lunchtime through the session, and 2 quick wickets, and everything has changed a little bit. You can see Jones just telling them exactly what the ball is doing, and with the previous batter coming in, Bosch, you can actually see him just showing, look, the ball's rising a little bit, and then you got that fuller one that just went maybe clutching into leg stump. We'll have to wait and see.
It was a tough decision. It was a very, very tough one on the batter. But the umpire has seen what he's seen, thinking that it will clip the leg stump as it's going down.
Yes, it's a very unlucky start there for young Bosch. First bowler, and a good first ball to get. First up. So now this is where that partnerships comes in when it comes to bowling as well. Everyone's talking about batting partnerships, but your bowling partnerships is so important as well.
Oh, the part following up just from where his partner left off. But Evan Jones has kind of got his eye in now.
Yes, but Jones is a very good player in general. He's got very quick hands. You can see him just digging out that ball in the last minute there, keeping an eye on. And this is what I meant about the partnerships is now Thakur needs to follow up on the great work that Krishna did on the other side. Do not let the pressure go.
Big booming drive. Definitely did not time that, did Evan Jones. But regardless of the fact, he still gets the runs. and it runs for 4.
I think he heard the plane coming over and he wanted to maybe knock a hole in the plane. But yeah, he was aiming a lot straighter than what the ball went, inside part of the bat, and it squirted down past the square leg umpire for a boundary. And Jones is 16 of 23. And with 1 or 2 shots we've seen this morning, he's definitely trying to be the aggressor of the partnerships.
And he also has the power to become that aggressor. That ball had no right going to the boundary, but it did anyway. And if you have seen any of Evan Jones, you will know he's such a destructive hitter of the ball. Currently on 16 from 23. Gorgeous. Absolutely brilliant shot from Evan Jones. I'm getting goosebumps looking at that. It runs for 4 onto the straight boundary.
That's a beautiful shot, showing the maker's name, making sure that Takur also saw all the stickers, all the branding. It's just a lovely flow, straight face of the bat. And this is that patience that we were talking about. He got the outside part of the bat. Stay there. You've got protection there now. Let him play the same shots again. It didn't come off for him. Changed his line completely, overpitched the ball. And again, not with conviction. The line was off and easy pickings for a batter like Jones.
When searching for those stumps as well, really going for that block hole again like he did with the first ball, mistiming it, misplacing it. Evan Jones would want another one like that. Juicy half volley. Good length, good line. It's exactly where Taku will want to be for as long as he can, because even if he gets flicks on the pad, like you said, there is that protection in the deep at deep mid wicket.
Yeah, it's just a better line, it's a more attacking line. It gives you more opportunities as a captain as well. You can set a field. Otherwise, you start questioning the 2 slips that you have in, and they don't have a third man out as well. So you can't really go wider, because even a thick outside edge to the gully region will go down for 4. So you've got to be more attacking.
And he really is, because especially when you don't have those protective fielders at the deep end, with the score being what it is now, and you know that your opponent, as India, is looking to score runs now, is looking to press on. Every single run that they get to score now, the South Africans, just going to be a little bit heavier on the Indians. It's already over 300. There's 2 days of cricket left.
But also, every minute they stay out there now is going to be harder on them, because they only need the 3 wickets. So what's the plan going to be to get these 3 wickets and get off the park?
Well, going for a straight one is a nice idea. You hit, I miss. But it's important to understand that in Jones, more specifically, they still have a batter. As you see the end of over number 96, and a commentary change here at the gantry. It's 317 for the loss of 7.
It is Jones on 20 of 27. Manikam has not faced a ball yet. And welcome to our partner in crime, David. Morning.
Morning, Gert. Brisk start here by India A. It's almost as if they let the game peter out at the back end of yesterday, but this morning they got it all. It's great to be part of it here at the JB Marks Oval. And what a pleasure it was to have all of you with us yesterday. 100,000, over 100,000, 109,000 when I last checked, joined in yesterday. And if you are joining us from the Indian subcontinent, good evening to you. Perhaps a late afternoon, good evening. And thrilled to have you all with us once again. And we're thrilled to see what the Indians have offered up this morning with their bowling. It has been a smorgasbord, really, of good bowling compared to yesterday's offerings.
Lovely shot there off the pads. Just straying on the pads a little bit again, and it's a 2. And Manikam is off the mark. You'll have a bit more information on his batting abilities. I know he's the right arm off spinner in the team, but he's no mug with the bat.
No, and that's the brilliance of the modern game. It just requires everybody to contribute something with the bat. I was reading something this morning about Chris Martin, the New Zealand fast bowler, who had 110 more wickets than he had runs in his career. So I think gone are those days where as a specialist bowler that you aren't expected to offer something with bat in hand.
Oh, lovely delivery. That's where he wants to be. Just on that off stump line. If it shapes away, the batter's still playing and it brings that slips into play. And if it doesn't swing, it's going to clutter into top of off. And it's exactly what was missing yesterday. The consistency of those balls. Yes, he had one on the pads because he might be going for that bit of extra movement. But this is now where the patience come in. Stick the line. You see the batter wants to drive. Get there, get going. And to see if you can't nip out another one or two here.
And especially as the case with Manikam in terms of being handy with the bat, he's somebody who's got 4 first-class 50s to his name, a high score of 80. So he's handy with the bat, as you said. And so it'll be important for him to work with Jones here to, one, assess conditions very quickly, but also if he could offer 30-40 here, push the South Africans towards that 350 mark. Well, it's just that mental advantage that a team will take.
And also will keep the Indians in the field a lot longer.
No interest there from umpire Mthokozisi Shezi.
And also not as convincing as it was with the Ethan Bosch dismissal.
I thought there might have been a second sound there, perhaps. Or maybe he just hit his own foot.
I don't think he hit the ball, but the ball was definitely drifting a little bit. I think it was one of those umpires' calls. I think he'll definitely ask for a replay of that one. But there, the Indians weren't very, very into the call there, as they normally get very animated when it is an LBW appeal.
He's bowled him! Clean him all ends up. Just an inside edge onto the stumps. Manikam is done for.
Exactly what we were talking about is if the ball's going to swing from that off stump line, it brings your slips into play. This one just kept straight on with the line and just a feather of an inside edge, just playing it onto the stumps there, onto his middle stump. And Manikam is gone for only 2.
Yeah, it's been a procession, a little bit of South African batters this morning.
And Jones must be wondering what he has to do to get partners. Yesterday, every single batter that came in after the first wicket contributed, and they put up a 50 partnership. And Jones did the same. And now all of a sudden, with him being the non-striker, he's just losing partners.
And shows how wickets early in the day can influence the momentum of the day. Were it a different flow of the game yesterday, after Shackleton's wicket, it could have been a procession like it has been this morning. But the one to come in to the game in the next procession is Sia Plaiki, and somebody who's had a couple of games within the Warriors structures, but not yet able to cement a place.
More known for his bowling as a right-arm medium pacer. I think Jones would be asking him just to stick around with him. We might even see a bit more fireworks from Jones now. He was already being a little bit aggressive towards the bowlers, but I think now he will really go hard and almost play a one-day game.
It's almost necessary for where the game is at the moment. They're comfortable with the total. He's just got to get on strike because at the moment he's staffed for it. But as long as Plaiki can see out this final ball of the 97th over, Jones will have an opportunity. And as you suspected, he might go on and really move things along this morning.
And Krishna picking up 3 wickets this morning after a very disappointing first over. We thought, it's going to be another day like he had yesterday. Oh, what a delivery! Pacey, swinging, and Plaikie's had no answer to that leg stump out of the ground.
He's absolutely castled him there.
Oh, what a delivery. That was the one they were looking for. And Jones is all sorts of aggrieved at the moment. It is a brilliant ball.
There's nothing you can do about that one. A hooping in-swinging delivery. And with just 16 runs added overnight, we've lost 5 wickets this morning. So India got it all this morning and made sure that they were interested in getting out to bat before 11 o'clock. They knew that half an hour to an hour could make all the difference, and you can just see the body language there of Jones. Double teapot. He's really feeling a little bit isolated as the final man comes to the wicket. Odirile Mudimukwane, left arm off spinner. So another off spinner in this side, but he's got to just partner Jones, even if it is at the non-striker's end, because Jones has got to really look to take things on now. It's now or never, because he could leave his partner with a single, and then they too could face the fate of Blakey.
And Chakur is a very, very good bowler as well. He hasn't gotten it together in this match, but I feel that if Orodile is going to face him, it's going to be a different challenge to when Du Plessis was facing him. So yeah, Jones has now got to get the thinking cap on. I think he'll be a lot more aggressive. They've moved the field out completely to give him the single. There's literally only one short cover, almost in a catching position, and the slip. The mid wicket is just outside the circle as well, and I think the conversation might be if it's an easy 2 we take it, or a definite 3, but 1 let me face a couple of balls. He's on 20 of 27 and 319 for 9.
I suspect this might go flying.
Oh, what a good ball. That one just jagged back a little bit. And where he's rubbing is always not comfortable. Yes, just getting the voice box going there a bit.
Yeah, there's not much any physio can do for you there. So you'll just have to stretch it out and try and get blood flowing once again. Yeah, almost reminded of Potchefstroom and his contraption that was put together.
Yes, and it's one of those questions where you'll actually see no one asking me if he's all right, because they know you're just not.
Very painful.
As we suspected, not a high intensity in the field to get to the ball either, because they see that Jones has got no interest in taking the single. And this is now what has changed the complexity of the game completely. This is the bowling we were asking for yesterday already. The lines are much better. They're begging the batter to play every single shot. And Jones is now the key man to get as close to that 350 as they possibly can.
And a delivery like that, you would think that they would just casually saunter over, at least for one. But understanding the context of the game is important. And I somewhat feel for Evan Jones. He's come in where he was, batting with the man on 100 and not out overnight. And then suddenly the game has just faltered for the South Africans this morning.
I mean, they were 5 down. All of a sudden, in about just over half an hour, 4 wickets have gone down as well, 9 down.
Making him look very uncomfortable there with that stroke. But as you said, nonplussed in terms of their intensity in the field. And with 2 balls remaining in the over, will he leave his partner one, or will he leave it down to that final delivery to get himself that single? Because you might suspect that if he doesn't get a single here, the field will squeeze very tightly around.
And they wouldn't mind giving him a 4 then. If he takes a 4, it's not an issue. They just don't want him on strike.
It's almost as if they're playing a cat and mouse. There was a cheeky look over to Mudimukwane, who's sitting on his bat, it must be said. And with the end of the over imminent, it means that everybody will come into the ring, barring fine leg and deep square. So could there be a short ball here to finish? He must find a way to get it to the other end of the track.
It could be even a discussion of saying, listen, if I miss it, you run. Just get to this end. Krishna's tail up. I don't think he wants to face him now. Oh.
Very well bowled. Very well bowled. And
Clever.
now the challenge awaits. A man who's got 4 wickets bowling at number 11, and at the end of 98, it's 319 for 9.
Fantastic bowling there by Thakur, understanding what he needs to do. That's where that experience comes in. Didn't go for the wicket, just bowling it back of a length. And as soon as they saw they're not going to take the singles, they understood what needs to be done from there. And that last ball was just brilliantly bowled, because even if you got some bats onto it, they would have flown away for 4. So they don't mind giving away the 4, because now they got a chance to wrap things up. It is Krishna on 4 for 43, starting his 19th over. Yesterday it was a bit of a letdown. Had the pace, but it was all over. And this morning, first over again, we thought, hey, what was the discussion in the cloaks? And then from there, after he got the wicket of Du Plessis, has been phenomenal.
You can see the difference in the field for the two men.
Not as spread as this
No,
is.
certainly was a lot more spread, and you'll see Sarfraz Khan at the bottom right hand of your screen, but there's two others to his right and a gully, a backward point. This is a traditional first over of the day type field.
We didn't need it. Clean bowled and a 5er for Krishna. And believe it or not, all 5 wickets came in this morning.
Yeah, he really made sure that he wanted to wrap things up for the Indian A side. Very well done. Dominated with the ball, and he'll get to keep it as a prize.
Well bowled. Fantastic bowling by the Indian pack today. As soon as they got that wicket from Du Plessis, they just looked like a totally different team.
Such a stark contrast from yesterday afternoon, where it felt like they were dragging the session through. So with what was projected to be an extended session, it means that we'll have a brief intermission. So we'll be back with you in about 10 or so minutes for the South African A bowlers to really stretch their legs and go after Indian A batters. Stick around with us on Cricket South Africa's YouTube channel. Welcome back after the interval here at the JB Marks Oval in Pretoria. It's leg byes from that last one, and a small technical delay means that we are back with you once again. South Africa A with a 319 run lead after their first innings, and India A already having a boundary, as you may have seen, just punched down the ground. Ethan Bosch erring on his length. My name is David Beachley, and alongside me is Gert Maloney. Gert, bit of a procession this morning in resulting in a hat-trick.
Oh, fantastic hat-trick there by Krishna. Last 2 balls of his over. Lovely shot.
Just carved away through that point region, short and wide. Just sits on the back foot, and Padikal is too good of a batsman to miss out on that one.
Lovely shot, and that ball rocketed to the boundary. We saw 1 or 2 die down just before the boundary ropes this morning from the SA batters, but that one had absolutely no chance of being stopped. And just getting back to the point of the hat-trick, the last 2 balls of his over, he took 2 wickets, and then the first ball of the new over, he bowled the last wicket, and Oradile didn't do much about that delivery.
Didn't have any answers for that. That's a better answer from the fast bowler from the university end, Ethan Bosch. Been taking a little bit of stick here in his first over. It's already 10 from the over, and the class difference between the South African A bowlers and Indian A batters showing very loudly.
But Padikal has always been on the fringes. He's always been there or thereabouts. He's been a brilliant timer of the ball, and also played a few IPL seasons as well. He's been in the Indian mix, in the mainstream mix.
There's a lot of energy in the South African A field, more so than we saw in the Indian A field. But to conclude a very expensive over, it's the first one done, and it's 11 without loss.
And the difference there as well is, if you look at the start of the SA innings with Vali and Herman, is those exact balls were the dots. And Padikal, with his experience, just taking off the batsman, dropping it down, and getting the easy single. And also ensuring that he keeps strike. And those 11 runs, apart from the leg by being shared by the 2 batters, on 5 apiece.
Sia Plaiki will be coming from the pavilion end. And it's going to be interesting to see how Bryce Parsons utilizes his bowlers today. It's always such an interesting conversation about how do you use your bowlers, where do you use them, for how long. We know with long format cricket, it is always a lot of internal questioning as a captain, and vitally for young Bryce Parsons, he's got to look to seek out advice from teammates and the wicketkeeper, Connor Esterhuizen, donning the gloves. So he comes round the wicket. Spanked. Jumping into the air. Slapped away. And another boundary.
Oh, it's almost like we're watching a one-day game with field restrictions. But I think the bowlers might just be a little bit on their nerves at the moment. They know the track record that a batter like Padikal is bringing to them. So for them, it's an opportunity to bowl to an internationally rated player. He's in the ICC ranks as well. So maybe just let the nerves die down a little bit and just hit those areas.
Also the pace, as this one is guided behind square on the offside. That'll race away to the boundary. It's another one. And I fear if you're a South African A fan, you might be chasing leather for quite a long time.
Is the way these two have started off. It's like a house on fire. And I say again, maybe just trying to bowl too quickly, too early, trying to impress the powers that be. This is where calmer head should prevail. Maybe just have a chat to the bowler and say, oh, calm down. Just get the area going, get the rhythm going. let's not give away too much of the runs at the moment.
He welcomes him with a bumper. Then it's the first one this morning, but the energy is very different in the South African A field compared to what we observed in the Indian A field, and perhaps just feeling like this game could get away from them very quickly.
And look, at the end of the day, when you are getting an opportunity at this level, you mentioned about how long they should bowl and how long they shouldn't bowl. It's going to be that delicate situation where bowlers need to bowl well so they can get longer spells as well.
The intent to look for the singles there, and the signaling to one another that you are intent on looking for the run.
And it's also that intent showing to the fielding team that, listen, if you're on your heels, we're gonna be rotating. And it looks like these two batters have batted together for a few times, because they understand each other, understand the game. Even although he's pressing to set off, the call was early enough to send his partner back. That was a better ball by Plykes as well. A little bit of movement into the left-hander there.
That's exactly it. And immediately the applause comes from the dugout and from the smattering of a crowd that we have today. We didn't have any clouds before we started today's play, but now a couple have just started to creep over the horizon.
We wouldn't mind that by around about 5 o'clock, especially where it's where it is, because our planning cameraman also showing that he was a bit roasted yesterday.
Yeah, feeling the heat did our poor cameraman. He even put sunblock on. It didn't make much of a difference, and so the long trousers are in effect today.
There we go, much better attacking bowling, going after the batter a little bit, and that was a better comeback. And that after going for 2 boundaries, a much better comeback in the end, and 19 for the loss without loss.
It's been a blistering start from these two. Plykes marginally cheaper than his partner at the other end, Ethan Bosch, but it's been frenetic start from these two, and immediately the conversations start happening between teammates. Bryce Parsons with Ethan Bosch just suggesting that he needs to be a little bit more consistent, a little bit focused, and not trying to bowl too quickly.
And also not at this level, trying to bowl the batter out is always not the best idea. Best idea is to actually try and take the wicket.
Yes.
And be more attacking, get that line correct, and make him play in the areas you want him to play.
You have to bowl a rhythm to him and not allow him to just easily stand at the other end. So just the one there for them. And Bosch has got to look to repair things and repair them quickly.
There's a good bit of fielding there as well. A lot of intent there. 2 fielders actually running after that ball there. And there's a lot of intent in the fielding. Although they've been smashed a little bit, you can still hear the chatter. You can still feel the energy. Everyone is talking. Bosch is turning, coming in with intent. Parikal just doing some maintenance there.
That's much better. Just hitting the lines and lengths and just feeling like he's comfortable. The key is not just doing it once and then never again, but rather consistently line and length, because that's how you build a partnership with not only your partner but the rest of your teammates who will be offering something with the ball. There's Jones, who's an option. Bryce Parsons, we know, can turn his arm over. Manikam is the off spinner. Mudimukwane with left arm off spin. And the question is, how long do we keep going as South Africa A with our quicks, because we have those spinners? I know it's just the 3rd over and it could be a preposterous question to ask, but the point remains the same. What is it that you are thinking as Bryce Parsons when your bowlers have gone for almost 20 in the first 2 overs?
And also, do they come with... the Indian players always come with how good they're playing spin. Would that be in his mind as well, where he maybe want to let the seamers bowl at them a little bit longer before exposing them to the spin? Because the subcontinent players have always been good in playing spin bowling. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how long he goes before he introduces spin. I think maybe just in the one end and having them rotate in the other end. So yeah, it's an interesting question, and as you said, it might only be the third over, but this will be the question. As we know, Potch has been run friendly over the last couple of years, and if your bowlers aren't giving you anything, they're not giving you the intent to take a wicket or intent to keep the scoring down, then you've got to look at different ways to get wickets.
And it's something that you don't want panic stations to set in. Evan Jones at Gully, a good head to have in that region. He just has that kind of body language that dictates that he could have an influence. Better from Bosch. He can bowl quickly, can Bosch, but this is a much better over from him. Just 2 from that one. At the end of 3, it's 21 without loss.
And the run rate dropping significantly down to 7 there after one good over where it was on 10. So yes, they just need to pull it back, and that was much better. I think the nerves in the first one just getting a bit of him, maybe exuberance of youth, trying to show how quick he can bowl. And there was much more controlled bowling. After the chat he had with the captain, you can see there's another brain trust just having the same chat with Sia Plaikis as well, saying, listen, did you see what the plan was? Let's continue in that frame of mind, and then we can go from there. Bringing in the deep point that they moved out earlier. So the conversation would have been, just get the lines tighter. Don't let them free up those arms and let them go after you.
And don't let them get the easy singles, because that just changes the energy and the mindset.
Takes the pressure off.
Good value to have somebody like Ruben Herman next to Sia Plaiki. Good to have that wise head of the wicketkeeper who knows the angles, knows the patterns that they would need to attack on. Sia Plaiki, funnily enough, coming from Wynberg Boys, a school of producing batters, namely Carver and David Bedingham, and most importantly Jacques Callis, but offering some skill here with the ball in hand. So better, hoping for a better second over. It's much better. Not timing it as well as he would have liked, Sai Sudarshan. So this is a good comeback from the South African A group.
And definitely just stuck him up a little bit more. That first one that he could flash at was a lot wider. This one just stuck him up, bringing the ball into him. I would actually like to see what Plaikis could do over the wicket, because he does get that movement into the left-hander. Maybe take the angle across him with 1 or 2 as well, because yeah, you're just hoping to straighten it up and maybe get the edge. But immediately going around the wicket to the left-handers, I wouldn't mind seeing him actually going over the wicket for a ball or 2.
We go across that left-hander. Didn't quite carry all the way through to the wicketkeeper, Connor Esterhuizen.
A lot less bounce than we saw from the Indian bowlers, but then also they were quite taller than these bowlers. And also Plaik is not known for hitting the deck hard. He's more of a skiddy bowler. He likes to shoot the ball through, and he surprises you with the one that actually shoots through, because he's a lot skiddier than he looks.
That's how sometimes on certain surfaces he can rush you a little bit, get you playing a little bit early, and that's why they've got the slips and gully in place. He'll prefer that one.
And again, making the batter play. And that is one thing that the Indian bowlers did brilliantly this morning. They made our batters play every single ball. There wasn't a lot of leaving, not a lot of balls we could leave. And even with Du Plessis being on 100, they made him play every single delivery. And that was the difference between their bowling now and their bowling yesterday. And this is what the South Africans could take from that innings as well, is let the batter play as much as he possibly can, because that will create a chance. Yes, please.
Got him. Got him. It was a half shot. I said it's the one that is going to rush you. Just chips it up to an extra cover, or a cover rather. And South Africa have their first wicket. Simple catch. I thought he'd hit it into the ground. I lost it for just a moment, but the South Africans celebrating. And it's 1 down for India. It's 21 for 1.
And it's that length again, just on that 6-7 meter mark, just popping up a little bit. And he's just through the stroke before the ball got there. And finally, we have broken through this partnership, and Plaatjes did it. Fantastic bowling.
Very well done by Sia Plaatje. He'll be disappointed with himself, will be Sai Sudarshan. It was a nothing shot. He just hung his bat there and kind of left it there. And he'll be ruining what opportunity he has missed. Pradosh Ranjan Paul comes to the wicket for India A at first drop. And with things starting as they have, it's been an incredible start to an innings. You mentioned it being as if it were a one-day game, almost T20-esque, emulating that of St. George's last night, where South Africa managed to pick up the victory.
Yes, one in the bag. That's what we could hope for, and SA would like to replicate that, because it could become a very good week for us as we carry on. And Plaatje is getting the breakthrough there after going for 8 in his first over. He's standing on 1 ball left and a wicket maiden.
Yeah, it would be the right response to being knocked around a little bit as he has been. See Plaatje just enjoying a drink just off of your screen. 1 ball left in the over.
And Cameron Shackleton taking the catch there. That's also settling the nerves a bit, getting a little pop-up like that instead of having a skyer.
2 reasons why that would be good. 1 is he's a wicket keeper, so he'll feel a little bit more confident of it. And number 2, having gotten a goose egg himself, just to make sure he didn't get the thanks for coming award. The good old TFC.
A little fairy wings.
Yes, more from Plaatje here. He's got 1 ball in the barrel, 1 in the chamber. And the question is, what is he going to bowl? Will he be at it again with that nagging length? Oh, just outside edge, squared him up. That was a glorious, glorious delivery. Unlucky to run away for 4, but runs nevertheless for India A. And at the end of 4, it's 25 for 1.
And Paul very lucky to get away with that. That squared him up. What a Jaffa.
Yeah, it was just one that, as we said, rushed him a bit. A little bit of extra bounce for Plaatje. And he's got the first wicket. Could so nearly have had a double wicket maiden.
Oh, and don't know what the conversation was between him and Captain Parsons, but what a conversation. Talk about inspirational stuff.
Well, if Parsons can keep going like this and wrap up India A for about 250 or 260 or less, just saw off screen the batter's just come back into the screen. There was a South African, it was Oderile Modimokwane tying the shoes of Paul there. Almost felt as though, if there's ever an opportunity to tie shoelaces together, that would be the one.
Yeah.
He might protest, but
or let the bunny not go around the tree.
Absolutely, or just be lazy with that single knot. But Bryce Parsons, an inspired decision there. The key is, can Bosch match up? Can he level up to where those last 2 overs have been? And it shows how the Ethan Bosch over being a good one meant that Sia Plaatje could pick up a wicket. And that's how you build pressure in these types of games. If you're going to go at 18 every 2 overs, 9 to the over, 10 at one point it was, that's where you're going to just let the game slip away from you. It's like sand through your fingers.
And also that partnerships in bowling become so important, because that over showed the length that they should be bowling.
because Sia Plaiki will be down at fine leg and won't be unaware of what's necessary, but the value of having somebody who's a little bit closer in to show him, right, this is what we're doing. And you might be able to hear the South Africans. Fantastic. It's what you like to see, the South Africans getting up in their energy.
And as you mentioned, that's what Plaikes would have seen. But just before that previous Bosch over, we saw Parsons going up to him and having a chat and say, listen, okay, you've had your first over now. It didn't go well, but let's come back from here. And after that over, he went to Plaikes and had the same conversation with him. And I think between the three of them, whatever was said there, whatever plan was made there, that's what you want. And as a captain, that's what you want. Say, listen, bowlers, this is what we need, this is what we want. Come back for us. And he did.
And vitally, those conversations, you just saw Bryce Parsons veer out of screen there. Trundle out of screen, rather. Because those conversations that he's having with Yassine Vali, who's been around for a while, and Esther Hazen as to what solutions they may offer, and also to have a sounding board and not an echo chamber, because that's the last thing you want, is to have just yes men and say, right, no, that's the best idea or the best plan.
And it's weird how everyone thinks as soon as you don't agree with the captain, you are disrespectful or you're insubordinate or anything like that. But it's brilliant when they actually give their own ideas.
And also that they're confident enough to share their opinions.
And that's what you want as a captain as well. Is you don't want to be the Lone Ranger. You don't want to be the one person on the field. And you go through the best teams in the world, from the Indian team who won the World Cup back to the Australian team who did it 3 times in a row. Ponting was captain, yes, but he had the likes of Haydens, he had the Clarks, he had the Langers, he had all those guys around him the whole time. So it's very easy to feed off that energy.
It's a brilliant over. He's just quietly gone about it. 6 dots in a row. It's a maiden. It's 5 gone and it's 25 for 1. A little bit closer to home, you were talking about captains having leaders. South Africa's Graham Smith, in that great period of South African cricket, probably 2007 or so, in Test cricket to 2012, 2013. Remember, he had very experienced heads around him. He had, Neil Mackenzie, Jacques Ellis, Hashim Amla, and while there may have been some other leaders, or even with the ball in hand, Mackay and Tini in the first part of that, Sean Pollock had just retired, and so Graham Smith would have had experience of managing all number of types of bowlers and batters, and how do you balance the energy and the focus in the group, because when you have so many senior players, sometimes it can be too many chefs type situation. But the motivation is that you're all centered towards the same goal. A slip and 2 gullies in place for Plaiki. He comes round the wicket. And a no ball. No ball. Come on, Sia Plaiki. Come on, fella.
Searching for that extra pace now. Searching for that extra meter or so. And this is the one thing we got to give credit to the Indian bowlers. They only had 2 extras in their innings. A wide that was called over the head, and a very tight wide called with the legs, with the ball slipping from the leg spinner's hand. That was almost on the other pitch. Absolutely. But that was only 2. They didn't have any front foot no balls, and Plaikie's guilty of overstepping there.
Took what seemed like an eternity to get that first extra, but it's taken no time here for this one to be knocked away. Good attempt there, and clean up from Ruben Herman. Your legs might be feeling a little bit of fatigue even in overnight if you've not managed well enough. So good running early on here from him, and good intensity as well. South Africans running back to their places, and that's what you want to see in the field. You said it this morning, you've got to have a good early morning session. Make sure that first hour, 2 hours that you're out there, that you don't allow the game to drift away and to kind of stagnate. You've got to come in and put an intensity into your game that keeps the the momentum in your favour. Second wicket would certainly just buoy them. Oh, he nearly got it. Nearly.
Keep talking about wickets, please.
Just beat the outside edge. Oh, I picked up a wicket in Bloemfontein, called it almost verbatim. I suggested that there should be a short one caught at second slip. It was a little bit fuller, and it was a good catch by Zubair Hamza, but Siya Plaatje getting into a good stride here. Good lines and lengths. They were a little bit of a shotgun when they got underway.
I think it was just that exuberance of we want to bowl quick, we want to swing the ball, we want to do a lot. And it just did not come off in that first over for Bosch or for Plaatjes. But their comeback has been fantastic.
A little bit of a floated one. It's the outside edge. It's beaten Gully on the right hand, and it'll race away to the third man boundary for 4.
A little bit of a hockey shot there, just opening up the face, just picking the gap there. The fielders would say he was lucky, the batter would say that was well placed. He knew the gap was there between the first slip and those 2 gullies. And just getting back to your point about us rushing on our positions and everything, you can actually see the Indian batters also feeling that we try to pick up the intensity and just walking away from the crease, making the bowler wait till he's ready to face the ball. So they are also trying just to frustrate, slow down the game a little bit to suit their way of playing.
Bang! Shot! Smoked it through the covers, and he didn't even have to move a muscle.
What a shot. That was just stand and deliver stuff. And Padikal is 14 of 14, and he would be the key wicket for the SAA and also for India for different reasons. He's got the experience, he knows how to play. He's toured with the Indian side previously, so it's no new conditions is weird for him. So this will definitely be a test for Plaatjes. How's he going to come back after those 2 boundaries?
It's turning out to be a very expensive over for Siya Plaatje. Again, just beating the man at backward point. Despairing dive from Jean du Plessis. It's another boundary. It's an expensive over thus far. 12 just in boundaries alone. The no ball and the 3. So he can feel aggrieved, can Plaatje, but this is where the South Africans, despite the over being as expensive as it has, will believe, or at least continue to believe.
And they might feel that the previous time he was as expensive, he came back with a couple of jaffers. So let's hope he can sign off this over now with just get the batter into trouble a little bit. And the change in field is, although that ball went through cover, they actually putting in another slip, and he's gone into looks like a 3.5 slip. So they've got the 2 slips and the gully.
Double slips, double gullies. Oh! And that one's corked it. Absolutely corked it. This is a brilliant spell from Plaatje. Unlucky, a couple of balls not quite carrying. Maybe a half chance here or there, but it's the end of the 6th, and India A are 41 for 1. They trail 278.
Oh, and Padikal has rocked on to 18 of 16. He's in a hurry for somewhere. And Paul is on 7 of 3, but his very first ball was an absolute jaffer by Plaatjes that he edged through the slips that went for 4. What? So Bosch coming in for his 4th over. His first over went for 10. And then the next 2 overs only went for 2 runs, with the last one being a maiden. Bowling at the new batter, Paul, is also the right-arm off-spinner for this Indian touring team.
Yeah, Devdutt Padikal has almost been starved a little bit of strike, barring that last over. So now Paul will have his opportunity to go along, and Padikal coming along for the previous South Africa A, or the India A tour to South Africa, and didn't quite hit his straps, but he's got a phenomenal one-day record. His average is 81 in list A cricket. You can see how quickly he scores here.
And I think that's been the frustration with Padikal as well for the Indian selectors, is that his list A average is 81, and he's just not able to convert that into an international career and stepping up when necessary. Oh,
Guided away behind backward point. There's a chase on here for Shackleton. He's gotten rid of the hat, but that'll trickle into the boundary. Just leaning on the back foot there, guiding it behind point, and another boundary. It's 45 for 1. They're currently going at 7 to the over.
back on 7. And one thing that the South Africans should know about the subcontinent players is they're very wristy, so they're very strong in guys, square of the wicket, and not necessarily fantastic drivers. But Padikal also driving one uppish, but they're very good square of the wicket. So anything short and wide will get dispatched.
They're just so good. And when the ball coming onto the bat as nicely or as friendly as it has been for them, they just can open their blade and guide it away. It's too straight that time as Bosch is tucked away round the corner for just a single, but still a bit wayward with his line's lengths. The previous one was short and wide enough to cut, and this one is too straight, so he's got to find that off-stump line.
Just overcompensating with that last one, just getting it too straight, but that's normally what happens. And Paul looks like a pretty well put together batter himself, short in stature, like a lot of the Indian batters are, but I mean, the great Sachin Tendulkar wasn't a tall gentleman himself. Oh,
That one takes a hip glance down the leg side. It's gone very fine. It's another boundary. Opportunities not really coming to fruition for the South African A, but they are producing those chances.
a leg by signal there, so it most likely just came off the hip of Padikal there. He'll feel aggrieved that because he's been striking it nicely. He's on 18 of 17. Paul is on 12 of 6. And 50 for 1, going at 7.5 to the over.
Yeah, that brings up their 50 runs as well. They're not in a hurry. They are in a furious fluster. And that's a bit of a shift away from the norm. A dot ball there, a rare dot ball it seems these days, despite the over being as expensive as it has been. So already 9 from this one, and Plyke's over, whilst producing some chances, was just as expensive. Yeah, 16 from it.
So yes, and this is now the period where the SAA bowlers will be tested, because they're bowling at a top class batter in Padikal, and they'll feel that he is a key wicket. If they can get him out, they might have an end to bowl at.
Bosch has got to find a way here. He's got to start building dots. They bowled so well, and then it's just shifted. Excuse me, back in the favour of the Indian A batters. And it's 7 done. It's 50 for 1.
Paul is there on 12 and Padikal is on 18. Partnership has rocked onto 29 of 20 deliveries. And yeah, they are in a serious hurry, and the deficit has gone down from 319. They only need 269 now, and we said that we wouldn't mind them maybe getting bowled out for 200 or a 250. With the way it's going now, we wouldn't mind just dropping that run rate a little bit. Otherwise, that 250 can come in very quick time.
Almost T20 level batting. 7 to the over. Plyke will continue. He's 1 for 28 from his 3. A couple of chances, and Bryce Parsons having somewhat of an unconventional field with second slip and fourth slip and gully and gully again, and then a deep backward point. Lots of gaps there in the field, but if you back yourself to get the job done, it could prove the ticket. Good hitting the bat hard there from Plyke.
That's the first one. You can actually hear him bending his back there a little bit, trying to get the ball up, trying to get the ball rising from that 7-meter mark. And the deep point has been utilized throughout the season in South Africa quite often. And we saw in the 4-day games, we even saw in the domestic games as well, that the deep point is actually becoming almost like a run-saving position. So it allows the bowlers just to drag the length back a bit.
Despite conventions dictating maybe that's not the right option, but it has been exactly what was required. So also suspecting that there might just be a mistimed cut stroke that gets pouched. It goes out to that man at deep point for the one. Fielding nicely done there, but the rotation of strike will be the way that these Indian air batters go. If they don't find boundaries, we saw it earlier in the day, it means that they will certainly seek out to just get to the other end.
And then also with that fielder there, just allows the bowler to go a little bit fuller, maybe go a little bit wider, have the batter actually reach for one, and then bring those 2 slips, 2 gullies in play as well. And if he drives it uppishly, you've got your extra cover in place.
Yorker, lovely. That's exactly what you want. I wonder why, though, with such a spread field, that he wouldn't have gone for the over-the-wicket technique, come wide of the crease, really toss it up outside that off stump, let him throw his hands at it, maybe push that deep point down to a cover sweeper rather, and let him really have the opportunity to throw hands at it. And that's where the very wide fielders will come in.
And also go across the left-hander instead of going into him. That will give those 2 gullies a bit more option.
And immediately, that's what I said. If they're not going to find boundaries, they're going to get the single and get to the other end and tick along nicely.
A very good over so far by Plaatjes. Only the 2 runs coming from it, and the dangerous Padikal that took him apart is now off strike. So he gets a chance to bowl at Paul, who edged his very first ball that he received from Plaatjes. He edged through that vacant second slip back then. Now they've put in the 2 slips and the 2 gullies.
There's 2 balls left in the over. Where is he going to go? Came very wide there, just opens the blade, and that'll give them 1. And as you said, it is a run-saving option, but it almost seems like you're giving them a free one.
Yeah, the length hasn't quite been there. That's about 1.5 meters to 2 meters too full. You want him driving on the up, not just dropping the blade on there so they can push. It's like pushing down the ground for an easy one every single ball. So he just wants to drag the length back a little bit, give the ball also time to get up and into the batter, because then all of a sudden that shot becomes a lot harder to play because you're tucking him up.
That's a lovely delivery, just angling in and then straightening off the surface. It's a good end to the over. It's 53 for 1 after 8. It's a good end to the over. He needs to be consistent with that. It's no good just tossing it up there for some freedom and not doing much else with it.
And that was the ball that we were talking about, is that one just a little bit shorter, a little bit back for length. And we're going to have a change in commentary, David. You're going to be joined by, as I said yesterday, the myth, the legend. You get Menon, you get the man, Pendulo. Welcome back.
It's been an ebb and flow start to this Indian A innings. So many chances that could yet have gone to hand. Only the one in the wicket falling this morning. Change for the fielding in this Ethan Bosch over. He's beginning his 5th, 0 for 17 thus far, after a very expensive over in the previous one. What is he going to do? So there's a shortish mid-on, a wider mid-on, forward square leg. He goes round the wicket. It's a good start from Bosch. happy to leave that one alone and not really chase after anything. They know that the runs will almost inevitably come their way.
It's just going to be them applying their game. As you can see, they're scoring quicker than what South Africa ever did, going at over 6 runs to the over. Of course, it's going to neutralize itself as time continues. Ethan Bosch has gone for 17 runs in his 4 overs. They've been happy coming around the wickets. We saw from the start that was not going to work. Ethan Bosch a little bit too eager against Paul. Pradosh Ranjan Ball playing alongside Padikkal. A lot of people in the comments yesterday were talking about Padikkal and they were excited to see him.
I'm here to see Devdutt Padikkal batting. 2 wickets down in the South African innings as they get away this 1 for 1. 2 wickets down in the South African innings, and there were people saying, I'm here for Devdutt Padikkal. Maybe the fan club, maybe a Facebook group.
Definitely, and I understand for a man who, with the white ball, playing his last 6 A-class matches, in those list A-class matches, which is your domestic level of 50 over cricket, in his last 6 innings, he has scored 4 50s and 2 hundreds. So there's a big hype around Padikkal. And giving him freebies is not going to help the issue, but that will be just a leg by. His partnership now grown pretty well to 33.
Yeah, the scoring rate has been out of hand for the South African bowlers. They've just gone off to a flyer this morning, have India A, after wrapping up the South African tail very quickly this morning in a rush to do so.
And you would have seen with Pradesh Krishna taking those 5 wickets all today, you would have thought that, we as South African seamers have something for us here today. But it hasn't been the case with the attacking nature of the Indians. Just looking to rotate the strike, score from where there's an opportunity, something that was very different from South Africa's first big partnership.
Partnerships were the key for the South African A batting unit. And that's exactly what India A have done. At a fair click, 35 from 30, and they're still going at 6.5 to the over.
You look at it and you think it's a joke. We're actually looking at the match yesterday, South Africa versus India in the T20, and how aggressive the Indians were, being able to take apart any type of bowling. So this, just picking the runs, picking the spaces, running hard, coming back for the second one, just shows that their intent has always been there.
It's a strange one because yesterday we felt that the game was, in neutral, rolling downhill, or just cruising along without much impetus from either team. And then just suddenly the Indian A team this morning decided, right, we've had a sight on day 1. We want to get this game moving along. We fancy our chance to get a result here.
And we may not say that this is the strongest bowling lineup you'll ever find from the South African perspective. You don't have the bowler you can say, this is my X-factor bowler who can really do things for me. So India had Pradesh Krishna with his height, and you have Kaverapa with his insane skill. But Blackie and Bosch have gotten a wicket, but that rate is out of order. It's 58 for 1 out of 9.
Change of bowling here for South Africa. Evan Jones having handed his hat over to the umpire. Had a brief stint at the crease, but that was not through his own batting, but rather through the lack of partners at the other end. He kind of just ran out of teammates.
It's not the fact that he ran out of teammates, is that the Indians took his teammates away.
Robbed him. Robbed him of a partner.
But it was looking good, Evan Jones, with the bat. He was looking to strike it really clean. He can be very effective with the ball as well, especially in a surface where the pace may not be the fastest where the ball may stick a little bit. We saw yesterday there was a little bit of a problem with the South Africans trying to get their timing in order. A lot of the balls were popped up into the air, etc. So here with the medium pace of Evan Jones, who we can say bowls a heavy ball, really just hits the deck and hits the pitch hard. What is he going to do?
Big strong lad, Evan Jones. He hits the ball with some fearsome power, but what can he do with ball in hand?
Just dance off a little bit too full, a little bit too straight. You don't want to do that to Ranjan Paul, but they are bringing it back. Modimokwane. Good work. They run back for 3.
Evan Jones almost gives me a similarity to somebody like a Brian McMillan for South Africa. Sometimes with that hairstyle you would be forgiven. Long curly locks.
Why McMillan in particular?
He's a big burly player. He runs in hard, good catching, and can offer something with bat and ball as well.
One of the New Zealand greats. For a long time as I was a younger, I thought McMillan, McCullum, how do I separate the two?
South Africa's McMillan and
South Africa's McMillan.
McCullum was the opening batter. Yeah, Brian McMillan. Big bucket hands. All Big Mac.
Thick edge. Thick outside edge. That's definitely going to run for 4. And that was the story for Siyaplaki, who has been toiling down this pavilion end. And it's the story that continues with Evan Jones.
Surprisingly not continuing with Siyaplaki after the over that he had. It perhaps was just that much further than Bryce Parsons was happy. It's not much better, though, through Evan Jones. 7 runs and we're only 2 balls into his first over.
He'd be happy if the Indians are slashing the ball like that. Oh, another wild flash. Padikal just getting a rush of blood to his head here. He might want to calm down a little bit, just breathe a little bit. The style of game is different. It's the red ball game. He does average 36 in first class cricket.
You've got to make that average count, though. It's all good and well being that one of those guys that has decent numbers, but transferal is important.
Beautiful shot. That is magnificent. That is a typical IPL shot. That is a typical T20 shot. And he is playing at a high turnover rate here. Wonderful. Just pedaling. Get over the slip cordon.
Just helping it on its way. Ramp shot there. The kind of stroke that has come out in this game. But when you're averaging 80 in List A cricket, well, may as well play as if this is a List A game for you. There's not much you can do there. Not much you can do there as a captain. You can't really put a type of long stop in place.
In the way that the teams play now, in the way that the cricket is played, every part of the ground can be a scoring option regardless of what the ball is. Never thought you'd see a ball which is full outside the off stump being ramped to fine leg for a 1 bounce 4. But that's the style of cricket we're seeing here, and at the rates that the Indians are batting, that's the style of cricket that they look to be taking on to the South Africans. Like we said, the lack of experience from the South African camp will be put to the test here with some aggressive bowling and batting. But also, it may create some pleasant opportunities.
You live by the sword and you die by the sword is sometimes the case. And with the end of the 10th over in this, the South African bowling foray, it is 12 minutes past 11, 69 for 1, and time for us to have a drink.
69 for 1 after 10 overs. Are they paying back for what the South Africans did to them yesterday in the T20 game? Because it seems to be the case. Padekalon 29 from 30. Paul 19 from 13. And this partnership 48 from a meager 6.2 overs. It's ridiculous, as the Indians, trailed by 250 runs, will be back after the drinks break. Hydration flows and courses through the players' bodies, and they are trying new ideas to see how they can halt this run rate and possibly get another wicket. Siaplaki, you were talking about it, David. Why did they cut him off after that over? Seems like they're just making him run up the slope.
Yeah, the decision to switch ends is possibly one to try and extract another wicket. He's the only man with a stick to his name this morning for South Africa A.
And he's gotten the defense He's got the defenses in problems sometimes for the batters too. Starts with a wide one. He has protection at deep backward point, and he also has protection at deep fine leg.
It's never easy as a young bowler, somebody who's struggled a little bit in their journey to really take off on fire, and I think that's an important experience and understanding for him to have is when you do get the opportunity here, that you've got to do something with it. There's a brief intermission and you saw the security guards stroll across the side screen. These are lessons that you won't necessarily learn at any other level but South Africa A and above, and so you've got to do everything with it. Good support there from Jean du Plessis. They sense that there's something in it for him here.
And thing is, you're playing against a different style of cricket. Different countries, different areas require different styles of cricket. So here Padikal is coming with aggression, coming with a lot of intent, freeing those arms nicely. Siaplaki starting outside, very wide on that off stump. We saw Evan Jones beat the bats of both Paul and Padikal several times as they were trying to go for him. But he's keeping it in check. Every now and again is Blaki. Every now and again.
Encouraging, very encouraging here for the South Africans. Just the energy, they feel like they've got something that they need to continue to build upon. They are recognizing hopefully that it has been expensive, and the drinks break would have been an opportunity for Bryce Parsons and maybe some of the senior players to just mention that whilst we may be presenting opportunities, we can't also continue to leak runs.
It has to be a balancing act, and it's a fine balancing act on top of that. This bowling business of taking wickets and halting runs. Because in order to get the wickets, you have to take the risks to be hit for runs. You saw there Blaki going for the stumps, but it's in the scoring areas of the batter. They always just take those ones and twos.
Padikal, you almost suspect it's got to take something really special here to dismissing. But at the same time, I don't think Blaki should look for that special delivery. You have to earn that magic wicket-taking option.
You work hard, you toil hard, and the cricket pays you back more often than not. Of course, Blaki plays his cricket for the Warriors down in Gqeberha, formerly known as PE. Playing his cricket for the Dufferbet Warriors. He's only in his 5th first-class match. He debuted this year, but at the back end of last season. So it's a big learning curve for the young man. At its highest level, just played the under-19s for South Africa, which is not a bad place to kick off your career. So there's a lot of excitement to see how he's going to develop over the years, is Siaplaki.
Yeah, the shout before the final ball is one more before lunch here, fellas.
Always feels nice to just walk away off a session knowing that you have gotten the upper hand against your opponent. The end the over. It's 11 gone. Just 2 runs from that Blaki over. It's 71 for 1.
Evan Jones was expensive in his first over, and he's not the only one that has been costly for the South Africans. But the key for him here is to support Blaki, because there's always that inclination when you see your mate doing well at the other end that you want to just try and throw everything at them, and all too often the fruit basket that you are offering up is one that they will delightfully feast upon, and then you end up disappearing.
And the thing is, with these bowling partnerships, once one bowler is able to hold up that one end, the Indians, especially with the aggressive style of cricket that they're looking to implement here, will feel as if they'll have a chance in the other end, where then the opportunities can come about. We saw a couple of flashes and misses. And now they're just being a little bit more tentative as the South Africans get into their rhythm and start applying their trade properly.
Something that the Indians will notably have been aware of before coming into this game, and that's why you may suspect that they would have seen a run rate of 6.4 to the over, is crucially the South Africans don't have an out-and-out pacer here. They have a lot of medium pacers. Evan Jones, Siaplaiki, even Ethan Bosch.
Popped up into the air, but the short extra cover is a little bit too square. Sometimes the lack of pace could be what brings the batters down.
And that's where skill comes in, because if you're not going to rush batters with your sheer pace, you've got to be skillful in the way that you approach it. A change of pace, all those cutters, maybe utilize the swing early on, because otherwise you might find yourself just charging in and turning to go fetch it out of the boundary.
Good stuff. Very good stuff. And speaking about those medium paces and the skill, it's also just being persistent once you find the area where the ball does the best for you. We saw with Dane Patterson, who is a way more skilled bowler, of course, one of the most world-renowned players in terms of first-class cricket. He was doing magic both in Buffalo Park and in the Mangaung Oval in Bloemfontein against the West Indies. There's a chance, and Evan Jones really strikes. Sometimes the lack of pace is what does the job. Trying to force the issue was Padikal, but forcing it straight into the cups of the deep the backward point fielder.
Boy, oh boy, against the run of play, South Africa A have got a second wicket, and it's a crucial one, that of Devdutt Padikal. He was going along, flying 30 from 37 rather, before, and it was the pressure of Jones, 3 dots, and then the wicket was forthcoming. And he had to really jump to take that one. It looks like Shackleton is the poacher once again, who takes a brilliant catch and making up for the missed opportunity with the bat in hand.
Cam Shackleton, one of the better fielders around. Of course, he's a wicket keeper, but when you put a wicket keeper out in the field, you get for yourself one of the best fielders you can find, and one of the safest hands you can find as well. The pressure was building up from Evan Jones, so was it building up from Siaplaki, with the lack of runs coming through, trying to force the issue, not good enough. He leaves the park for 30 runs, does Padikal, and in comes the new batter, Sarfraz Khan.
Sarfraz Khan's been around for the Indian first-class structures, but also for Indian A, and with the opportunity to really go on here, it may yet bear fruit for him.
He comes in now, Sarfraz Khan. We saw him coming in to bat earlier on, or we saw him coming in to bowl earlier on. Bit of a surprise, but he's been bowling a lot more in the A level of things. Now doing what we know of him to do best, which is his batting, is Sarfraz Khan. Any memories of him here at the Mangaung Oval in those 3 back-to-back test matches?
Yeah, Sarfraz Khan is somebody that just offered something a little bit more with the bat, averaging 71 at first class level. Just a ridiculous batter, and when he gets going, he's somebody that's really difficult to keep quiet. He also reminds you when he comes out to bowl, so a double threat, if you will. Ridiculous numbers from him, 1300s, 950s, and his best of 301 coming against Uttar Pradesh in that game of 2019-2024 Mumbai. So if he gets on a start here, like Devdutt Padikal, can really put you to the sword.
Just 26 years old, and we know in these times and this era of cricket, you can break in even at 30 and still have a decent career internationally. But that's the first ball he gets, is rushed by Evan Jones. Too short, but the skill of the hands and hand-eye coordination from Sarfraz Khan just pops that over the top for 4 at the third man.
These two batters at the wicket, 62 and 72 average, 71.78 and 62.16. This partnership, if not broken quickly, could mean a long day in the field for the South African air bowlers.
Very dangerous stuff, and they need to deal with it quickly. It's a hard lineup to break into, the Indian lineup. You have to do something extraordinarily special in order for your name to be considered anywhere close to the 15. So Sarfraz Khan, diminutive figure, will want to ensure that that first-class record shows its colours in this match. He's there because Evan Jones was able to strike, getting rid of Padikal. It is 75 for the loss of 2 after 12 overs.
Deficit now 244, and the conversion rate of Sarfraz Khan is absolutely phenomenal. 1300s but 950. So more often than not, when he does get that start and he does get to 50, he's going to put you under some severe pressure.
Yet to make his international appearance, Sarfraz Khan, question is, will he even get a chance to make it there? Siyaplaki, though, has the ball bowling to Paul. And it just drifts down to the legs, does Siyaplaki, and it's an easy single.
I'd love to see Plaki just offer something here, pitch it up a little bit, maybe get Khan driving early in his innings. Just try and extract something from it. He's going to come across the right-hander. Perhaps, no, he'll come right arm over the wicket. So this is a crucial little session here. This is just half an hour before lunch. And you suspect if either of these two batsmen are on 30 or so, by the time lunch comes around, it's going to be not only an extended session, but an extensively trying session for South Africa A.
It's going to be extensive and expensive from the South Africans if that had to come to pass, which is why it's so important right at the beginning of a batter's or new batter's innings. You look to strike, you look to put them under pressure. And the difference, if you can hear it, literally hear it, is the verbal chatter from the South Africans, constantly looking to back up Siyaplaki. And even in that over where he went for runs, they're still backing him up. Let's go, Sia, let's go, Sia. And you can see his body language hasn't dropped down at all as the bowler.
No, not at all. It's that Protea fire, if you will, because everybody just seems to want to be part of it.
And who wouldn't want to be a part of it?
You can also be a part of our commentary team as you join us in the comments section of this YouTube broadcast. Have your voice heard. Yesterday, 109,000 of you were on board with us. Would love to have even more. Double it, tell your friend. Double it and pass it on to the next person. We'd love to have 200,000, 300,000, 400,000 of you. There was as many as 650,000, nearing 700,000 when last these two sides met, SAA, India A at Mangong Oval in Bloemfontein. It was day 2, I believe, of the second game. Tell all your friends, share the link with them because you are a crucial voice for us.
Going to be able to watch this beautiful match, and if you are around Potchefstroom, we have free entrance here where you can watch India A versus South Africa A. Siyaplaki really trying his hardest to bag his second wicket. The Indians now just a little come back down to earth after their rowdy start. South Africans will be happy about that. And the important thing is that they're constantly getting the Indians to play at these deliveries. Slashes at that one hard. You want to play at them, but not like that. It's short and wide, and it's 4.
Goodness me, he just bullied that shot away. He's diminutive in stature, but he just muscled that one through to the point boundary. And immediately now the South Africans will have to have a little bit of introspection. As I said, if he gets going, he will convert for them. And 5 from the over, 1 to come. How is answer these questions?
Oh, and you even heard the sound from the bat there, David. It was brutal on the ball. And they are working on the ball now, hopefully, to just recover it, because it was smashed so hard. It went over the boundary, over the advertising boards. It hit the railing into the stands. And this was from a ball that was hit all the way through the ground. So much power. And it's driven again, but straight into the hands of Motimokwane, who is stationed at short extra cover.
End of the 13th. There'll be the final change before the luncheon interval in commentary. It will be Gert Maloney who will take over from me as Impendulo and Gert take you through to the lunchtime break.
"80 runs for the loss of 2. 13 overs. Deficit is 239 for the Indians, having 8 wickets in hand. Evan Jones just getting rid of Padikal in his previous over. Seems to have his tail high, and the South Africans seem to have a clear strategy here, Gert, of coming around the wickets to the left-handers. We haven't seen any of them trying to go across.
Yes, they've from the get-go gone around the wicket. I think they might have feel that will be their best opportunity to pick up wickets. And also, with the lack of pace that we have, it's very much medium to maybe 1 or 2 of Plaatjies shooting through a little bit more skittishly. The rest of the bowlers feel that they would have more control of the game coming around the wicket, although they've been scoring at 6 and 7s to the over. I mean, 80 for 2, and this is only the 14th over. Jones has been doing a good job because he's been actually banging it into the deck a little bit.
Continues to bang again, just looking at its deck for a moment, but it's well managed, that from Ranjan Paul.
And I heard the comment earlier about the comparisons to Big Mac, to Brian McMillan, and yes, he does have a bit of a feel to it, but he's going to grow a couple of inches to get close to Brian McMillan. He was a large man, and anyone who goes back in the day knows when he caught the ball, he didn't catch the ball disappeared in those buckets. Just getting a little bit carried away with the angle, just falling away and just going a bit of a slingy action with that last delivery, trying to angle it into that off stump and into the pads of Paul.
It's not a bad idea. It's just that is not getting the line working properly. You see, short extra cover is right in front of the batter. That short extra cover being Bryce Parsons, the captain himself for the South African A team. So he'd want to have that ball just pitch outside that off stump.
And that's kind of what he's going for just there. He's just asking him to drive and hopefully create that angle and hit that gap between bat and pad.
It's not easy to get into, though, if you're bowling to someone like Ranjan Paul, extremely skilled batter who averages 62 in first-class cricket, so it's definitely not his first rodeo. Definitely won't be his last rodeo either, but he will look to make this a long rodeo.
Oh, excellent delivery there. That is the one they're looking for. If he's not driving it, it should be rising up on him. Fantastic delivery. And like I said earlier, Jones is actually running in nice and hard here. He's really bending the back, and you can see that with that ball just rising on Paul there.
We love the effort that we're seeing here from Evan Jones. It's Paul who's just going to need to take a look and breathe a little bit. He's been throwing his bat at everything. The Indians do not believe in leaving the ball here. But it's hard to leave those when they just straight down the legs. It feels like there's an easy flick down for 4. End of the over, number 14. It's 80 for the loss of 2.
Paul is on 21 of 23, partnership on 9, and Khan has also come in and played 1 or 2 lovely shots. He's on 8 of 7, and with that last ball being bowled, you can just see the frustration from Jones. Just almost kicking the turf a little bit and trying to be subdued in his disapproval of that last ball for himself. And yes, it is after that wonderful ball that he bowled. The follow ball wasn't great, but he's putting in the hard yards. He's actually bending his back. He's creating problems for the batters. And look, 80 for 2. They've been scoring nice and quick. And we come back to the conversation we had earlier in the broadcast about the frustration with Padikkal. And I think for the selectors, averaging 80 in first class, and as soon as the level goes high, he's just not having that extra gear. He just can't cement his place into a team.
It's not easy, but it shows that each level requires a different mindset. Each format of the game requires a different mindset. You can't play a 50-over game in a first-class match.
There's one or two Indian players that I think will disagree with you. The likes of Virender Sehwag, maybe, saying that why can't you just play the same game?
Oh, it's such a long and different style of game that we have.
I think if you're going to play that game, do it with the bad balls. Make sure you hit the bad ones for the boundaries, and the loose ones you get runs on. And that's what made, going back in the day, Virender Sehwag so devastating, is that anything loose and even a half decent ball was smashed. But he also had a pretty decent defense as well. Like he's coming in to Khan there. You hear the excitement and just the exuberance of the South African team on the field compared to what the Indian team was. Is worlds apart.
100%, and that's what keeps Blackie charging in. He's actually been bowling well here as the pace bowler, has the seam bowler. He's run in from both ends, and it seems as if the varsity end is doing him a lot more favors, running up the slope than him running down the slope. Seems to have more control over his deliveries. This was just that one short and wide which was crunched through the point boundary, but for now he's doing a really good job.
We spoke about it yesterday, up the slope and down the slope as well, and I was actually asked a question last night by one of my older players, and actually said, what's the difference? Not like the slope is a highway up and down. I said the problem is some bowlers, as soon as they run down the slope, they kind of rush themselves in the crease. They run a little bit faster than they would have. The rhythm isn't quite there. Some bowlers prefer just running uphill because they feel the rhythm is a little bit better. So it's not much to do with the ball. There is a little bit of influence as well, but it's more about, if you're talking about running up and down the hill, it's more about the rhythm of the bowler and what the bowler prefers, like bowling with or against the wind. Oh, lovely shot. Just off almost the Achilles there by Khan, just straying down the leg side.
Looking to just go on the attack a little bit, Blackie. And I think that's been the problem with the South Africans bowling in this particular innings. It's the fact that when they are setting up their plans, they are good at setting it up. It's that delivery that finishes the plan, which just loosens the pressure. We saw it with Evan Jones in the previous over, where he was trying to go for the stumps, but it kept on sliding down the leg side. Same thing here with Siaplaki. And I think that just shows the difference and the margins between this level and the level which is higher, where you expect to see your best guys play.
And isn't it almost a carbon copy of what the Indians did in their first day in the innings as well, setting up the batter and then almost letting it slip from there?
Just look at that. Look at how good that is from Siaplaki. But when he wants to go for the stumps, it just becomes a little bit tougher. And I think a good idea would be seeing him come a little bit wider from the stumps or wider from the crease, then angling the ball into the stumps, which will give the impression that the ball is doing the same thing as him, targeting the middle stump, but it's targeting the off stump rather. That would be an interesting variation.
And also, I wouldn't mind, and I know it's a dirty word these days, but seeing a bit more patience when it comes to the bowling. Just keep it there.
See, again.
The line is just off there again. It's just like the patience is not there. You just bowled a brilliant ball. Try and repeat that. Try and repeat the next ball. For 2-3 overs, before you try and do different things, let the batter do something different. because you're in your rhythm, you're in your work, you're doing your thing, your field is set. The batter can adopt. It's not a 50-over game where they'll smash you or go for something, or if it's length, they can get under you. They're just going to play the normal shots and let them do something different, like we saw with Herman in his innings, when that little patch where the Indian bowlers were bowling well, he was walking across his stumps. But it's 85 for loss of 2 wickets after 15 overs, and the run rate for the first time has dropped to under 6. It's now 5.7.
You're very correct about being patient and just being boring. That's the word. Being
Bowling is
boring.
boring.
Doing the same thing over and over and over and over again, non-stop. Because in as much as it's a first-class game and you have the whole day to bat, theoretically speaking, you still want to bat and score runs. Especially when you're coming from a setup like IPL, or you're coming from a pressure environment like the Indian setup.
Oh, fantastic delivery to the right-hander. Jones had been very well to adjust from left to right, and that's the one that nearly snuck through the gates there.
Oh, that's a good one from Evan Jones. I think that's where he wants to be when he's attacking the stumps. You don't want to stray a bit more leg side than that. That's your wicket-taking ball. I think now it's just for him to go back to that boring area, that outside of the off stump. Just try to see if Sarfraz Khan will reach outside of it and then go for that attacking delivery again.
And they're just over pitching slightly, opening up the face. Chase is on, but this outfield has quickened up tremendously. 4 runs.
Wonderful shot. Leaning into it was Sarfraz Khan. Yes, we want him to give us a little bit of more width and just outside that off stump, but not that full. Easy half volley to be dealt with from Sarfraz Khan, and he needed no second invitation.
As we saw, he's not scared to play a couple of shots. But also the bowlers need to realize that there's only 2 places you want to target the stumps. It's either the top at the bails or the base of the stumps. You don't want the ball hitting halfway up, because it's an easy drive, it's an easy ball to play, and it just gives the batters a lot more freedom to play a couple of shots. So that ball was just a bit wider, just could open up the face, go back to where it was, try and hit the bails instead of the middle of the stumps.
There we go. It seems as if the way they set up as they take this quick run.
Oh! Jonesy, the ball just slipping out of his hand. He made a lovely twist there, and would have been interesting to see if he got the throw away. Khan not the quickest between the wickets.
That was a shaky single to take from the Indians, but it's a good single if you are able to make it home, I suppose, because there's a big gap down on the offside. We only have a deep backward point and we only have a mid-off. There's no one in between that huge cover cordon. So I believe that Sarfraz Khan was just looking to put it in that open land and see if he can steal the single. It was too close, way too close to the pitch.
And Jones did brilliant work, covered a big area to get there.
Did a great job, did Evan Jones. Just didn't let it go right at the end. But again, back to the around the wicket strategy to your left-hander.
Jones continuing to the left-hander Paul.
Their bat is so easily attracted to the ball. It's like there's a magnet to leather when that delivery should have been let go. You can let that go, because if you do it tentatively, you give confidence to the batter that you're not knowing what you're actually doing.
And also, it's a big contradiction to what we saw in the South African innings. We were very happy to let those go, where the Indian players are very happy to throw the bat at those ones. Padikal did a great job in his innings, scoring runs from that.
But the problem is the wicket-taking delivery from Padikal was a short and wide ball. And he went for it, slashed hard at it, and he lost his wicket. See there, good patience from Paul, realizing that there's no need for me to play that. So maybe Evan Jones now is going to try and bring it a little bit closer, but we'll see if he has that level of control over his bowling.
Just forcing the batter to play, and we discussed it at length yesterday as well, is if you're going to go hard, you need a good leave. Almost falling over Jonesy there, a little bit of extra effort. and still hearing the fielders talking and saying, Jonesy, great ball, and it's been a fantastic effort thus far. I think South Africans are pulling it back brilliantly. Run rate keeps dropping with every over. There's every now and again a ball that gets away from them a little bit. But with the start they had, 90 for 2 after 16 overs. Paul is there on 21 of 26, and Khan is 17 of 16. Partnership of 19 of 26. They were going at 10s and 8s in the beginning, and then pulled it back nicely.
And they're looking to pull it back even further now with a change of pace by the South Africans. In comes Odirile Motimokwane. He'll be coming in with his slow left arm spinners. Be looking to spin it away from the right-hander and into the left-hander.
It'll be interesting to see if the left-hander will actually take him on. Maybe we know the Indian players are very well known for sweeps. It'll be interesting to see how they go about it. We only saw 1 or 2 sweeps from the South Africans in their innings when it came to the spinners, but they were kind of on top of them, so they didn't need to pull out the sweeps. We saw a reverse sweep from Du Plessis that went over the slips, actually.
It's going to have to see now. Going to have to see how Motimokwane deals with this. It's a completely different test for him. The 22-year-old bowling to players who grew up on spin conditions. You can see instantly the confidence that Sarfraz Khan gets into the pitch of the ball, uses those lovely wrists straight down to the deep cover fielder.
David and I did discuss, this is the conundrum that I think Parsons had, that it's one of those things where subcontinent players come in with the mindset, and you go in with that generalization that they play spin well because they are used to wickets, turning there's a lot of spinners around, and they're not always seamer friendly. So you want to hold off of your spinners as long as you can. You can just see the wrist work there. You mentioned the confidence, but the wrist work immediately. There's a second ball is faced from the spin, and immediately just the wrists coming through, getting into good positions. This would be a great test for our spinners.
Definitely shows that they are unscared, knowing how to work the field around. Maybe Madoff is standing a little bit too deep, but they're looking for the one that's go over the top. But everything is just coming out of the middle of the bat so sweetly.
And the one thing that I think the spinners should be concentrating on here would be length. You don't want to give them anything to head hook it underneath. They will go. Sarfraz Khan will go for you. Oh, lovely dab down to third man. The chase is on. Is he going to stop it off? Fantastic fielding. Brilliant fielding there. Cutting it down to 3. It is Yasin Vali, the senior statesman of the team, shall we say, the one of the all experience, doing the long yards there, and a great fielding on the boundary.
How good was that shot, though, from Sarfraz Khan? There's barely no pace on the ball, but he finds it somewhere with those lovely wrists and the timing and the placement. It nearly was 4 runs, and it truly will be a test here for Motimokwane, who's already given away 5 runs in the over.
There's the one just going the wrong way. There's the fielder. 4 runs smacked through mid-wicket.
Why does it look so easy? It is actually scary how easy the Indians are making dealing with a spin bowler look so easy. And over the period of time, we're seeing the threat of left-arm spin bowlers coming into the game. But, oh man, just looked too easy from Paul.
Oh, lovely footwork. Got in position so quickly. I can see why he's so highly rated in India as well. Gets into those great positions. Oh, there we go. There's a better ball. You just wanted to squirt that one down to a vacant third man. That's the end of the over. 99, 1 away from 100 for the Indian A side. A loss of 2 wickets after 17 overs. 5.8 over run rate. And Paul batting very nicely. He's on 26 of 29. Sarfraz Khan is 21 of 19. Partnership, 28 of just 32 balls.
You know, even thinking about the thoughts of a follow-on here just seems out of this world, simply because of how the Indians are batting. But just as a reminder, even though it is an unofficial test match, it is international, it is first class, but because it's a 4-day game, that follow-on score is 150. So the Indians still need to score another 71 runs to avoid being put into bat again. But the way that they're going, that doesn't even seem like it's in their heads.
Yeah, they're going to see if they can't work off that deficit as fast as they possibly can. They might feel that they want to have another go at the SA batters as well. They felt that they had let it slip. And another change in bowling as Manikam comes in. He is our right-hand off spinner. And just a deep square, 2 sweepers on the boundary on each side. Starts off with a 1. And this is a little bit of a different test for him as well, because he does have a slightly different action than your conventional right-hand off spin.
Kirtland Manikam.
He does go over that front foot very quickly, and it does have a very high action. So this might be the one thing that's a little bit different for the Indian players. And he's got a very quick action as well, but he can float the ball up. So he is a little bit of an indifferent bowler. Oh, chance created and squirted through the gap, and a big chase there on the boundary. And that was nearly caught. Ethan Bosch covering big ground there for the fast bowler. And Manikam all of a sudden creating a little bit of chances.
Very, very nearly for Bryce Parsons at short extra cover. Diving. Fans in the stadium are like, ooh, it's almost there. Nearly giving it away was Paul. Doesn't want to do that. Especially the ball turning away from him. It's going to be a dangerous one.
And very attacking bowling by Manikam. That's kind of what I like. If you're going to take me on, take me on. But it's if you miss, I'm going to hit, or I'm going to get into the game.
He's unafraid here as Manikam. Like you were saying, very attacking. If you hit, I miss, but just a little bit sleeping as he didn't back up his stumps. But it's good work here from Manikam, varying trajectory, varying pace, varying flight. Got to do something different to unsettle batters who are comfortable against spin.
He just looks like the package at the moment as a spin bowler. Oh, slog sweep coming out, and that's what they want to see. We asked the question how long the left-hander will wait till they take on the left-handed spin. And we saw Safras Khan, eyes lit up there, a vacant cow corner. And he thought, let me have a go, and ooh, nearly drag her on inside part of the bat. End of the over, it's 104 for the loss of 2.
Clearly not an easy thing to do to get Manikam away. Wonderful bowling from him. Has been away from the game for a long time. Hasn't played since 2022, last year in October. Applies his trade for the AET Tuskers alongside Yasin Vali, alongside Cameron Shackleton.
It's nice to see these teammates also uplifting one another. And I keep saying it, and it really is something that was great to see while we were batting. They are really playing not just with each other, but for each other as well.
It's a true team spirit here in the South African team. Constantly talking, constantly backing each other up. And
throwing their bodies around as well when necessary. We saw the big fast bowlers covering long yards to pick up balls.
It's actually going to be a real test here for Oterile Motemokwane, because he comes and plays his cricket for the Dolphins down at the Hollywood Bets Kingsmead Oval, and that is a much more spinner-friendly ground and pitch. But here, not so much the case. It's going to be asking something different from Motemokwane. But
and yes, and that was just the ball that they didn't want to see Safras just pop down for the 1, because they wanted the left arm and taking it away from the batter. Now he's coming back into the left-hander, and the field hasn't changed much. It's just the slip coming across.
Seems like he's found his length now, Motemokwane. Seems like he's settled into his work, maybe taking lessons from Manikam in the previous over, where his length should be, and he seems to be implementing them well.
We also saw Parsons just having a bit of a chat to him as well. Maybe just saying, listen, let's just think about what we're doing. Let's not just bowl the ball.
Seems to be much more measured in his thoughts, so much more difficult. The lengths are slightly fuller this time, not allowing them to just move around.
And a little bit wider as well to the left-hander, and forcing him to drive instead of working it onto the leg side.
It's really good work here.
Fantastic over. After the last one, we went for a couple of runs, only one coming from it, and it is 105 for the loss of 2 after 19. Paul is on 29 of 35, and Safras Khan is on 24 of 24. Partnership is 34 of 44.
It's good stuff here. South Africans really starting to bring it back with the run rate at 5.5 now. No longer the crazy 7.5 and 8 runs to the over. The deficit is 214. The Indians steadily just chipping it away. This partnership, like you were telling us, Gert, and even David prior to you, is that it's an important one to break. One of the stronger batters for the Indian lineup. Of course, after this, still having Dhruv Jurel and then Shardul Thakur as we enter the all-rounders.
Oh, the first bad ball that Manikam is maybe just trying to give that one a bit of extra flight and just letting it go a bit too full. But he'll be happy to bowl to the left-hander as well. And it's also about 1 minute of scheduled play left before we go into lunch. So this probably will be the last over before we have lunch.
Oh, how wonderful would it be for South Africans to have something to celebrate about.
A lovely shot through the covers, and a big Ethan Bosch is there on the sweeper boundary, picking it up, flicking it into the gloves of Esterhuizen.
Of course, the Bosch family very much in the world of cricket. Corbin Bosch applying his trade in the Titans, Annika Bosch applying her trade there as well, and being one of the better batters for the South African women's team is Annika Bosch. So it's a whole family affair for the Bosch family.
Those Christmases playing all-rounders would have been indifferent. Floating it up there. Lovely shot by Safras Khan. Just picking up the one. The fielding of the South Africans, the ground fielding has been fantastic. 108 for the loss of 2. Only 2 deliveries to go before lunch.
They really have been throwing themselves around. You get scared when you think any ball being hit in the air could be caught. And the thing is, they've shown that they can catch. Nothing behind the wicket so far, but in extra cover, yes. Backward point, yes.
That last ball had a bit of turn on it as well. That showed there's something in the deck. Oh, flighting it up for the last ball. I think that's what he tried the first ball of the over as well. Just one to Paul. And is that lunch? That is the session for the players. It is 109 for loss of 2 wickets. And the deficit is 210 still to get, chasing that 319. As after we saw in the morning session, Pendulo, we only scored 22 runs for 5 wickets. The Indians wrapping us up very, very quickly. And as I said, Paul on 31 of 39 and Safras Khan 26 of 27.
131 runs in the session. Absolutely ridiculous. That's the Indians' impetus in scoring the runs. But equally, 131 runs and 7 wickets in the session as well. So the game may be more balanced than what we think and still offers both for the batters and for the bowlers. Wonderful 5-wicket haul for Prashid Khan earlier on, getting a hat-trick as well, which just puts an added extras and an exclamation mark and capital letters in what has been an exceptional batting and bowling performance from either team. We'll be coming back just after 40 minutes here at JB Marks Oval. It's lunch with the score at 109 for 2. We're back. The game is back. You had the whole lunch interval to take a look at what the situation is. Right now, the deficit is 209 runs for the Indians, with Ethan Bosch coming in to run. And he's been driven through that small space. It's a brilliant fielding effort from the South Africans. Ruben Herman, after scoring his 95. We return after lunch, well fed. Gert.
Oh, I must admit, food was great, and the dessert was even better.
Ooh.
Nice traditional malphite and custard. Oh, you gotta love it. You gotta love South African cuisine. I'm sorry, best in the world.
None come better. And now we are here. We are getting an extra dose of dessert coming in the form of this wonderful cricket match, which we've had the pleasure of watching since Monday, but Monday was all rained out. Yesterday, South Africa scoring 298, then finally bowled out this morning thanks to Prashad Krishna's fifer. Now Ethan Bosch, Siya Blaki, and the rest of the South African bowlers were looking to take the wickets, but it's Blaki and who was able to take those wickets for the South Africans.
And also Paul there on 33 or 47, facing up is Safras Khan to Ethan Bosch. And we had the one solitary over just after lunch from Bryce Parsons as well, going for just the one left arm off spin. So they're definitely trying just to mix things up a little bit, with the big paces coming in from the pavilion end.
And Ethan Bosch has been getting it nice and full, feels less threatening than his counterparts such as Siya Blaki, who's been charging in, ball out. A little bit easier to deal with, has been going at just over 4 runs to the over. Can't recall oohs and ahs coming in from him running in.
Not yet, but I'm pretty sure there was a little bit of a discussion because he did change ends as well. He came from the university end, maybe feel a bit more comfortable coming down the hill. But he's definitely gone a bit fuller in this spell than he did in the previous one. He tried to bang it in a little bit in the beginning, but this one is definitely asking Safras to drive a little bit more, play with a straight bat instead of that vertical wristy shots that they normally play.
Can't help to feel like you got, just if that is the case, just got his mindset twisted a little bit off. I'm trying to find the right word, because you normally want to bowl much fuller with a brand new ball. And then as the ball gets older, you start using the deck harder. See, now the ball isn't even doing that much for the South Africans. 22 overs old, and it's just easily parried, especially if it's going to be straight at the pads. As we see over number 22 come to a close, 112 for 2.
And it's Paul there on 33 of 47 at 27 for Safras Khan of 31, who's been looking to play shots these entire innings. He might just have an over or two just to have a look at the bowling again, just to get started. But the partnership has moved on to 41 of 62.
Very proper partnership. When it started, it was going out so quickly, because that is the influence that your other batters did. They were coming in and trying to just go hard, especially the likes of Devdutt Padikkal. Devdutt Padikkal was scoring at a brisk rate until Evan Jones was introduced to the picture, slashing one straight to the hands of Cameron Shackleton, who was at backward point. So here Bryce Parsons saw Oderile Madimokwane and spin bowler of Manikam really starting to control the innings. So the captain here, Bryce Parsons, wonder why he didn't carry on with a Modimokwane who had seemed to found his straps.
Maybe after the rest, just giving his seamers a bit of a burst as well.
Much slower through the air as well, this Bryce Parsons.
And not happy with that being a single. You can see him just having a glare there at the fielder. Caught on his heels, maybe just after lunch a little bit. But like I said, just rested a little bit, just waiting your seamers just to come through from one end, and maybe they'll be rotating the spinners from the other end. They might feel that the spin from that end worked better.
But also, I wonder, wouldn't you want to take wickets straight after a lunch session? Wouldn't you want to bring in your attacking options? Because you were talking about Manikan You were talking about how Manikan is so attacking, going for the wickets, going for the wickets. That one was just easily pushed to the cover area to the mid wicket area for one, and they weren't being able to do that against Manikan.
Manningham definitely has got an indifferent action. It does bring you something different with that high, quick arm action that he has. But so far, Parsons has been pretty attacking as well. Not a big amount of turn.
Not a great deal amount of pace either. It's really slow. You see Safraz Khan just taking his own time to get to the stride of the ball, but that makes it so much harder to get away as well.
The deficit's still 205. They need another 55 just to avoid the follow-on. I don't think that would be in their minds too much. Still got 8 wickets in hand. And the way these two went on before lunch, that deficit might be worked off very quickly in this session.
It's got to be the balancing act now for both South Africa and India. We saw yesterday the second session was a little bit pedestrian, just the teams looking to set up the rest of their days. India came in charging hard, hitting runs left, right and centre, going at as much as 8 runs to the over. But now there's so much more control. 23 overs have been completed. It's 204, which is the deficit, with 8 wickets in hand.
And that over from Parsons only went for 3 runs as well. And he's been attacking. He made them play every single delivery. And that might be the reason why he brought himself on. He might just feel that he's the bowler that will maybe get some tap, but he will make you play every single delivery.
That's always the key.
And also, what would be nice is actually seeing him and Manikan bowling together. Manikan is a right-arm offie. He's a left-arm orthodox spinner. So the combination of the two would be brilliant if you can have both ends forcing the batter to play every ball.
Another big advantage as that is easily worked down to deep, fine leg. Running in hard is Siaplaki. Hard, intensive fielding. Running in from deep, fine leg. Basically picked that ball up at backward square. Very strong intent from the big, fast bowler.
But he is very quick across the park. He's got some serious jet shoes. He is a very quick runner.
Still very young as Siaplaki. Also, the Indians were looking to go for 2 there. They were adamant on getting for 2, but such was the coverage of the ground. Kept it to 1. He's now onto the other side of the field, that deep, fine leg. Ethan Bosch just easily being played here. Looking forward to find something that's consistent that he can work with. It hasn't been coming for the man who plays for the Dolphins.
And also, he's been tucked away both sides off the hip, so he's just struggling with the left-right combination that the Indian batters have done. And they're happy to work once and once and once the whole time. But he's just trying to find his line between the right and left combination of Paul and Khan.
You've bowled for a couple of years, wouldn't you say coming... Because I haven't seen the South African bowlers coming over the wickets to the left-hander.
Oh, lovely shot.
We really haven't seen that happen. Too close. Way too close.
Oh, fantastic there. That was nearly a shot that went through the batters, almost feels like it's gone through, and then all of a sudden picked up and nearly a run out there. And Khan would have been devastated if that ball hit. Would be very surprised to see if a direct hit would have cost him his wicket.
And you're just chilling, thinking that the play is dead. But it's never dead until the ball comes back. Just Ethan, I think that's where he needs to just keep bowling, just keep prodding. The pitch is not giving him much. He's not giving the ball much. So just keep the ball to an area where the batters will find it hard to score.
You asked me a question what I think about coming around the wicket to over the wicket and no one coming over the wicket to the left-handers, and it all depends on what the plan is at the end of the day from your captain. I feel with the wider slips that they've had for the left-handers, coming over the wicket and just pushing it across might have been an option.
Also, I say that there's much more control from Bosch coming over the wicket, bowling to the right-hander, yes. But when you're bowling on the same side of the crease, you establish a sense of rhythm, you establish everything that you need to do. It's just a matter of adjusting the line and pushing it an entire stump across. Wouldn't it then be easier to just have that level of control?
It would be, but also bowling around the wicket is a skill. And that is where I think most bowlers and players might be thinking it's a left-hander, so we must come around the wicket. Bowling around the wicket is a skill because your action do change a little bit.
Ooh, and you get edges that come through. Not enough for that to carry to gully, and it rolls down to the third man boundary for 4.
A bit of luck there for Paul. And as I said, coming around the wicket does require a bit of skill because you are very inclined to go a bit more round arm instead of staying upright in your action. Guys like Stuart Broad, Morne Morkel were brilliant exponents of bowling around the wicket to left-handers. They just felt that's more comfortable for them. A guy like Dale Steyn, in the beginning of his career, is just staying over the wicket. He's just swinging it back in. He just loved bowling over the wickets, and he loved bowling to left-handers. Mackay Antini was another one that just loved bowling to left-handers, and he just stayed where he was. So it is a skill. It is a skill set, and your action also needs to complement that skill set.
And just mentioned Mackay Antini and the actions. Mackay Antini with that action where he goes wide off the crease makes it a little harder for him to come around the wickets.
Danger zones coming into place there.
So Bryce Parsons continues with his bowling. It was a lucky squeeze that went for 4 in the previous over as Ethan Bosch induced the edge of Ranjan Paul. The deficit is now under 200 at 197 runs for the Indians.
Oh, that one nearly popped up back to the bowler. Fantastic bowling. Bryce Parsons is really playing around with the pace and the flight at the moment.
And the ball, with the lack of pace, makes it so it's extraordinarily difficult for them to get it away.
You see a little shimmy there, just trying to get the gap as well.
The energy from around the fielders in the South Africans is so wonderful.
And John du Plessis doing the fielding there after his magnificent 109 that he scored as well. Still got a bit of spring in the legs left.
Parsons here, just keeping it steady, just keeping it in the same area. It's going to be the test now for Sarfraz Khan. Can he be patient enough and not just go chasing for deliveries which he isn't supposed to be going after?
Another dot ball, and Parsons, every ball he delivers is that there's ums and ahs and everything. So he's creating something on the crease there. And Sarfraz Khan not looking as comfortable as he was against the other spin bowlers.
Definitely isn't. Again, just getting that one to pop up into the air just for a little bit. But it's survival as we see the end of over number 25. It is 122 for 2.
A maiden over there by Bryce Parsons, brilliantly bowled, and we can emphasize this a lot today. If you're a spin bowler and you have a maiden over against the subcontinent team, that is great going because they're so used to playing spin on decks that turn, and Parsons is just playing around with Sarfraz Khan, and you got to feel that he might be thinking of taking him on a little bit. Not letting Parsons settle because his 3 overs have gone for 4 runs.
Definitely, and this partnership has now gone over the 51 from 80 deliveries. Paul and Khan safely into their 30s. They've been playing well so far, keeping it in order. Here's Bosch. And he's also been dealt with very easily here. You sit and you wonder, Jean du Plessis, after playing so well, scoring his magnificent 100, doing everything that he wanted to do with the bats, with the bowling, and showing a level of patience. One of these gentlemen, either Paul or Khan, are going to have to play an innings tantamount to that.
122 for 2. The deficit is under 200, as you mentioned, Pendulo. And Paul coming behind that one very nicely, looking very solid in his defense. Ethan Bosch walking back, looking very comfortable at the moment. He's definitely bowling a lot better from this end, coming down the wicket. He looks a lot more comfortable. Rhythm looks a lot better.
Just going onto the back foot, getting a thick outside edge, just dropping it a little bit back. And it's well guided as Ethan Bosch continues to seek for that wicket.
He's gone for 30 runs, busy with his 8th over, but take into account as well, he had one over that went for 10, his very first one, where Parikal climbed into him a little bit. 3 balls in this over, and after lunch, looking like the Indians had a proper lunch as well.
Pushing it a little bit fuller this time, looking for somewhere where he can get a threat here. Bosch seems to be not coming, but at least he's getting the economy rates to be pulled back a little bit.
And the combination between him and Parsons are actually working pretty nicely, where he's got someone that's hitting the deck coming in, and you can see everyone just having a chat there, just keeping the level of energy up.
Just throwing it down the legs, searching for something. The length is not there, the line is not there, but what is there for the Indians are 4 runs.
And that is the patience that Paul has shown in this innings. He's waiting for that one that's going to be straight down. He's waiting for the one. We saw he flashed at one. He just got a bottom edge where it was cut off by points, and this one just worked around the hips. It's that around the action that I was talking about when you go around the wicket. That one just a little bit more round arm, just angled into leg stump and then onto the hip from there. Easy to work away, especially with your fine leg being very square. It's always going to be a dangerous thing to do.
You know, looking for that wicket-taking delivery, and you miss it ever so slightly. Players who've been patient, who've been waiting for those deliveries, their eyes are going to light up. Surely they're seeing the ball big, but the way that they are planning their innings now is different. Big edge, but it just drops short. Not enough legs to reach Kali, and he induces the edge, does Ethan Bosch, but to no avail. It's 126 for the loss of 2 after 26.
And the partnership moved on to 55 of 86. And this one just dropping short of Jonesy there. Just short. And those are the ones that you hope is carrying. And we saw with the Indians' first innings as well, they actually moved up a step or two because the ball wasn't carrying. And we've seen now 2 in that same area not carrying as well. So it might be a good idea of maybe just saying, listen, let's just take a step, have the reactions a bit quicker than actually having the ball not carrying.
That is very true. You can even have helmets standing at the slip cordon just for that added layer of protection. But here comes Bryce Parsons again. Seems as if South Africa, just to start off this session, are looking to control the run scoring from the Indians. Not a lot of attacking options in terms of the field placement as well. Just that one slip fielder in Evan Jones. Your mid-wicket who's there, your extra covers there, but not really much where you can say South Africans are going to grab one here.
And also that run rate just dropping for the first time in the game under 5 as well. It's only 4.8 now. And In a 4-day, effectively a 3-day game now, with the first day being rained out, it kind of seems redundant to say, but they were going, in the first 3 hours they're going at 10 and then 9s and then stuck around between 7 and 8 for a long time.
And you know, at that moment, you would have thought that India are looking to take it on. You would have thought that, yes, okay, 319 runs, we're going to score this by the end of the day and try to see if we can make something out of it. But the more this game carries on, Gert, the more the possibility of a result just seems to go further and further away.
And the easy single there, just pushed down. Oh! The intensity of the South African fielders is, I said, easy single, and came charging in there from the mid-on boundary, and nearly created something out of nothing. There's Ruben Herman.
He's everywhere. You can't take him out of the game.
You can't take him out of the game. Sheesh. And it was Padikal who actually took on the bowling quite a lot and had that exuberant strike rate.
But you know, they played 3 matches whilst they were here. India back in 2021-22 played 3 draws, which set up what was a magnificent 3-match series for the tests, where they lost the first match, the South Africans, and came back to win the other 2. But in that India A series, all draws. The series prior to that in 2019, there was a draw. So they've drawn their past 4 games here, South Africa and India A, and this is looking like a procession to yet another one.
Yeah, with only a day and a half left, you feel that one of the teams need a major collapse for this to become result driven. But for now, it's just, I think everyone just trying to make a mark. Safras Khan has been around and out a little bit as well. He just wants to get into his work again. A player like Paul wants to show what he's worth as well. So trying to get the Indian selectors maybe to see them a little bit more. So the result, not always the most important thing. It's what did you bring to the party?
Especially with these players who the likelihood of us seeing them again play for their country in their whites is not going to be that much. So they want to ensure that this opportunity is taken with both hands and feet. Ethan Bosch comes back for over number 9, the Dolphins paceman, bowling to Ranjan Paul, who's on 44 runs. He's been playing well, Paul. Started off hungry for runs. Now he's just slowed down a little bit. But in slowing down, I mean he slowed down for the better, because it keep on flashing. He was creating opportunities for Evan Jones. But now he's really solidified his game and his game plans here. Yes,
and you can actually see that he did slow down a bit, but he got a jaffer from Plaatjes first up as well. He was trying to work that through into the mid-wicket boundary. He got a thick edge through the slip and the gully region. His very first ball that went for 4, and from there it's actually looked pretty good.
Look at that, just you're speaking about it, Gert, how nicely he gets behind the ball, how defensive he is. It's exactly what you need. Which is why it would be so much more interesting to see the South Africans change the angle, give him that width, because we know that he's a player who likes to attack. So give him that width, see if he's going to bite at any of them. He has already bitten at one. Why wouldn't he bite at another one?
Yeah, maybe just try something different. Have that deep point out again, like we saw in the beginning of the innings. He looks very competent there on the front foot, so I think that might be the thing they're going for. But like I said, maybe just give him something different. Just change the angle, make him drive on the angle. Ball going across him. That will bring that gully and backward point into play a lot more. And then maybe expose him like that. Otherwise, he looks very compact. We haven't had a ball try and sneak in between bat and pad like we've had with Safras. So I think that at the moment, we're kind of just bowling the ball at them and hoping that something is going to give.
slashing shots, too wide, too full, and more runs coming in the bags of the Indians. That is Ranjan Paul moving to 48 runs.
And that is exactly what we were talking about with the angle. That would have been a little bit more trickier to throw the hands there. You might get a top edge there. But if you're going to float it up there, it doesn't matter what side of the wicket you're going to be bowling on, it's going to be full.
100%. And the thing is, another interesting thing, I don't know if I'm reaching here, but with the ball coming into the right-hander or to the left-hander around the wickets, if it does get that edge, the likelihood of it carrying to the slip cordon with the sharp deviation of the angle and a slowered wicket, and with the help of just that angling of the bat pointing down, the chances of that ball carrying to slip from around the wicket, not that high from what I am looking at. Coming across the batter with it already going in that area, it's just a slight deflection and just helping the ball onto the slip fielders if you're coming around the wicket, over the wicket.
The tendency is that you'll play with a bit more softer hands with the ball coming into you and a bit harder hands with the ball going across you. So that would emphasize your point. The ball will just carry a bit more because the hands will just be a bit harder through the line. Where the ball comes into you, you tend to take that bottom hand off.
You can see you saw the control of the bottom hand into that shot to redirect it and generate the power through. But it's a good stop from Ethan Bosch. He completes his 9th over, having gone for just 34. Well, not just, having gone for 38 runs. It's 132 for 2 with the deficit on 187.
And Paul closing in on that 50. He's on 48 of 63.
And it's cloud cover. It's just creeping in. Sun disappearing a bit, but it's still beautiful nonetheless here. The JB Marks Oval. It's an internationally rated stadium, and we've seen the outfield quicken up a little bit more throughout the course of the day as well. Yesterday it was dreadfully slow, but it has picked up very gracefully today.
Yeah, we see some cloud cover is expected for the day. No rain forecast, a 7% chance.
Oh.
Most people will then tell you that it's definitely going to rain as soon as it goes under 10. But yeah, only a 7% chance of rain. Sunset's predicted to be around about 7 o'clock tonight.
Oh, look at us having a full day of cricket. Look at Safraz using his crease, using his wrists, guiding that down to the third man boundary. But it's good work again from Yasin Vali.
Yasin Vali has been putting in the long yards in the field there, not just the hard yards, been putting in the long yards. And with the extended play, looks like we're going to go to 6 again tonight. We started off half an hour earlier and also going half an hour later. That little things could create that little bit of a collapse, 2 or 3 quick wickets in clusters, like we saw this morning with the South African innings as well.
But those collapses, it's funny, those collapses normally come after a decent big partnership. You know, you're sitting in the change room, you knock out just a little bit from the game because it's just become a procession of watching the runs being scored. And next thing, brother, you're into bat. And that's how South Africa got that hat-trick to Pradesh Krishna.
Yeah, Krishna actually destroyed us. After the wicket of Du Plessis, he just went on a rampage. He went on a rampage, and he also picked up his last wicket that he picked up, his 5 with, was also the hat-trick ball that he took the wicket. So that was a double dose of lacquer for him. Fantastic work they've done, and Parsons doing a great job here as well.
You know, here just seeing the ball stick up to the crease. And it's easily being dealt with here.
But we can see the Indian players actually doing something different now to Bryce Parsons. They're actually moving across a lot more, trying to create a bit of an angle that they can work ball into gaps. So that's what he's created in his 4.5 overs. It's just that little bit of something else, just that little bit of something extra. Let them take the chances instead of just changing the bowling.
So better cuts, better connection. It's a harder run for Yasin Vali to chase down, which he has failed quite considerably. Such is the timing from Safraz Khan. It runs down for 4, and it's 140 for 2 with the deficit on 179.
8 runs coming from that Parsons over. And that last one was just another clear indication of how good they are square of the wicket as subcontinent players, because there's no place on the ball, but the wrists of Safraz Khan coming into play there and just generating that little bit of pace just from the blade, and the hands, the wrists coming through the ball there, and a fantastic shot there. And we've seen a couple being cut off by Yasin Wali. That one just had a little bit extra zip on it.
He also played the same shots to Otirile Motemokwane prior to the end of the session. And also prior to the end of the session, we saw Evan Jones pick up Padikal with a short and wide delivery, which was cut straight to Cam Shackleton in deep backward point. So he returns, Evan Jones, mini Brian McMillan, as David called him. He's here now, big burly all-rounder. They have an interesting position in Yasin Wali, standing right next to the pitch. But doesn't go there. It goes straight into the pads. It is gloriously punished from Paul. And what a phenomenal and stylish way for the left-hander to bring up yet another 50, making it his 4th.
It's 53 off in good time as well, in 66 balls, being well supported there by Khan as well. But a fantastic innings. Look, after the first ball that he got from Plaikis, from there didn't really look into trouble. Looks like a compact player. You can see why the Indians talk so highly of him. Batting at a very important number 3 as well. With maybe 1 or 2 of the older statesmen finishing up, there might just be room for a classy left-hander in that Indian squad.
Definitely a chance, and with a statistical record that looks as beautiful as Ranjan Paul's does, he could be knocking on those doors. Literally started playing first-class cricket 5 seasons ago, but hasn't played a lot. He's only played 10 matches. This is his 11th. And imagine, 14 times batting. He already has 300s, and this is his 4th 50. Averaging 62. That is some serious numbers.
450s and 300s. Great conversion rate.
Even better. No need to even run at that. Did you see the brand of his bat? Because that is what he showed everyone. It's 4 runs through the covers.
Fantastic shot, and he just leant into that one. And cover fielder he was wrong-footed there, but that one was past him before he could even flinch, and he didn't try and chase, he just collected it. Fantastic shot, and this is what Paul brings to you. He's got that timing, he's got that elegance, and a stylish left-hander that loves to drive. Great shot.
Wonderful shot. That's just a little bit overpitched from Evan Jones. The width wasn't that bad because you saw he played it with the straight bat. He just went onto his front foot so confidently, and it all looked so gorgeous from Ranjan Paul. The deficit now is 171. But you can see Ranjan Paul is trying very much not to play that ball where Yasin Wali is.
And it's a very strange area where they put in Yasin Wali. We haven't seen Paul driving on the up that much. So it might be that they've picked up something, that they want to try something, but half volleys is not going to get Yasin Wali in the game. They need to drag the length a little bit back. That last one was a bit better. Make the batter just play the different angle.
Oi! That is a jaffo for delivery. Hard one to deal with. Hitting the helmet as it runs through for 4. There's no helmet buys. It's still leg buys.
And that's what we want to see. And you can hear the South Africans just getting all sorts of pumped up. And Bosch was not happy with his over thus far, conceding 2 boundaries. And he just decided, listen, I'm just going to wake you up a little bit.
It's a good ball. Jones does ball a heavy delivery. And indeed it was. But with every single time when a batter gets hit in the head, they always have to do a concussion test, always have to see if he's good.
And the physio just going to check the old finger test. Sees if he goes the right way or the wrong way. But yeah, it wasn't. It was Jonesy just coming in there, replacing Bosch. My apologies. And that one just scathed off the helmet a little bit. And this is all just precautionary, and it will also give the umpires a bit of respite as well. You'll see they'll also just have a bit of a talk to one another as well, and Safras Khan having a bit of a rest and a water as well.
Was a
152 for 2.
It was a great ball that from Evan Jones. Safras Khan and Ranjan Paul now having that partnership of 81 runs. The thing is, Paul took the time to be patient when the session started, really just biding his time, waiting for those bad deliveries. Unfortunately, Jones now just giving him a couple of those. Got a wonderful, wonderful glance through to 4, an even better covered drive. So just turning the screws a little bit for him on 57 for 70.
And a partnership moving on to 81. And coming in quick time as well of 109 balls. It's 152 for loss of 2 and a 1 ball to go in this 30th over. My wife.
We return. A concussion test has been done. Radosh Ranjan Paul seems to be on his feet. And it's again straight into the legs of Evan Jones as we see the end of over number 30. It is 152 for the loss of 2.
A partnership of 81 coming in very nice time. It is of 110 balls. Paul on 57 of 71. It is 39 of 55 for Safras Khan. You can see the South Africans just getting together in small groups, just having a bit of a chat. Just thinking what is the next plan, what to do from here. Parsons have been bowling well. The last over was a little bit expensive, but a Safras Khan who played some delightful shots. Delicately shots by the big man.
No, I would have thought after seeing a change down at the pavilion end, we're going to see another change from the other end where you don't want to feel like the batters are just getting into the rhythm of your work. But Bryce Parsons having the need to continue, the urge to continue with his left arm spinners.
Swept down to 45. Luckily they got some protection there. And very strangely enough, also one of the rare sweeps we've seen in the match.
Strangely enough, indeed. But of course, with that man being put there, it means that Bryce Parsons is going to be expected to bowl a little bit more straighter, a little more attacking lines. He also has the support of a deep square leg fielder and a mid-wicket who's there.
And also has got that sweeper on the fence as well. So he's got the 2 sweepers out, and then he's got the 45. Yasin Vali just encouraging here from fine leg end. Manikam all the way on the square leg fence there.
And he's been called to run in from the deep. But this running has been exemplary from the Indians here in the second session. You know, the first session, it was all boundaries, it was all big hits. And all of a sudden now, they're looking to bring it back in, using the ones and twos, churning out those runs ever so steadily.
But the intent to run was always been there. Even with the boundaries flowing, the intent to take singles, the intent to run, intent to get the scoreboard ticking was there the whole time. And that, I feel, was the difference between the one or two partnerships that we had in our innings. But again, same as SAA, they're building partnerships after wickets have fallen.
Building those partnerships is going to be important.
But the first wicket that fell was Paul coming in and playing a supporting role to Padikal. And then after that, with Padikal out, he's now taken the senior mantle from a senior player, which is Safras Khan. Oh, lovely shot, using his feet and just chipping that one over mid-wicket as a lovely 6 there to Paul.
Cracking shots from Ranjan Paul. Just waiting for the one that he's going to be able to dispatch. He gets to the pitch of the ball, lightning quick feet, and he dispatches Parsons over the top. Maybe, just maybe, that might be the end of Parsons for his current spell. He's gone for 21 runs in his 6, with the score on 159 for 2.
And Jones continuing from the pavilion end. Yeah, that might just be the end of Parsons, I feel. He's had 2 overs where they've kind of taken a liking to him, and it's both batters that's actually gone after him, not just the one. And he might just be enticed to get Manikam another go from that end, maybe. He created 1 or 2 chances when he was bowling, or maybe even bring Plaatjies back and then change ends with Manikam and let him come from the pavilion end like he did before lunch.
And the advantage thing here is that Plaatjie was able to use both ends pretty well. He got a lot of danger running down the pavilion end, eventually getting his wicket down that end as well. But also when he was coming up the varsity end, running up the slope, just kept on getting oohs and ahs, beating the outside edge and being consistent in his line. And funny enough, running up the slope, he gave away far less runs than he did running down the slope.
It's just that maybe the rhythm was a bit better coming up than going down.
Evan Jones, he comes in. Very interesting field. We have a man who would be at second slip, just pushed down to the boundary. He now stands at a fine leg, third man.
Yeah, it is a very indifferent field that they've got for Safras here. They're definitely going to come in with a bit of an inventive plan. They do have the fine leg on the fence, maybe for a short pitch ball, as we saw Jonesy bowl a very good bumper. Then they've got a fourth slip, almost just round about a gully area that they have.
Interesting position of that fly slip position. It's actually a fly slip, third man.
Oh.
And you know what's strange? India did use this exact same field yesterday. I think it was Deshpande who was bowling, and he was bowling to, I can't remember, but got a thick outside edge, and the ball flew through the slip cordon. I think it was Jean Duplessis. Flew past the slip cordon exactly where second slip would be, and it prompted a change in the field where they then threw in that second slip over there. Just like South Africa are doing now, the man comes into the slip cordon actually.
There was a single there by Safras Khan, just taking him to 41, getting off strike. And for the left-hander, you can actually see the brain trust working there. The wheels are turning.
Parsons looking to take advantage of that flick off the pads. And because he's already there, Parsons, the field moving a little bit square around the leg side.
And he's got a leg slip in place, and a wideish leg slip. And then he's also got, again, it looks like about a third slip, three and a half that they've got in place as well, with a backward point and a short catching right in front of the batter's eye. It is a very short mid-wicket there. So, sorry, not a short mid-wicket, it's a very straight mid-wicket actually, almost a very short mid-on that they've got on the next to the pitch there. So they're definitely going for. They've got something brewing. They've got a plan that they're working towards.
That's that plan that they're looking to get, but just a little bit misdirected from Evan Jones, because it really does look like a setup for one that is coming onto the throat.
Yes, and maybe just forcing the batter to play over that mid-on.
And Paul wouldn't be surprised to see Paul look to take it on. He's been taking it on everywhere.
And he's on 63 of 75. He's been batting brilliantly. And Sarfraz Khan has moved on to 41 of 61. Jonesy squared him up there a little bit. There was a little bit of shape away from the left-hander, it looked like. Just squaring him, the left-hander up.
Finally something for the bowlers to get excited about. But just playing a little bit inside the line there was Paul, making the ball look better than what it actually was. But attacking lines, attacking lengths from Jones.
Jones went very wide there on the crease there as well. So it could be that one, and then just instead of just straightening up a little bit, they'd, like I said, playing inside the line. Going for it again, and this time not getting the same result that he did the previous time. That one threw actually very nicely and carried nicely to the keeper there. It is 160 for the loss of 2 wickets after 32 overs. Run rate has crept up to 5 again after we had them at 4 for quite a while. And Jones, 5 overs have gone 1 for 29, and Parsons bowled his 6 overs for 21, and we're going to see a change in bowling. And as we predicted, Manikam coming in from the varsity end. We bowled very, very well just before lunch. He had 1 or 2 brilliant balls, and he actually got some purchase and got a little bit of turn as well.
It's going to be interesting then to see how he's going to work coming up the slope. That's where you're going to expect more purchase as a slow bowler. Bryce Parsons has temporarily left the field and has been replaced by Hlompomo Dimokwane, who's currently stationed at deep backward square. Manikam, though, he's ready. Can he generate more oohs and ahs and possibly a yay for the South Africans?
Oh, there comes out the sweep. We've got great work here by Plaatjes. He's covering a huge area, but fantastic running as well by Sarfraz Khan.
Tough work for the man at the deep who had to come in hard. He's the only one patrolling that deep area. It's Hlompomo Dimokwane. He is the replacement fielder for Bryce Parsons, so his legs are quite fresh to cover everything. Sweep shot with authority. Again, Hlompo must cover that whole area. They come back for 2, but a little bit more positive as we see the sweep shots now come out from Sarfraz Khan.
And in Modimokane household feeling very proud. They've got both brothers on the field at the moment. Mom and dad can be very, very proud of that.
Older Hlompomo Dimokwane, pace bowler for the Northwest University Dragons. Otirile Modimokwane, spin bowler for the Hollywood Bets Dolphins down in the coast of Durban. There's a Bosch in the team who has a brother, Corbin Bosch, and a sister, Annika Bosch.
Oh, lovely shot. No chance there. Oh, not hitting his lines and straps at the moment. Sarfraz Khan has moved on to a lovely 49. That ball was slashed, just short, wide, and just hammered away.
Great shot from Sarfraz Khan. You know, with those couple of sweep shots, just throwing off the lines of Manikam, feeling like he has to go a little bit wide and pull the length back, maybe get a top edge through a sweep shot. But little did he know that the diminutive Sarfraz Khan has funky feet. Funky feet allowing him to use the entire crease, whether he's going down the track, whether he's going left or right to the track to open up or come inside the line of the ball. Inventive batting as he's currently on 49 runs.
Yeah, it's a much better line, much better angle that he's bringing into the right-hander. 49 of 66, looking for that one just to notch up another 50 in his career. And there it is 50 up for Sarfraz Khan, coming off 67 deliveries, and that is his 10th 50, but just shows you the conversion rate of this bat. He's got 13 hundreds, more hundreds than 50s in his first class career.
It's so easy to read the stat line and think that no, he's got 13 50s and 900s, but no, it's actually the other way around. That's why he averages 72 runs in first class cricket. He notches up yet another 50, and that is amongst the package of the over 3,500 runs that he scored in his 60 innings. Very good work from Sarfraz Khan.
It is 169 for a loss of 2 wickets, 33 overs gone. It is Jones continuing, starting his 6th over. He's picked up the wicket of Padikal. He's gone for 29. And this is the bowler that they've had a very inventive field with. And the batter they've had the inventive field with a very fine third man, a gully, a leg slip. They've done away with the short catching there next to the crease. Straying onto the legs, just clipping it off. And for a man that's just notched up his 10th 50, that's going to be very, very hard to manage. And that is the 100 partnership of 129 balls between the two. So Paul has got 63 of 77 and a 52 for Sarfraz Khan. 100 partnership, our first one of the game.
That is some serious stuff. After having so many partnerships for South Africa, reading to 319 that they eventually scored.
Oh, that's the first one. They actually went for the short ball. That one just plugging down, but definitely will still reach the boundary first. And Jonesy got hands on hips. He knows he wasn't in control of that shot. He just got under it a bit more than he expected. The intent was always to hit it upwards.
Always. Not getting the full control. Lucky for it not to be completely miscontrolled into the hands of the mid-wicket fielders. But Cameron Shackleton could only run and collect that at the boundary. They now need less than 144 runs. It's guaranteed that South Africa will be batting again should the chance present itself. I mean, there are still 8 wickets in hand here for the Indians. So many runs on the board for them. So much talent in the batting lineup as well to make that a possibility.
They don't have a very long batting lineup, but they do. Their all-rounders also can hit the ball. They can score at a good tilt as well. So, and that's a fear that I think SAA will have, is even though they're getting to the all-rounders. Oh, Edge just avoiding S-trays. Wow, that was fantastic. Just avoiding S-trays in there. Connor just couldn't get far enough across. That would have been down the throat of first slip.
That's exactly what happened for the Indians as well, where they had that man standing at that third man directly in line with where the ball went in the air, and so has been the case. And you know, with yesterday's for South Africa, it was a wild slash, maybe a slash that wouldn't have been taken if there was a slip, but that was a brilliant delivery from Evan Jones, putting Sarfraz Khan in a bit of duress, but he lives to see another day.
Another single taken through Sarfraz Khan, moving him to 57. Oh, this one's just a bit wayward, just going a bit wider. I don't think Paul at this stage of his innings will be enticed to go for a big slash outside, although there is no protection out there as well, so it's not the smartest ball to bowl. He's got no third man, no sweeper, no deep point. He's only got the 4 fielders on the offside. He's very much attacking leg side field, where he's got protection on fine leg and also on deep square. So his captain is asking him to go a little bit straighter. Oh, and just overstepping there, going for that extra yard of pace. And it's the second front foot no ball by the SAA.
Well, captain wants a lot of things from his bowlers, but definitely not an overstepping situation. Evan Jones just feeling a little bit hard done by the fact that such a good ball didn't earn him a wicket, even though it induced a very healthy edge. It's going to be important for the all-rounder now not to lose his head, just to keep it steady, not look to force the situation.
Oh, another one uppish and falling short of that point fielder. You can just see everyone just holding hands on hips, hands on mouths, knowing that was another one that could have easily seen the end of Paul.
Ooh, this one a little bit wider though. Evan Jones pushing the ball wider as well, drawing a full stroke. But the thing is, they all count. 142 runs to win. No runs from that particular ball though.
And I was just saying that I don't think he'll be enticed to go for that wide slash, but because there's no protection, I think he took. He felt that he could chance his arm a little bit. If it goes past or just over, he'll be happy.
But we see the end of over number 34. We've been at it for an hour in this session. The score is 177 for 2. And because of that, the players are going to have a drink in what has been a frustrating session for the South Africans.
Yes, partnership of 106, deficit of 142. We'll be back in 5. Let's just go wet the coggles a little bit. 1.
And welcome back to the JB Marks Oval in Potchefstroom, the northwest province of South Africa, seeking out that score still remaining of 142 more to this 177 for 2. India A on the charge in parts, but that last session a little bit flat from South Africa A. Not really asking questions, barring that spell from Jones. Manikam has been dispatched a couple of times, and what question will he ask of Khan? My name is David Midgley, alongside me is Gert Maloney, and Gert, you'll tell us what you've thought so far of this India A innings after this. Down the ground, it's high in the air, it's going to go all the way. Nearly took out the security guard. It's 6 to start.
Catch it! Yeah, security guard getting out of the way there. Didn't feel like catching it. That was thumped hard. And Manikam is getting taken a liking to by Safras. He has really gone after him in the last over or so. He's moved on to 63, joining Paul there on 63 as well. And he's a strong batter. Look, if you have more hundreds and 50s in first class cricket, you can play.
Manikam getting a bit of fortune in his favour there. It looked like he overpitched it and tried to rush Khan there.
Jean du Plessis actually anticipating very well there.
Very comfortable for these two. They've put on 112, now 113 from 138 deliveries.
Going at a decent rate as well. I mean, if you look at the two batters, I mean, 63 of 81, 64 of 73, and the partnership of 138 balls. It's a decent click in a 4-day game.
Nearly 5.5 to the over. South Africa A have been expensive since the first over of the day. Ethan Bosch and Siaplaiki were being dispatched to all parts. Nobody's really been able to silence this pair. Extra bit of flight there, trying to lure him into a rare false stroke, and they'll get to the other end without any trouble.
And Paul has just looked very composed. He's played 1 or 2 wayward shots. He was lucky with the ball that dropped short of cover point a couple of overs ago. But other than that, he's looked very elegant. He's looked very good as a left hand, and Safras has been the enforcer.
Too much width, but they do have protection out there in the deep on the offside. And Manikam's been a little bit of a mixed bag, almost thinking about a bag of marbles that you used to get as a kid. There's all different types. Yes, he is bowling deliveries, but all too often the length, line and pace at which he bowls can be too varied far too often.
And then we compare that to the over that he bowled, the 2 overs that he bowled just before lunch, and he was turning it, he was hitting length, he's making the batters play every single ball, and nothing, gave them no width whatsoever.
Isn't that always the case, that there's just a couple of overs prior to an interval, and you really get into things, and then the umpire removes the bails and says, "We'll have lunch, fellas." But after that, it doesn't always continue in the great momentum that you had previously.
And also changing ends might not have helped him as well. Spinner's not that much concerned about up and downhill running, but if you're comfortable at one end, you want to keep them busy in one end. So that might have been something that's played on his mind as well. But also he came in into the attack again when Paul and Safras was really set.
Evan Jones to begin anew. Pitched up there, great fielding to cut that one off, and you can hear the elations as Manikam, having completed an over, is immediately involved in the game once again.
And Jones has been bowling well. He's gone for runs, yes, but he's actually bent his back. He's actually running very hard. He's tried things. He's done different things.
Short and helped round the corner for another easy single. The frustration, I think, for the South African A team here is there's been moments of brilliance, but it's not been consistent enough to truly build pressure, barring the second wicket falling for India A. That I really felt at the time was due to the pressure that had been built up before.
But it's that patience again that we've been speaking about over the last 2 days, even in the Indian bowling innings as well. It's that patience that's been the problem. They bowl 1 or 2 good balls and then they want to try different things. They want to try different things every time. Just keep it there. Let the batter do something different and then adjust your field from there, but keep bowling in the same spot. It's too many balls that's been bowled in almost 2 lines, 2 lengths the whole time. Not a consistent line and length you can set the field to and say, listen, this is the plan, this is what we're going to do. As we see another change in the field where we're going to have our fine leg and square leg out on the fence.
And the square leg has to come in front of square. Mtokotsisi Shezi will be looking with great focus on where he is, because you remember with the leg slip in place, there won't be a permissibility for more than 2 behind square. It's part of the laws indicating that it would be a no ball. Coming off the back of that bodyline series in the early 30s, I believe it was the 1930s, in which they found that it was bowlers would just run in and bowl multiple short balls in the over. That's exactly what we see from Evan Jones, and that's exactly what's needed. He just looks over at the square leg umpire, does Paul, perhaps with puppy dog eyes, to try and get a favourable decision.
You get a wide going there, but that'll be 1 for the over. Allowed 2 bumpers, and you can actually just see the fielders walking a little bit closer to the batter, just having a bit of a chat. And the energy in the field for the South Africans has been fantastic. They've been flat spots, but compared to what we've seen in the Indian bowling attack.
Oh, there's a bit of a mix-up. If he had hit, that would have been the end of it. Yes, no, and he was in no man's land. And that's where that intensity pays off, producing opportunities. Just watching this delivery again from Evan Jones. Gentle delivery, and immediately the South Africans were all on top of it.
But there was never a run there. If you look at the replay there, it was just a bit right to that fielder on his right hand, and he could. Safras would have had no chance to get in. So it might be just those little things that you want going your way. Miscommunication here, miscommunication there. Stay awake in the field. It's coming.
Immediately the South Africans are in the ear of the batsman. It doesn't matter that there's a 116 run partnership. The South Africans always have this innate belief that something is coming. It's been a long while since they have found delight in picking up an Indian A wicket. So you've got to just have that hope, that belief that something will manifest.
And keep working hard, and it's what we said in the beginning. You don't want to wait for the ball. You want to expect the ball every single time.
Another short ball to conclude the over. 36 gone. It's 187 for 2.
I feel they're going to use the short ball. It might just be not that short. Paul is not the tallest player around, and Safras neither. So if you're going to dig it in short, 100%, but just get it up to the throat or the grill area. Just maybe give him an instinctive pull instead of just letting him just duck under it and it's well over the head.
Manikam continuing here, because you'll remember that Bryce Parsons is not on the field, and that's why there's a it was not on the field for a time. He's back now, but there was quite a significant number of players, 3 or 4 of them, that had come together to discuss what the plans were for the South African spinner. Yasin Valley playing a role. Evan Jones now having his time off the field as Hlompo Modimokwane is back on the field. He's spent a little bit of time on the field this afternoon, has Modimokwane, and they've certainly made him earn his match fee running all the way around the park. He's going to be sent now to the backward point region.
And not that Jones is a bad fielder at all, but he is so quick around the park.
So nearly could have materialized something there. Khan didn't really look comfortable with it, just kind of prodding his bat at that one.
He's been using those wrists to generate a bit of pace. And that was more of a cheeky guide than anything else.
Good sweep there, good sweep. We've said that there was not enough of those. Something perhaps lacking from the South Africans' arsenal. And that will give some hope as well to Manikam. You just have this small belief that when the sweep shot does come out, that it just takes a small error for you to snatch a wicket.
It just gives you that belief of, I can just get a bit more refs on the ball, a little bit of bounce, top edges coming. And with the huge field we have here, JB Marks, it's hoping that it finds a fielder and not grass.
Struck in front, loud appeal. Not given. Not out, not out. If there were a review system, they might have gone for it. We do have a replay here. Just having a look, he's coming around the wicket. A little bit of a higher release point there, and maybe just going down the leg side. Goodness me, I'm not sure how he's left that one alone.
Oh my greatness! Apologies for the exclamation there, but oh my greatness! I think that Esterhuizen is asking if is this varnish regulation, because why would you leave that?
This is exactly what Manikam needed after the last over being a challenging one. His family is here to support him. We also had King Peterson's family support. It's good to see when families come out, but as a player you always want to maybe not show off, but do well enough to be commended at the end of a long day's play. And it's the end of the 37th, 189 for 2.
Also keeping in mind that once you've reached this sort of level and provincial and first class cricket, that those people have been responsible for driving you around from field to field, practice to practice, coach to coach. So they do deserve a little bit of credit, and the thank you they normally would ask is performance. When it counts, make it count.
Yeah, it's normally the batters who will raise their bat aloft to their family in the galleries. Bowlers, perhaps if they pick up a fifer, that will be a nod to those who've supported. It's such an important role that families play.
A little bit of a point to wherever the family is. I've seen bowlers love doing that, just acknowledging, thanks mom, thanks dad.
Absolutely. And acknowledging that there was need for a change. Bryce Parsons switching it up. Siaplaki bowling from the pavilion end, and he's going to come around the wicket to the left-handed paw.
He started off in this end and bowled very well, but then changed ends and bowled even more economically up the hill. So going down the hill again. At first ball he bowled at paw was a Jaffa where he got that outside edge.
Outside edge, just running down to that gully region. You said it, and that's exactly what he's produced. There's men catching cover at a straightish, short mid-off. Mid-wicket is right under his nose as well. Square leg is creeping up in here, and that's what they're trying to do, just constrict things.
And that is exactly the ball that got the edge. This is Paul's very first ball that went down to the fence for 4.
This time in favor of the right arm seamer. He goes again. It's good energy, good energy. A little bit of a fumble there from the man at mid-on.
Manikam struggling to pick that one up there.
Isn't that always the case though? You've completed an over and then the ball immediately comes to you. I think that's why fast bowlers prefer if they can go hang out at fine leg off, or particularly quicker bowlers will prefer to get out of the ring. Ball's almost like a magnet when you least need it to be.
It's just that switching off period that you need sometimes.
Rushed him a little bit there, a little bit late on that one. And we asked from the conclusion of the previous Evan Jones over that they would persist with effort deliveries, really have a go here. It's that type of wicket that if you are really pushing yourself, you may yet find success. It's when you hold back, that's when the batters are going to climb all over you.
And also, they are in a situation where this players in this SAA team might not be the same as the next 4-day that we're going to see from South Africa.
That's very, very, very late. Very late for him to pull out. I'm surprised that he's pulled out that late. And if he had hit the stumps, Siaplaki, that would have presented a conundrum for umpire Siphelele Gasa.
And Safra's just having a chat with his batting partner.
Maybe just mentioning that Yassine Valley was still having a chat with him. Bryce Parsons, if so, I'm not quite sure there. Is that a dot or is that a dead ball? Because umpire Gasa not signalling a dead ball, so excuse me, it will be considered a dot. Goodness, how dramatic would it be to have picked up a wicket there?
It would have been interesting to see what the decision was, because I mean, a dot ball, no real effect on the game. A wicket, huge effect on the game.
Again, rushing him, bending his back here. And I mentioned it earlier, there's no real express pace in this side. But what this game does is presents an opportunity for some of these team players to go out in that South Africa A team on Boxing Day and show their skill. Remember, there's still 2 places to be named. Number 12 and 13 in the squad have not yet been named for the South Africa A game against India A on Boxing Day.
And that
would be crucial.
Yeah, and that's kind of what you want. This might be your only opportunity to show your worth. So why hold anything back? Run in, hit the deck, do what you have to do.
Outside edge and just beats the right hand. So close. He's lifting his bat to say, I'd like another willow. That doesn't work, but it worked well enough.
This donut doesn't have a middle. But yeah, oh my greatness, Plaatje has been probably the unluckiest bowler of everyone thus far. He's had Paul 3-4 times beaten already, finding the edges, just not, and this one carrying for a change, just evading that right hand.
Sometimes you just can't win as a bowler, steaming in, really putting in the effort, nearly getting reward for it. Looks like we're going to have a bit of a delay here as they're looking for a new bat.
And not understanding which one he's looking for. As we know, batters are just as superstitious as anyone when it comes to bats. You'll start off with one, and then he wants the one with the pink grip, and then the orange grip, and then the gloves with the blue stripe, and then the white stripe. And there's always something happening. There's always one or two sort of superstitions that creeps in.
Saw in a women's WBBL game recently how a player said, "Oh, bat's broke. You can hear on the stump, my bat's broken. Gonna need a new one." And then her partner at the other end says, "You want a new bat?" And she said, "Snuff it, I'll still hit it." Does that, hits it for 6, but in the process the bat breaks in half. It was just absolutely incredible to see. Sometimes players are not so particular about it, but sometimes they can be quite finicky about it. I remember all the stories of Neil Mackenzie being as superstitious as he was.
Yes, there was stories about cracks in the pitch and walking into his end and all that sort of stuff. There was major superstitions. There's I know batters who always dress from the left side to the right side. Left sock first, right sock, and then as soon as you get to the pants, the left leg will go in before shirt, the left arm will go in. It was always a funny thing. We used to ask them which side of the box they put in first as well. But,
Absolutely, which almost goes beyond just superstition but folklore.
Yeah.
Bryce Parsons just remonstrating with umpire Mtokozizi Shezi. This is unnecessary delay, and he's completely correct in this. Umpire Gasa just saying, fellas, can we not just get on with it, please? Because
just do what we did back in the day. Just swap bats in the middle of the crease. Like
you hold mine and I'll bat with yours.
Yeah. Because this has been a 3 or 4 minute delay now just for a new bat. It's going to be a long trip. They went to the shops to fetch it.
Maybe they've gone to cut it down. So hopefully we get some resolution here quickly, because this is just something that will play into the favour of the South Africans. Maybe a word here or two. And eventually the bat makes an appearance, and I hope for the sake of time that it actually is the right one, because if it's not the right one, we might just walk away, go fetch a cup of coffee and come back to you.
But then again, if this will be very interesting if he takes it, because if he doesn't take it and sticks with the broken bat,
then even worse.
How cracked was it? But he did change bats. There is definitely a change in bats. So this often brings fortune to the fielding team once you've changed the bat.
Getting in the mind of the batting side, just breaking that concentration.
We'll most likely ask him, is there runs on there? Does it have a middle? How's the edges looking? I see that you used some lipstick there in the middle. Painted it in.
Still got to fix the grip before we can get underway. This could take some time yet.
Oh my greatness.
We can only laugh because it's that kind of delay that's, it's almost as if, one spike has fallen out. Shompo Mudimokwane has been dispatched out to the long on boundary. Other than that, square leg, mid-wicket and deep point out. So just the 5 men in the ring, and now they've decided mid-wicket's going to come on in and hang out almost at a 3/4. Manikam bowls almost a flattish type action. It's not as bouncy as you would expect for an off spinner.
He's almost dragging that front leg back to go over it.
Bit of an outside edge there, good protection. Parsons with a wicked throw, maybe trying to get under the skin of the indomitable Khan.
And also, if something happens here and Khan loses his wicket, that could be a break in concentration that the South Africans needed. It was unnecessary delay that we had. But if we can get a wicket here, they might even ask him to cause another delay because it's working for us.
You ask for a new shoelace or perhaps a new screw on the helmet. But this has been better from the South Africans.
Much better.
They've cut down that run rate to 5 when it was 5.5 for so long. At what point it was 7 today when you and I were on commentary earlier in the day.
And consistently stayed on 7.
He comes round the wicket, does Manikam. Outside edge, it'll run away to the deep backward point boundary. Just glided it down there.
And it just shows the wrists coming into play of the subcontinent players again. Not completely out of the middle, but it just flew off the bat. And no chance for Plaatjes to get that ball. And another boundary for Paul, who's moved on to 73.
Far too much width from Manikam. He's much better when he's tighter to the stumps. He's got to be bowling, especially with the protection out at deep square. He's got to be bowling that middle and off line, or perhaps middle on its own.
I agree with you. Bowl more stump to stump at the moment. Try and attack the middle and turn it from there. If it doesn't turn, you can still play it off the pad, but there's protection there on that mid wicket. So bowl more stump to stump.
Just pushed it away. It's almost a back foot square drive on the onside. It's not a conventional stroke, but it's an effective one for him.
Yeah, picking up another single there, and that's exactly what we're talking about. If the ball turns from there, you'll be sorted. If it turns from there, you'll be in with a shot, hitting top of off. If it doesn't, that's where it's going to go. So it's forcing him to play instead of just slashing at the ball.
It's a good way to end the over. And with 39 gone, it's one away from 200. 199 for two. Paul on 74 from 100. And Khan 68 from 81. Partnership 128 from 165. And they've had to just bat within themselves just a little bit, despite the torrent of runs we saw prior to the lunch session.
But also, I think this is the way they've been set up as well. They've been very positive in their stroke play and got the bowlers to bowl shorter spells, so they got new bowlers at them the whole time as well. And if you look at the setup with Padikal getting them off to a very brisk start, these two could just consolidate, just play their normal games. But also has not been shy to go for one or two.
Not at all. He might yet go again. I have a sense of Blakey doing something in this over. He immediately sets off. Khan is not interested. That's something. That's exactly what I'm talking about. The game has this energy around it, this feel that something's going to happen, something's bound to happen, and if not Siaplaki, then who else? But that's twice now that's happened, where he's dropped and immediately set off, maybe feeling a bit of anxiety.
And the experience of Khan just saying no, not a yes, no. My no is my no, and he's just resting on his bat. There was no interest in both those instances of Khan even attempting the run, and both times excellent calls.
Sweeper in the field, 2 gullies. Pushes it onto the onside, immediately wants to set off. There's a shot, the non-striker's in, but it's missed. And so he gets home in the end with some comfort and nervous applause from the dugout to our left-hand side. The Indian dugout sensing how important it was for him to just get to the other end.
That was a much better call as well. It was to the left of the fielder. He had to come around the ball to pick it up and then throw it in, and played with a little bit of softer hands as well, not timed as well. So even if the direct hit, I think he would have been safe comfortably.
It's never easy throwing at the stumps when you've got just one to aim at. Bryce Parsons now having a word with Paul. That's exactly what you want. You're right there. You may as well have a word with him, have a chat. A polite conversation, perhaps a polite inquiry. Blakey now over the wicket to Khan.
Oh,
full toss, and he's hit him right on the hip. Oh. They've asked how was that. Gasa just saying no, but that's hit him almost right on that hip. There's no protection there. You've got a thigh pad, but when it's hit you right on the crest of the hip. Bryce Parsons still remonstrating with umpire Gasa. Hey, now that would have hurt.
Oh, that looks like that just missed all padding. And it was a soft thud, so that was... it looks okay, though.
He might yet be a bruise this evening when he's in that cold bath.
Yeah, I think Safras Khan will enjoy a nice pack tonight. Fisher getting about 5 steps into the field and then got sent back.
Yeah, it's a long way through to the middle. Potch, JB Marks Oval, and the Mangaung Oval in Bloemfontein, one of the bigger fields. 140 meters across, boundary to boundary at the Mangaung Oval. I don't know if I would. I don't know if I'd like to be running square leg to square leg or fine leg to fine leg.
Yeah, we've got a field back at home that from the crease to the fence is a 91 meter boundary. So running fine leg to fine leg, almost doing a 160.
Fine leg to fine leg from a left and right hand at the same end is still going to be
It's a
worthy
big
of
travel.
1,000 steps, I'm sure.
It's a big travel.
Tucked away off the hip. Lead leg buys.
I remember Imran Tahir asking us a simple question: why? That's all he wanted to know was why.
Why so big?
It's been like that for 30 years. It's sometimes change just doesn't happen that quickly.
For my mind, looking at a field this large, it almost excites me as to how many mini cricket games you could get on here.
Oh my greatness!
80, 90 stations possible. Now, that's where the journey for many South African kids in the game of cricket begins, the KFC mini cricket. Go down the leg side. How's that is the question. Nope, no real excitement from Connor Esterhuizen. There was something that happened in the over, just not a wicket. So at the end of 40, it's 201 for 2.
Yeah, he nearly took out Khan there in that over. Almost miscommunication, then almost injury. You can see Khan still just dipping that hip a little bit. Just, I think he'll feel that effect. And we got a change in bowling here as well. We got Oradile coming in, and this is an interesting change because he was preferred before Manikam and Parsons, and then kind of fell away a little bit, and maybe just bring him back to see if there's going to be something else.
Comparatively with his compatriots, he wasn't the most expensive. So Oradile now gets the opportunity to bowl his third. Modimokwane Shumpo makes his exit from the field, and I was almost desperate to have a wicket caught Modimokwane, bowled Modimokwane. It's like Morkel caught Morkel, or Chappell caught Chappell, or unlikely with the Chappell brothers, maybe Flower, Whittle. There's so many brothers that have been through.
The War brothers, I know.
The War
had a
brothers
couple.
as well. Extra width, and he's got him! First ball of his over, and he's got the man. What a brilliant choice by the skipper. And he'll say, well, job done then, fellas.
Yeah, it just shows you it's not always the best balls that takes the wickets. And it's not quite the catcher you had in mind, but it's a wicket down for SAA.
I said something might happen in the previous over. It just took one ball of Modimokwane's third over rather, the next over, and Khan has gone. A little bit of a soft dismissal, a little bit of a throwaway there, and finally SAA have the breakthrough. Bharat, the captain, now coming to the crease, and would have a little bit of pad rash coming out, having waited as long as he did. There was a mammoth partnership.
It was a huge partnership, and finally broken by the South Africans. It was coming as well, because there was a couple from the edges that fell short and that sort of thing. So there was a couple that fell short. There was one or two chances created, and now the captain joining Paul at the crease. Interesting to see what his tactic would be. They're on 201 for 3, still deficit of 118, which I don't think is in their minds that much, because I mean a day and about 4 hours left.
Jean du Plessis with his second catch, and came quite briskly to him. Bharat now comes to the wicket, making his debut way back in the 2012-2013 season. And just him and Shardul Thakur having made their debuts that far back. 75 matches before this, 103 innings. And rather, not 75. It's 145 innings, 92 games, and 4,872 runs, coming at an average of 36.63. His best was a triple century in his second season against Goa, but he's got 9 centuries and 27 50s. How they would love to have one more of those and more.
And one of the favorite sons of India being dismissed, Safras Khan. It is the captain now joining his partner Paul. And hopefully this will just get the tails up of everyone a little bit. Just getting the South Africans going, will just getting everyone just on the go a little bit.
Nearly trying to replicate that. Nearly trying to replicate it. Didn't get under it as Khan did.
And if you want to be very specific, that's almost a better ball than the Khan dismissal. It was a lot straighter, not as wide.
Oh my goodness, in front. How can that be or not? Oh goodness.
Oh, we would love to see the replay on that one.
Umpire Shezi unmoved, pleading South Africans. Number 14 against number 14 here.
Oh. Asking questions.
It's very wide of the crease. Oh goodness, goodness, goodness.
Esterhazy will definitely ask why, as he was the judge to LBW as well. So yeah.
Especially Bosch as well, who might feel hard done by.
Yes.
And
Oh, sorry, not Esterhazy, it was Bosch. Yes.
yeah.
Apologies for that.
Murimokwane, Murimokwane. You know when you need a bowling change and it works.
Oh,
This
and
will
it
taste
should have
sweet.
brought the second as well there.
A little bit of width, so you'll just carve this away and get off of that 0.
Very lucky to do so. That was a very close LBW shot. Still talking to the dugout here. Might still be the bat. Might be a bit of top heavy. Might need one with less oil on. We don't know what the scenario is there.
Very, very, very close. It's always difficult when you don't have the technology to assist you. You've got to be that much better. It's good fielding.
Yes.
Good fielding. Jean Duplessis is having an absolute blinder of a game. It's the end of 41. It's 202 for 3.
And that's one thing. I mean, he isn't a bowler, so you don't want to score runs and have nothing to do in the field. So when the ball starts chasing you, you actually appreciate it more. And although you've put in the work already, it's just getting the ball to you as well, expecting the ball, wanting the ball the whole time. And he's covered. He's got a big area to cover there, which he's done well. We've seen a couple of times when he's anticipated well and cutting off the singles and stopping the ball. So great over there, successful over for South Africa. One coming from it. And Plaatjes will also have his tail up because he's bowling to the new batter.
It's not just the dots in that over, but the wicket that was the crucial element of it. So South Africa halfway to a new ball. And with Shackleton back on the field, could he bring the energy and the impetus required? Shackleton just pointing to the change room, not quite sure what he was looking for. Parsons removing himself from that shortish mid-on position to the gully. Still a catching cover in place. Blakey to Bharat. And good afternoon and welcome to the game.
Welcome to JB Marks Oval. This is what you guys should have done. And a very well played as well. They're just getting under it nicely, and that's a one concern I've had about the short ball. I liked a little bit more of it, but it's been too short. We've seen one well-directed short ball from Jonesy that actually hit Paul on the helmet, so we had one concussion test already done, and thankfully gone well. But just put them under a bit more pressure. They can just duck under those ones too easily at the moment.
They sense something, they feel something here, do the South African A team. A little bit flat before that wicket, but now the verbals start again. It's often the Australians that are able to compete with the South Africans in terms of their chat. Not really the Indian type of approach, perhaps the approach of Virat Kohli.
Yes.
But not all that common among Indian fielders. But in this instance, South Africa have been unrelenting, even when there was a 100 partnership on the board, and they may have felt that momentum was tipping in favour of India A. Short, pulled away, there's nobody there, uncontested, and it'll go for 4. Great stroke.
It was almost a short arm jab and not a full-blown pull shot. And that's what I was talking about. The one goes over the head and this one just kind of raises up to chest height. It's very easy to deal with those ones. As you can see there, the replay, literally just chest height. You can just swaft at it. There's no one there. So you got your fine leg a bit square. If you're going to bowl that short ball, and it's got to be more attacking. You've got to get it between the neck and the grill. That's kind of where we want it. That's where the control gets a lot harder because it's just under that eye line.
Thought about a quick one there, and they weren't going to get it. That's what I've loved about the South Africans. Even though it is in excess of 30 degrees Celsius, they've been out there since very early this morning after the collapse, and they've just been consistent and persistent with their energy. But credit must be given to these India A batters. They've really not been perturbed by it all that much.
Yeah, it's almost like they were just icing them away. It's just water off their back.
Excuse me.
Even though the chatter was towards them, they just were playing Iceman.
Again, forcing that away. Very awkward in that fending off by Bharat. He's on 5 from 9.
But he's almost looked like he's falling over when he's played that shot. Head not coming towards the ball all that well. And what's happening here now with the new batter as well is that Paul is being starved off the strike a little bit. The rotation between Safras and Paul was brilliant in that huge partnership of theirs. With the new batter, you can just expect a few more dot balls.
This opens the blade and defends. And that's the end of the 42nd. It's 206 for the loss of 3 wickets.
And it's Paul that is on 75 of 104, 5 for Captain Bharat. And he's been responsible for all 5 runs in the partnership.
Shackleton's coming off. Once again, he's getting the pads. Shompo Morimokwane coming on as a replacement, but it's just so that Shackleton can fetch leg guards, because the South Africans, with the new man at the crease, will sense that they've got to get right there under the helmet, in his ear as well as his scent. You can have a whiff of the man. So trying to delay a little bit so that they give Shackleton time, or the South African A team.
And Bharat has got an average of 37. So no mug with the bat in any stretch of the imagination. 927.50. So not a great conversion rate there. But when you look at someone like Safras Khan,
Hammered away onto the onside. There was a shout of catch. It was elevated for just but a moment. But it's a single. Everybody can take a deep breath.
as I was mentioning, Safras Khan has got more hundreds than he's got 50s. He's got 13 hundreds and he's 10th 50 today. So the conversion rate, but 27 50s and average of 37. Want something to prove you're the captain of the touring team? And I'm sure Esterhazy will be just in his ear there a little bit. So come now, Skip, don't let the team down. Don't be you be the start of the collapse.
Bowls with just a little bit more flight does Modimokwani than Manikam. Manikam tries to kind of force it through the crease. And a little bit of a wider release point as well as now a third bat seems to be making an appearance.
It looks very much similar to the first one that they sent off.
Maybe it needed a comfort break. And eventually you would imagine that Shackleton would make an appearance, but not quite yet. Maybe having to dig quite deep into his bag. You know, wicket keepers, they've got so many items in their bag, more than the average Joe.
A lot of pads, a lot of shin protections.
Multiple pairs of gloves. One and one bounce almost to Parsons, who's in that shortish mid-on position.
And him and Paul has had a couple of conversations. What's for dinner? What's your recipe on this? So they've gone at each other, still having a bit of a chat there. And Jonesy getting involved there as well.
Surprisingly, no real investment in that interaction by Esterhazy. Maybe still young and not going to be drawn in. It's a good straight line there from Modimokwani. And again, Parsons has the ball, shining it as if he were a brand new red apple.
That one's just flatter and quicker through the air a little bit.
Immediately the call was yes. Confident in that.
Again, just a little bit flatter, a little bit quicker. It's almost to the new batter, they're floating it up, and for the said batter, they're just firing it in a little bit, trying to get him off strike. Another good over comes to an end there.
43 done, 209 for 3. Paul having had such good company in Khan has now just slowed things down. 8 from 17, and by no means anything to indicate one way or the other about the way in which this game could go. But with Modimokwani bowling the way that he is and Plaiki producing opportunities, you wonder whether yet we may find ourselves witnessing another wicket here.
Usually with the big partnerships, after one partner is gone, the other one is tends to follow suit. And for the Indian players, what will happen here is that I would expect Paul just to consolidate a little bit with Bharat, just get Bharat going before he starts playing expansive shots after that.
Just opens the blade. Soft hands was key there for Paul. It's been a watchful innings thus far from him. Good crowd in the viewing of this broadcast on Cricket South Africa's YouTube channel. Shout out to all of you who are with us. And please share it with your friends as we consider you part of our team here in the JB Marks Oval in Potchefstroom. Like this video, subscribe, because then you'll know when these kind of broadcasts are live. You can follow along for this entire South Africa A tour. Very wide in the crease, outside edge, and it's gone between the men at second and Gully.
That is the third one, exactly the same shot, exactly the same ball, and exactly the same result, falling short or into the gap.
Does Bryce Parsons not think, well, this is the way to go? He had 2 gullies earlier in the day, trying to plug the gap, but it seems as though he knows exactly where to seek these out.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, please don't forget to join us in the comment sections as well. Put in your comments there. Pike is doing a fantastic job running down the hill. Ever since he's come back, he's just looked like a different bowler.
Pavilion end looking favourable for him. It's a good delivery and it's good covering work there from the South Africans. Bosch doing the fielding.
And you could see that Bosch and Vali just exchanging a little bit of a chin wag there. Lovely to hear the chatter still. It's not as expressive as it was earlier in the day, but it's been almost 44 overs.
Again, catching the shoulder of the bat, and that's where Bryce Parsons at the top of your screen in the main camera will have taken his hat off. He can sniff it, he can sense it. There he is there at first slip, knowing that Pike is bowling so well here. Just trying to lift the standard.
After the over, probably will walk up to him and said, "You're good for another 4."
If the smell of a wicket is cake, then I think certainly we might be up for it here. I don't know if you can also have that smell of somebody baking a cake in the oven.
Lovely smell.
Maybe the caterer's working hard
time.
ahead of... well, maybe that is the case, that tea time is calling. There's still a little bit to go.
About an hour to go before that can happen, but we don't mind the teas. And if anyone can go for an extended spell, it probably will be Plykies, because he's a very fit gentleman.
No ball on the front foot. It's great for the fielding there at a shortish mid-wicket. It could have so nearly have been 5. So he'll just have to re-bowl that Will Plykie.
Manikam just shaking his head. That might have been just a bit of an awkward fall or a awkward hit on the hand. See him just shaking his head there to Yasin Vali, saying ow in a more expressive manner.
Bother. Maybe that's what he's done. Just said bother. Right. Somebody who doesn't seem too bothered is Plykie. Trods in again. And that was just floated in there at the pads. He's flicked it away. There's coverage out there in the deep, and they'll get 2 for it. But after the over that he's bowled it, and then giving it away with the no ball, it's not the best follow-up delivery from him.
I get a feeling that we're going to see another outside part of the bat here. Every single time that he's actually strayed, he's come back with a beauty.
Himanshu in our comments saying this will be an easy draw, a good sign for SAA. I suppose it's almost been forced on the account of the entire loss of day 1. Encouraging for the South Africans is that when he has timed it as well as he has, Paul, off of Plykie's bowling, that not able to get it away, but we are able to get away from the 44th over. It's 2-1-2 for 3.
And Paul's still there on 79. He would be the anchor for them now going forward. Every batter coming in, hoping that Bharat can stick around with him. He's faced 11 balls. Partnership has gone into double figures as well. He's 11 of 24. And yeah, we just see the momentum just dropping down a little bit. That run rate consistently under 5 now. Just shows you what a wicket can do. It's not just the dot ball, it's also the wicket just breaking the momentum, maybe breaking the concentration.
Now can enjoy a well-earned rest.
And we've got someone under the helmet. We've got
Shackleton.
Cam Shackleton under the helmet.
And knowing Cameron Shackleton, there'll certainly be a word or two into the ear of Bharat. Does love a good chat, does Shackleton, especially if Muri Mokwane gets going here with a good passage of play. Oh, immediately on the money. Oh, immediately on the money. They'll be chatting to each other. Forward short leg and cover. Du Plessis and Shackleton. Again.
Look at the trio that is talking there. You got Jonesy in the mix. You got Shackleton there.
Parsons.
You got Parsons, and Esterhuizen will probably just be there to agree.
Facilitating conversation, that's what we'll call it. Once again, the dots are building, boys. They'll be saying that this is a way in which they could hopefully poach a wicket here before tea. Bharat has by no means looked at ease here, but he won't be too perturbed about the way in which Muri Mokwane is bowled here. He might be undone by a bit of chatter in his ear. Especially when you can't get it away, you time a shot well and not able to get it past Du Plessis.
And also, I feel that the slower ball has done a little bit more for Oradile. Maybe just concentrate on that, especially the new batter. Not timing it, might just pop it up.
And again, he just finds a fielder there. Looked a bit good for the cameras, Bosch. That one.
Kind of a falling over dive there.
He's certainly being told about it from Esterhuizen. Shackleton right under the shadow there. And that's a brilliant over. Well done, Odirile Muri Mokwane. He's bowled a great one there. And that will be the end of the over. And after 45, it's 212 for 3. And we'll have a interval now of tea. So we'll be back with you in about 20 minutes. And don't go far, because we look forward to having you once again in commentary with us here at JB Marks Oval. Welcome back to the JB Marks Oval. This is day 3 of the first unofficial test between South Africa A and India A. We're in Potchefstroom, the northwest corner of South Africa, and you are live with us on Cricket South Africa's YouTube channel. Hope your tea was good. Hope the cake was equally as such. Something that's been very good is the game itself. South Africa A scoring 319 in their first dig with the bat, and India A, after a good showing, lost a wicket just before that tea break. Khan was the victim after a long toiling session there for South African A, the South Africa A team, but Paul still at the wicket. He's facing up to Bosch for the first over. Immediately there's a shout! They think they've got it, and umpire Gasa unmoved. He cannot be perturbed. There was a long conversation as I welcome Mpendulo Magobani with me. There was a long conversation at the end of the previous session with Bryce Parsons as we have a look at this one once again. Coming round the wicket, Ethan Bosch. Or maybe that took a feather of an edge down the leg side, but there was quite a long conversation at the end of the session, Mpendulo, about perhaps time management or over rates from Bryce Parsons as Bosch comes in again.
It was quite a situation, actually. Seeing Paul having a problem with his bats. Was playing very well, Pradosh Ranjan Paul, but when he experienced that problem with the bats, we saw Soyaplaki actually completing a delivery whilst he was busy checking his bat, and whilst he was just beginning to take his guard, Soyaplaki was already there. Then a long time when we were doing the exchange of the bats, a couple of minutes went by. So South Africa feeling a little bit aggrieved in terms of the amount of overs that they might have lost. However, we still have 2.5 hours of cricket here. Ethan Bosch starting with some electrifying oohs and ahs right from the bat.
It's a good start here by Ethan Bosch. And a good energy from the South Africans. A couple of gummy bears, maybe a banana or two, and a strong cup of rooibos will have gotten them right as rain here. There's no chance of rain before I jinx anything. And I'm sure some of the viewers will trundle back in after the tea break. It's sometimes far too short for you to really get stuck in.
They're going to have to come back quickly because right from the beginning, Ethan Bosch has already given us a nice, juicy, short ball. His comeback fuller with the ball coming back into the left-hander, nearly beating the inside edge. So better make sure that you're here quickly as there's an adjustment in the field with the left-right combination.
South Africans are very quick. You would have seen just a blur run across your screen there. They really are excited to get things moving. Looks like Mudi Mokwane at the cover region exciting his teammates to get moving quickly here.
Of course, big motivation boost for the South Africans through what was a session which was very much leaned on to the Indians after getting the key wicket of Safraz Khan. The change of bringing in Oterile Motimokwane, bringing the very much needed change as Safraz was actually batting at a very quick nick.
South Africa had built a little bit of pressure prior to the dismissal, and it was a good catch. Du Plessis, you can't get him to be extracted from the game.
Ethan Bosch is starting off a bit differently than what he did in the previous over as we see the end of his first. It's 213 for the loss of 3 after 46. It's the fact that here David is going in a little bit fuller now.
Yeah, he's bowling a little bit quicker, a little bit more effort, and Bryce Parsons and Connor Esterhuizen racing each other there between overs. Parsons narrowly losing out, perhaps because of the drag caused by the wide brim. Wicketkeeper is svelte even with his pads on.
Always fun and games within the game itself. Fun and game between the bat and ball, fun and game between teammates. But I love the chatter here by the South Africans, keeping themselves active, keeping themselves alive. the man who was responsible for the wickets of Safraz Khan, comes back into the attack.
And I think the intention here of the South Africans is just to highlight the slowness with which the Indian batters have been taking time to set things off, proving to the umpires that they're not actually taking the time, but rather the Indian guys.
Well, talk about being petty.
Until now, when they've sent the man out and then immediately in. Murimokwane.
Big slash over the top. Takes on the man who's standing at mid-wicket, and he wins the battle. That is 4 runs for Paul.
It's well played. Well played. Just clears the front knee over the man, Jean du Plessis, at mid-wicket. And no hope of deep square trying to cut that one off.
It's a nice juicy cap over the top, but also it's a big risk to try and take that shot on. But it's a good start for Ranjan Paul right at the beginning of the over. He goes for a paddle sweep this time. Different variation of the same shot in a different part of the ground. It's a big chase down at the bottom. A huge grunt as the chase has been given up as Paul gets yet another 4.
Loud shout from Murimokwane, suspecting that it was hitting the pad there. But the ultimate signal from umpire Mtokozisi Shezi is that of 4 runs. Hands on hips again from the South Africans. They really are upset with the way things have unrolled.
Katlin Manikan running down and hard. Couldn't reach it. Deft movement and subtle movement across the pitch for Ranjan Paul. Just making that ball seem straighter than what it actually was. Exquisite piece of batting here. See now as he plays around with that game, feels like Murimokwane pushes it a little bit wider.
Just going on with the arm there as well, so that's why he was happy to leave that one, was Paul. Just a bit of a bump ball there, crowd catch. 2 balls to come in the over. 2 balls, the South Africans really in the ears of Paul here.
Another big grunt, another big shot. Murimokwane just playing around with his areas here. He's looking to find that fuller length, which is much more difficult to play. But the wristiness and the beauty of Ranjan Paul's batting is in full display here. Squeezes it through extra cover and onto the cover boundary for the trifecta of 4s.
Yeah, it'll take him to 88. It was a wonderful stroke here, using the width that Murimokwane was offering. Man desperately diving, not able to get to it. Well played.
No chance at all. Han, what a way to end the over. 47 done. It's 225 for the loss of 3 for the Indians. Taking full control of this batting, and it seems as if the day and the pitch is becoming friendlier and friendlier for the batting as the days go by. Surely the way the game panned out yesterday, the Indians is not what was on the script when they elected to bowl first.
Constant encouragement from the South African field. It's been a theme of this time in the field that the South Africans have spent. It's not easy when you're out there, and it is really beating down on your shoulders.
Good slash, and it's a magnificent catch at backward point. The shot was good, the catch was even better, and the South Africans celebrate the downfall of the Indian captain, Bharat, who falls for 6 runs.
Really just threw the bat at that one. It was a blunder of a catch at backward point. He stood there for an eternity, and getting to the ball, diving there. And Jean du Plessis, you cannot keep him out of the game.
It went in a flash. I had to rub my eyes 2-3 times to ensure that that was an actual reality. And indeed it was, with Jean du Plessis doing yet another unthinkable thing in this match, taking a magnificent catch of the captain. He falls for 6 runs for just 19 deliveries.
And we just complimented the way in which the Indian batters were not going after the wayward ones. He does exactly that, and the Indian A captain will be disappointed with himself. You saw him slapping his pads there, really just went after it. No real footwork, and he's gone. The breakthrough for the South Africans after the interval. That brings Dhruv Jurel to the wicket, number 16 on his back.
That is a ridiculous catch from Jean du Plessis, diving down onto his right. It was going down, falling, and then with both hands was able to clinch at it perfectly, and that is how Ethan Bosch earns the wicket and brings in the new man, Dhruv Jurel.
He's coming to the wicket for the 17th time. He's been not out twice. His best of 249 was for Uttar Pradesh versus Naga at Dimapur just last season, averaging 47 in his blossoming career, 103 50s to his name.
It will be exciting to see how the wicketkeeper batter puts in his work here. South Africa with their tail up.
It was a loud shout of catch it from the scorer's box behind us, but into the surface before.
You'd think that there was another one. But it's good here. South Africa are getting the Indians to play at their deliveries and play them with intent, which creates these opportunities.
And play their game, essentially. That's what they've done. They've come out here. The energy's been good from the South Africans. They've really dug deep here. 2 slips for the new man. And the way in which they've just turned it on has been magical.
Ethan Bosch getting some purchase now. As you said, David, he's coming in, running in a little bit more harder, bending his back a little bit more and hitting those areas with a bit more of intent.
It's always nice to see a fast bowler with his tail up. He doesn't bowl express pace, does Ethan Bosch, but his value with ball in hand is clearly evident. Deciding now that he's going to send Shackleton out to the deep square boundary. And I wonder whether or not there may yet be a short one to welcome him to the crease. Or would there be a bluff with a fuller delivery?
Just getting us on the back of a length, bowling it to the 22-year-old. It's about to turn 23, just around the corner come January. Man from Uttar Pradesh. You heard, averaging 47 runs. Not bad for a wicketkeeper. Not bad at all.
Yeah, not bad, especially when you're in the infancy of your first-class career. And the conversations that will be going on will be an internal struggle.
Gets the edge, and the internal struggle is the one that he could not get to. Ethan Bosch strikes before he could even think about it. The bat was already on the ball, and the kiss of death finds the gloves of the wicketkeeper. He is gone for just no run on the board. It's 225 for the loss of 5.
Just watching this delivery once again. Bosch, he's got 2 wickets in the over now. Steaming in wide of the crease, angled it in, and it's just held its line. A little bit of a away nip, and Esterhuizen throws the ball into the air. It's a great bit of bowling from South Africa's fast bowler. They've got 5 now, and the charge is certainly on.
How do you play that, David? How do you even think that is not going to hit your body? How do you not think that is not going to hit your stumps? All of a sudden, it has hit the edge of your bat. He's gone halfway through the Indian lineup now. In comes Shardul Thakur.
Just making his 104th appearance with the bat. He's got 1,592 runs. His best coming against for Mumbai against Uttar Pradesh in Kanpur in 2014, that of 87. But his average is a far cry from the outgoing batsman at just 16.5. He does have 10 50s to his name, so he can wield the willow. But with Bosch fired up as he is, 2 wickets in the over, the 3 other deliveries were darts. And with a lengthy conversation between the Brains Trust What plans will they have up their short sleeves?
Wonder it should evolve in creating another magical delivery like that Ethan Bosch dismissal. 2 in the over. Working his magic here, the man from the Hollywood Bits Dolphins. Had a very mellow spell in the second session. Really didn't produce much. It was a pedestrian pace of the game. But all of a sudden, he's come back. The South Africans have life. He has life. And he has Takur in his sights. And man, is he fired up. Ends the over. 48th gone. He takes 2 wickets. Bharat, he falls. Jural, he falls. It's 225 for the loss of 5.
Double wicket maiden for the South African team. And boy, oh boy, will that get them going. They're going to persist as they have with this intensity and energy. Will the South Africans, they're not going to let up. There's not going to be a foot off the gas type moment. And it's only going to get more difficult for Paul to find a way in which he can try and bully the South Africans, especially with a new man at the other end. He'll want to protect him a little bit. And so it may become a little bit all the more circumspect.
And he looked so good, that Ranjan Paul, in the over that he just faced, smashing a couple of boundaries, getting himself to 88 runs. And all of a sudden, he's lost a couple of partners in a blink of an eye. Here's Dimokwane, who's going to be bowling to him now. And Shardul Thakur will now take the strike.
It's going to be interesting to see what the decision is from the South African A team. And here we go. Audi is the call from the men out in the field. The forward short leg comes in, Cameron Shackleton. And the point is dispensed with, and he'll be shipped out to the leg side. Perhaps a catching cover is where Manikam may find himself. Deep square in protection and a sweeper on the offside.
Mutimokwane trying to use the man who's standing under the helmet. Like you said, we have Manikam who's standing there at that short mid-wicket. Bryce Parsons, interesting position.
Just bops that into the ground, and immediately Manikam is summoned to cut that one off, and they feel something on here, do the South Africans.
Looks beautiful in your screen, doesn't it? Just a sea of white players. All crowding the bat, all putting the pressure on the batter. And he feels the pressure, does Shardul Thakur. The sea of white shirts is absolutely putting the pressure on Shardul Thakur. Drifts a little bit down to the leg side. Evan Jones is coming to cover it up. It does so, but they run 3 as Thakur finally gets himself out of the strike.
Having to squeeze that one away very fine. So 2 men galloping away to chase that one down. With 1 ball remaining in the 49th, it's 2-2-9 for 5, and Paul is just 11 away from a wonderful century.
I thought you were touching wood, but you're touching sellotape.
Got to seal things up here for South Africa, eh?
Just a little bit of extra bounce from Mutimokwane. Able to deal with it. It's 49 overs gone. It's 229 for the loss of 5.
Yeah, after that double wicket maiden by Ethan Bosch, I think you'd have to extract the ball from his hand, maybe with a crowbar or a jackhammer. He's not going to give himself any opportunity to rest after that over. And he'll want more of the Indian batters, particularly since he's going to be bowling to Shardul Thakur.
And he has his pants and has his feet on fire. Loved how they were putting the pressure on Shardul Thakur. You had a man who's standing right next to the wicket, standing at that silly mid-off. He had a man under the helmet, smelling his armpits. And now, you have Ethan Bosch bowling to him. Oh my word, that is amazing! If you are not watching this cricket, where are you?
Wow. That is so good, Ethan. That's exactly what we've seen there. Again, wide of the crease, just beating him, squared him, all ends up. And I'm liking this from Ethan Bosch. Coming wide of the crease, angling it in, and then just straightening off the seam.
That is juicy, juicy, juicy. It's over number 50. We don't know where he's finding this juice from, but man, do we love having a sip. And he's banging it hard. He's halfway down the crease. Paul is in trouble. If he gets a direct hit, he would have been going home. But the shy misses the stumps.
Boy, oh boy, the drama here at the JB Marks Oval is not only palpable, but boy, is it tangible. You could cut it with a knife. South Africa, just after that tea break, it must have been the rooibos because it has fired them up here.
Oh, whatever they drank, whatever is in that tea, whatever is in this air, we all want a piece. Ethan Bosch is running in hard. The Indians think they should run hard, which is a bad idea. Paul nearly losing his wicket, but he's still there on 89 runs. Will Thakur still remain with him though? Yes, he will if he receives balls like that. Halfway through the over, and Ranjan Paul gets his strike.
Goodness me, he'd even given up there had Paul. Almost accepting his fate, remonstrating with his teammate at the other end who would have apologized. But sorry means very little when you've run out your partner who is able to see the light at the end of this tunnel.
That deficit also worth 89 runs. It's all eventually gonna feel. It's all gonna feel like it's all on Paul's hands, and Ethan Bosch guns for his feet.
Extra, extra, extra. That's what the kids would say. Ethan Bosch being extra with that one. He almost fell over. Reminds me a little bit of Andre Nel. Used to come in and really hammer away at that crease and give his body a certainly tough workout with ball in hand. He left nothing behind, and that's exactly what we're seeing from Ethan Bosch. He's getting words of encouragement and perhaps a bit of a joke from Kirtland Manikam. Ethan Bosch, 2 balls remaining in his over here.
He's making Paul jump and play off his feet. He's very uncomfortable with Bosch and his height. Being able to hit the deck hard and running with intent like he is, he's really being able to get something extra out of the pitch, which is why he's causing some troubles. And you've been discussing with Gert throughout the course of the day on how the variable bounce in the pitch also starts sneaking its nasty head through.
Something that the South Africans will want to use to their benefit, one that zips past the head and perhaps a bit of a two-tone nature going past the toes. But you do get value when you do bend your back here, and that's 50 up in terms of the over counter. It's 20, rather, it's 230 for 5.
There's chatter that's happening in the tee or in the field. Oh, he's not going to get his 100, boys. Just landing it in his ear, playing with his mind games by the South Africans. The deficit is 89 runs.
And I almost suspect that with Paul under some pressure here, that Thakur might feel obligated to try and move things along or to try and get him on strike quickly. And it may yet present a run-out opportunity or even a stumping because he's trying to force the game along here.
Ooh, everything is drawing oohs and ahs. But he's able to squeeze and live to see another ball.
Relentless are the South Africans. Even the man down at deep point is joining in the conversation.
And this is the difference. This is what you didn't see when the Indians were bowling. They weren't on that yabba, 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 yabba. Yes, you'd hear it here and there, but it wasn't full on blast on your ear. What are you going to do about it? Constantly putting you under ball pressure and putting you under verbal pressure as well. Bryce Parsons is putting them under fielding pressure. You can see that short extra cover is coming in a little bit closer. He's 2 strips away from the playing deck.
Modimoquane is sensing something is on here, as are the South African 8.
There might be something on for the Indians. There might be 100 on the cards for Paul. He runs for 2 as he enters his 90s. He is on 91 now, with the deficit dropping down to 86.
Nervous 90s here, no doubt. The South Africans wanting to poach another one here, feeling it, and it's not a defeated type of energy from either side here. They don't want to secede the attention and momentum that they are giving to this game.
Also love how simple Udirile Modimokwane's action is. It's so economical. He can keep doing the same thing over and over and over again, and how valuable is that when you're the main spinner of the team?
He was almost a forgotten thought after his 2 overs, but come back and made a significant impact. Important here for him to continue with that drive that he's had, and maybe he can steal a wicket away.
Nearly sneaking through the baton pad is Modimokwane, but able to live to see yet another over is Shardul Thakur. It's an interesting story of how the man who is being put under the corner can live to see round to round, and hopefully for the Indians able to strike back. Will he do so though? It's 51 gone. It's 234 for the loss of 5.
Thakur having to partner and shepherd his man to that 100, just 8 away from that milestone. And I thought for a moment Modimokwane was replacing Modimokwane on the field, but it's Modimokwane who is replacing Blakey. And with Modimokwane bowling from the city end or the Moirafir end, you may yet have that double Modimokwane.
And Blakey had been bowling fantastically. He has only 1 wicket, that of Sudarshan. However, the man who's currently on 2 and really looks like he may get more, just like Krishna was this morning when he bagged his fifer, is Ethan Bosch, just marshalling his troops. Hello, short ball. Where have you been?
And it's wided by the umpires. Umpire Gasa saying, well, that will be a wide, fellas, so you'll have to re-ball it. And it's also the first short ball for the over.
Well, the wide ball, the short ball rather, trying to make its entrance into the game, but it came in through the window. It must come in through the right channels. Would like to aim for the neck. I'm so aim for the head, because you get 2 of those in the modern game. You can see the feistiness from Ethan Bosch. Immediately throwing it back.
South Africans really geeing up their bowler here. Enjoying life on the South Africans in the field. It's not easy.
That's a beautiful length from Ethan Bosch. You see Paul just pushing with his hands only, didn't know what to do with his feet. Happy enough that he got the meat of the bat.
And to my point about it, it's not easy because a lot of coaches at the younger age groups sometimes miss the mark and tell their team that if you don't do well, we're going to field or we're going to run. And what sometimes is often forgotten is that players field more than they bat or bowl in any game. And if your fielding is good, it just changes the game for you.
Look at that. Everything looks like it's a little bit of a threat.
There's no one at the mid-on region, so almost inviting that on drive. There's just Yassine Valley at a shortish mid-on, a silly mid-on, if you will. Not under the helmet, but that's what they want. They want him to drive, go almost against the angle of Bosch coming around the wicket, and so what they're hoping for is that it just straightens or holds its line, and that's when the catch will come.
And also these lengths that Bosch is operating in are absolutely beautiful to watch. That one just getting it to nip slightly away from the bat. See, with the discomfort that Paul is managing his 90s here, he's really feeling a little bit nervy, especially when Bosch is on his money.
Somebody who hasn't quite been on his money is Kirtland Manikam. A little bit expensive, and I think that's why Bryce Parsons may not yet go to him as an option in tandem with Muri Mokwane from the opposite end.
Slashes at that one. There is a little bit of width. It's a little bit shorter, but it's not a little bit played with. He climbs on top of that, does Paul, and it goes to 96.
Short and wide and put away. It's exactly where it should be at the boundary. It's a nothing delivery, especially after the way that he's built this over. Barring that first wide, it was really an acceptable over from Ethan Bosch. Maybe he's starting to feel a little bit of the fatigue, having given it his all in the previous over.
You can see he's creating a teapot with his body, just hands on waist, regaining his energy. No, like a lazy shot. Sometimes gets those lazy deliveries. And he's back on the money, but it's Paul who's on top of it. Climbs on top of it. It's a very good awareness from Shardul Thakur, who Paul was looking for the second run. Thakur says, no, you preserve the strike. He moves to 97. India A on 240 for the loss of 5.
Just 3 runs away now from that milestone of his. Paul is just looking for that magical number. He's somebody who can just offer something more than you think, and he's done that exactly today. When they've needed it, they've needed a fighting innings, because it felt like everybody was straddling along, and he's done the job here for them. Nervous 90s indeed, and the question is, will they let Muri Mokwane give him one to bowl to the man at the other end, Shardul Thakur, who's on 5 from 11.
The only other major contributor, Sarfaraz Khan, getting 68 runs. Otherwise, this 97 from Paul. He goes for a back slash, nearly a catch. He lives to see yet another ball, and he lives to lift his bat and his helmet for a beautiful century. Jean du Plessis nearly with the catch, but it's not enough, and it's 100 runs for Ranjan Paul.
He places his helmet on top of his bat, the one that was giving him so much trouble. Very well done there, and it's a century when needed most by his team.
Splendidly played, but he looked a little bit nervous when he was in those 90s. Huge sigh of relief. It's good work from him here, is Ranjan Paul. Shardul Thakur nearly not making it home on the other side of this crease.
Some of the oohs and ahs maybe giving away their confidence here or their passion, because it could so easily be something of magic.
Wonderful wrist, just whipping that in front of the wickets, and onto the long on boundary for 4 she goes.
Great stroke on the front foot. A little bit over pitched there by Murimokwane, but he's whipped it across. It's a wonderful shot to watch. And 4.
It's the one where you look at it, you give it that nasty looking face. You're like, ooh, where did that come from? Beautiful batting from Ranjan Paul. Maybe now he's going to play with a little bit of more freedom. Maybe that deficit of 71 might vanish in front of our eyes before we know. Will Murimokwane stop it?
Oh, it's a duplicate shot there.
And it's a little bit of a fumble as well. But it's not too much damage. It's just a single lost.
Just the momentum can suddenly shift with the addition of a century. And this is what you felt in the lead up to Paul's 100. Paul just really changing the momentum or the nature of the body language of the South Africans by just getting over that milestone.
It's important for the South Africans not to get bogged down right now. Giving it a little bit more flight. Here's that interesting fielding position at silly mid-on, but it's a bump ball, and we've seen seeing a couple of those here.
Somebody just encouraging the South Africans from the side of the field.
Encouragement is what they need. This partnership going to 25 from 32 deliveries between Ranjan Paul and Shardul Thakur. 250 up for the Indians. 53 overs gone.
And looks like there will be a brief intermission for a drink as well. So with 53 overs gone, and it's nearly 20 minutes to 4, the South Africans suggesting that they should also have drinks brought out for them, because this is not a scheduled drinks break, but Indian batters looking for bat or gloves or something. And this is precisely the point of Bryce Parsons that he would have been making before the tea break. If you're going to ask for a change or an interruption in play, we should also have the access to do so.
They do so, just having a sip of the water. Well, not really a scheduled break. We saw a break in the play, even in the second session as well. Maybe the Indians suffering with a little bit of issues, not really sure, because that's the medic who's out there trying to treat Pradosh Ranjan Paul.
And another bat being brought out for Ranjan Paul. That's the 4th bat that he's used in this innings. So again, we're having a delay in the game, and somewhat of an unforced time. And you can see umpire Gasa just gawking at his watch, saying, "Are we going to get on with this?" But it looks like there's going to be a drinks break, whether or not we like it. So as soon as we have play once again, we'll get back to you. after 38 minutes, we had a drinks break and a bit of an oddity within the context of the game. We had tea not all that long ago, and then the drinks break ended up being 7 minutes so that there was treatment for the Indian batters. Evan Jones will take the ball to start the new over. And the length of the drinks break was that long that Esterhazen wasn't happy with the temperature of the drink that had been brought out by the number 12 and went to go fetch an even colder one of his own. My name is David Midgley, and alongside me, Mpendulo Magobane. Evan Jones to begin. Up in the block hole, well, not a Yorker delivery, but in there and thereabouts. It's 250 for 5.
Well then, Evan Jones had a couple of short deliveries to have a word with the helmet of the batters, especially Ranjan Paul, who faced a couple when he was coming around the wickets to the left-hander. But hard lengths, heavy deliveries from Evan Jones, having the wickets of Padikkal in his bag.
Short, and there's an agonizing dive from the man at close mid-wicket. He threw his body all over there, but not able to get anything onto it. Maybe just a little bit out of reach.
Asin Valley really tried his best there. He went over his left arm as he tried to get over it. Not really getting the timing was Shardul Thakur. Tough on him. But Evan Jones, that's what he does when he hits that hard length. It's so hard to get away. He retrieved it just for 2 runs. Here's now Ranjan Paul, who's going to see if he can deal with Jones's music.
Catches the outside edge. He just swayed inside the line of it. And only the security guard at third man could have impacted that.
Not only does he dance to the music, he remixes the whole song. Wonderful shot that is from Ranjan Paul, allowing the ball to come into him. Look at how he just squeezes it under himself to get under the ball and pop it over the top. Wonderful and excellent cricket from the left-hander. It's what you do when you've faced 147 deliveries. He moves to 1-1-1.
Immediately, the South Africans dropping a fly slip, and could there be one more of those type of deliveries? And there is. It's gone well over the head of the batsman there, and a little bit of a word from Evan Jones.
Well then, really going at it here is Evan Jones, isn't he? Ranjan Paul has changed his bat a couple of times, got his arm assessed. Evan Jones is saying, oh, you've been checked out a couple of times. Check these balls out. He's bowling absolute rockets.
Umpire Shazi going to point. Not wanting to be in shooting range, if you will, if a short ball is pulled in his direction. And also knowing that the late afternoon sun could be in your eyes. We know that the post-tea session can be a dangerous one for us here in commentary, as the sun will reach around the corner here. Certainly was tough for the final hour and a half, especially with play extended almost guaranteed to that 6 o'clock mark. Another short one, and he's nearly ducked so low that it's clipped the top of off, and Jones wants to have a word.
This is first-class cricket. We are watching first-class entertainment between Jones and Paul. But right now, it's 111 for Paul, who has the upper hand against the entirety of the bowling lineup. But Jones is saying, I already have one more wicket. You could be yet the other one.
I have a suspicion the Yorker is going to be forthcoming. Umpire Gasa just telling everybody to have a deep breath. Yasin Valley just sitting in the shadow there. The call from the dugout is, take your time, boy, take your time. Evan Jones. Last ball. Will there be a Yorker or another bumper? It's another bumper. It's the end of the over. It's 2-5-6 for 5.
The direction of these short balls are ruthless. The yippee yapper from the South Africans is non-stop as Evan Jones stares down Paul as he walks away to his fielding position. It's phenomenal stuff, especially when you can have this attitude and back it up with your skill.
Yeah, the time in which they've taken to get where they need to be is now showing its fruits for the South Africans. $256 for 5. And the deficit now, you can see there is just 63 runs for these two, but it's not easy. Odirile Modimokwane bowls yet another over. This will be his 10th. He's got 1 for 40 in his 9 thus far. Loud South Africans, loud, they're bullish.
They're really on it now. Especially on Taku, who's just faced 14 deliveries. They see that they might have some meat here to chow. But Taku keeping it nice and steady here. Starting to get a little bit more comfortable. Modimokwane would want to drop that length a little bit shorter. Not that short.
Well, not quite that short. Yes, it's a fine line here, but good coverage in the covers for Modimokwane. Just a hand up to say thank you to his teammate there. It's coming now here, men. That's the call. Sensing something. Could there be late drama? Or will these two be able to survive? Shuttle Tucker just 6 from 17 in. He doesn't seem all that perturbed, all that bothered, all that worried. He's happy to just absorb it all day long.
There's still 2 hours and 8 minutes of cricket remaining here today. Still a lot of cricket remaining.
Immediately the shot is hit, but there's no real threat of that as du Plessis collects it.
And you can't get out of the game really. But now that single from Takur, Paul may also look to get a single from himself. Like we've been saying, the batting lineup from the Indians, not really the longest one that you're going to find, with Saurabh Kumar and Tushar Deshpande being the next 2 batters in.
Good, intelligent pedal sweep there, and even better fielding from Kirtland Manikam, stopping what could have been a 3 or even a boundary.
Good work indeed from the 45, but the most important thing here for the Indians is that they were able to get Pradosh Ranjan Paul back onto the strike. It's 258 for the loss of 5, with the Indians trailing by 61.
And Siaplaki back on the field after a time away, and with the time being 23 minutes past 7 in India at the moment. It's prime time viewing, so good evening to all of our Indian viewers. It's a thrill and a pleasure to have you with us, and also to be able to get your input and your insight of which players should be here, which you feel should do well here in these conditions, and which players you support. So thank you so much for your insight and input here as Jones begins a new over. And immediately Valley gets on top of it and could nearly have hit the stumps at the striker's end. Get some support from Manikam and a high five as well.
That's what we talk about when you talk about the value of intensive fielding, especially right under the nose of the batters. You can't really get air to breathe as the fielding suffocates you as it comes closer and closer. Just 3 strips away is he from the playing surface, and is really doing well, throwing his body around. It's course down on the square. It's hard to dive down there, but he does so anyway.
Just hit him in the chest there. That would have hurt, and they would have reminded him that it hurts, and immediately zone in on him.
The helmet is...
Complimenting their teammate there.
That helmet is not for decoration.
No,
That
certainly
helmet
not.
is not for decoration.
Thakur coming down to have a word with his teammate, and immediately Yasin Valley wants to be a part of the conversation. Intentional or otherwise. Shackleton has now been sequestered to join under the helmet. And as I said earlier, knowing Cameron Shackleton, he's going to offer some words of advice. Share his thoughts. So he's behind square now. So with that, it means that square leg's got to come in front of square. And they just thought for a second that they had only one man, but now there's two. Round the wicket. And just drops that out into the offside. And comfortable for a single there will these two be. Partnership now 34.
That's good work from Ranjan Paul. Really good work. The confidence in the stride that he took in order to defend that ball. It wasn't really even a defend. It was a push into the open space. Getting away with it, but they still preserve the man under the helmet, and this is good captaincy from Bryce Parsons.
He's now in front of square, and as such, the short pitch stuff will persist from Evan Jones. 3 balls left in the over. No fly slip here for Shardul Thakur. Not expecting that ramp shot from him. But boy, oh boy, has he shown his skill with the cross-batted shot. Just gets on top of it, slaps it away through the covers. It's going to be an agonizing trip for Siap Laiki because he's not going to get it in the end. A tease in the end.
The outfield has certainly quickened up, and that is a pure demonstration on that. Short and wide from Evan Jones this time. A line that worked perfectly, and a length that worked perfectly for Ranjan Paul, and the race has been won by the ball. They have a chat in the middle, the two batters, and Shardul Thakur gets into double figures as they trail by 56 runs.
Jones with 2 balls left in his 10th. I wonder how many more of these types of overs he'll be able to come in and really bend his back with. Another one there, another shortish delivery. He's all too happy to duck under it. And once again, there's a bit of a chat and some advice from the dugout as well, which is not the norm. The first ball signaled as the short ball for the over.
He's done a good job. 5 deliveries, 4 runs, 5 runs though. But he's bowling with a lot of action, a lot of intent, a lot of effort. Is Evan Jones. He's a strong man. He's a big man as well. So the deliveries come with heavy weight.
Especially with the way that he's furiously shining it. It could also offer something through the air. Slashes it away. It's the wrong ball to bowl to finish the over. And it is a certain boundary for him. So he'll enjoy that one. Gave it away a little bit there, did Jones.
It's a great shot. Effort delivery. No direction. Lots of control. Just stood up in the air for the batter to just climb onto it. And man, did he do the things. That deficit now drops down to 52 runs. It's 267 for the loss of 5.
He's upset with himself, is Evan Jones, just kicking at the dirt. Shompo Modimokwane back on the park. Looks like Siap Laiki off again. And, well, the question for us is, will Odirile Modimokwane continue?
It was a long chase down to that boundary. It was a really long chase, but never angry if you're going to get some fresh legs onto the field. Hlompo Modimokwane, quite an athlete himself. His brother with the ball, with his left arm spin.
So essentially what fans of the Modimokwane boys will be looking at is a slash outside and one that goes straight to point. It's going to be a task here with the left arm spinning it in. He got his bat down a little bit late there, but maybe also, as spinners tend to do, they always think that there's something in the offing. They've got to believe that every delivery is a delivery to produce some action. A little bit of assistance with the turn for him. So some help here. And that's why Bryce Parsons bowled for as long as he has in the day's play. Short and nearly into the hand there of Jean du Plessis. A despairing dive. So close. But so close is not good enough. It's 4.
It's a big hit that from Pradosh Ranjan Paul. Goes over the top of Jean du Plessis. Hands on heads, even here in the commentary, Gantran, the production crew, nearly a chance. Opening himself up beautifully as Ranjan Paul. Nearly an opportunity, but like you said, everybody knows that almost doesn't count. The deficit drops down to 48.
Now as they'll start to look towards the lead, the question is how much will it be in the interim? That's the 50 partnership from these two. Glorious stroke from him to get to that 50 partnership, and they've batted so well together. When the Bharat wicket fell, we almost thought that there might be the beginning of the end.
It's just the end of their fall of wickets as they start piling on the runs. 55 deliveries it took them to build that 50. That was just another gift, though, from Udirile Mutimokwane, because it was wide, it was full, and with a man who has faced 157 deliveries, you asking for a boundary. That deficit, like you said, David, nearly becoming a lead now.
Straighter this time, and he just pushes at that one, which will give some consolation to Oririle Morimokwane after he's been hit for a couple of boundaries.
We want to close off the over in style here with the left armour.
And that's not how you want to close off the over. Too full, slapped away through the covers, especially with a man well into his hundreds. And that is the end of the 57th. 125 to Paul, 15 to Thakur. It's 279 for 5.
Well, I suppose at the end of the day, the over did end in style. Slashed hard, running through the now very quick JB Marks Oval outfield. It goes for that boundary. The deficit is 40. 279 for 5. Looking good for India A here. All on the back of this 160 ball, 125 from Paul. Man, is he bold, batting well.
Not only has he been batting well, but he's been focused on the team goal here. Just spend time at the wicket. When South Africa did come to the wicket this morning, they collapsed in a heap. And so as a result, the end of the innings was very abrupt for the South African A team after a long shift yesterday.
And that set themselves up so beautifully. We were having conversations just before the start of day's play that yes, South Africa is going to be looking to bat until lunch. They're going to be looking to accelerate the score, maybe kiss 400. But it was anything but. Krishna really had other ideas. He hit his marks so beautifully after withstanding some punishment yesterday. But here's Evan Jones.
Hitting his marks at the JB Marks Oval, around the wicket. Tackled down the leg side, and that's just beaten Esterhazen to his left side. There was shouts of catch, but it's probably just come off the pad as the signal from the umpire is leg byes. Frantic dive there.
Trying his best. Bowling the body line is Evan Jones. Hitting the deck hard. The feet didn't get to the line of the ball. And they run down for 4. 4 leg byes rather.
Especially since the wicketkeeper would have set himself normally, you, as a wicketkeeper, you set yourself on left foot on leg stump, but remember he's coming right arm around the wicket, so he set himself in line with the wide line almost, the return crease.
So it's a lot to ask of your wicketkeeper to come across. And you can imagine Connor Stehazen is also a very tall man too. Unusual for a wicketkeeper, but a trend if you think of the likes of Heinrich Klaasen and even Kumar Sangakkara himself.
Just really not happy with the landing area there. There's Evan Jones. If he's going to give it a good effort here, he wants to feel like his ankles are safe. There was a lot of work done at that end, but rather the other side of the stumps by the ground staff, and they would have done a lot of work to repair things overnight. He's in again. Tucks it onto the onside. There's a man at leg gully in Bryce Parsons who will do the work. So just a one there for them. And they've managed to bring the run rate down to 4.9, where at one point this morning it was 7. And yes, there is a reduction in the run rate, but India A have batted well. 284 for 5 after South Africa's 319 in the first innings, even after we lost a full day's play on day one. Fly slip now employed because they know that Paul fancies that type of delivery to play. Off the back foot and punches it through the covers. Beautiful stroke from him. Beautiful.
Magnifique. How beautiful. Even with a little prance of the back foot leaving the ground. Oh, gorgeous batting this from Ranjan Paul. Now he's really starting to show off. He moves to 129 runs because he exploited that gap so perfectly. Deficit now, 31 runs.
Long conversation here before the ball gets bowled. Bosch may be suggesting to improve his lines should Evan Jones. And that's the right line. Immediately jumps on it and sets off. Knew exactly what he wanted. And it's good sensible cricket as well because it's left his partner with only one ball to face.
Oh, this is just box office batting. If you were to write a textbook on how to bat in first-class cricket, this would be it. If you had to write a textbook on how to bat and farm the strike, this is what the case study would be. This beautiful innings from Pradosh Ranjanpur. Now, Shardul Thakur was actually on 16 from 24, not doing too badly.
Another short one, and umpire Shezi not interested in giving that a wide. It's good to see Paul helping his man up there because it seems like Jones may have overdone it one too many times. Reminds me of Dale Steyn injuring a very small bone in his shoulder in that quest for 424 wickets, if numbers are coming to mind correctly. He doesn't look all that comfortable. Just have a look at this one in Pendulo.
That landing area also that he had talked about, he just showed a little bit of concern about it a couple of deliveries ago, but he seems to be standing up, he seems to be walking fine, not a single limp. But I just love the effort that he generated. You could see the entire force of his body going right through that arm, going through the force of his body and onto the spot in which he wanted the ball to go. It's phenomenal bowling, but the batting is much more better right now, signalled by the statistics in themselves and the runs scored by Ranjanpur.
58 gone, 289 for 5 with Paul on 130. Shardul Thakur doing enough at the other end. 16 from 25. The late afternoon birds serenade us right on the edge of the commentary gantry here. He also wants to have a word in, and you can have your word as you comment in our YouTube channel. Share the link with your friends as well.
The captain takes the mantle. He says, if you want to watch some YouTube, you're going to watch some good cricket, and he wants to display it for himself. So If you want to drop a comment, even subscribe to us so you can get those notifications.
Change bowling. Bryce Parsons bringing himself on. The left arm spin of Muri Mokwane will come to an end, has come to an end, and the captain will take over. Offers a little bit more flight, does Bryce Parsons.
Really enjoys giving the ball a lot of airs, much more slower as well compared to Udirile Motimokwane. The nice thing here is that he'll have a couple of deliveries bowling to Shardul Thakur. And it seems like Ranjan Paul wants a change of bat again.
The fifth bat. Not even Jacques Henry Callis had that many bats in his bag. I wonder why he's shifting between the two bats. I don't think it's damage, but rather perhaps the weight that he's happy with or not happy with. "20 boundaries for Paul and the singular 6. So 24s and 1/6 is really not been afraid to attack, but it's Thakur who's on the defense at the moment.
Just taking his time, biding his work is Shardul Thakur. Preserving his wicket is the most important thing. If he can do that, which he's more than capable if he's going to be coming in at number 7.
Extra effort delivery there from Bryce Parsons. You can just see the energy somewhat flattened out with the bowling from that end. Mooi Rafir in here at the JB Marks Oval in Potchefstroom. Long on going back now. And if one hand, one bounce were a thing, the South Africans would be celebrating. Nevertheless, it's 59 gone, 291 for 5.
That deficit is dropping and dropping. It's now on 28 runs. Partnership is growing and growing, on the other hand, on 66 runs. And the thing is, it's growing at a very good nick here. It's 66 from 69 balls. They're really not wasting any time. Whatever the bad balls come through from the South Africans, they don't waste their time in climbing on and maximizing on those opportunities.
Yeah, we'll have a brief halt here because of the groundsman needing to flatten things out here. And Paul also taking the opportunity to get a drink and a change of bat. Making sure they keep hydrated. You can see him hammering away there, very literally. But what they do is they use the side of a small sledgehammer, those 5-pound hammers, or mallets rather, just to try and flatten things out and make things safe. And oversight is crucial for Evan Jones because it could mean the risk of an injury. Shompo Modimakwane is even getting involved, even though he's not going to be bowling in this game.
It's his home ground, Hlompo Modimakwane. Of course, he'll have some knowledge of how it needs to look like, but Evan Jones really looked at it, but he won't be using it right now. Manikam comes to replace him from this pavilion end.
Kirtland Manikam has extracted a little bit of turn, and now that he's going to be bowling to Shardul Thakur, the field will be a little bit closer than it would be to Paul. Bryce Parsons having a word with Paul at the other end at a semi-mid-off position. And Jean Duplessis now getting involved in the field selection and placement of where they are. South Africa taking their time with this, making sure they've got things right. So there's a deep point, and it looks like long on will be the case, or rather mid-on. Deep mid-wicket, deep backward square, and mid-on, mid-off will hang her back a little bit.
So Shardul Thakur will be looking to get some of those singles on his way, especially with the ball which will be turning towards him. Standing a little bit deeper, more deeper is mid-on than mid-off. But interestingly enough, those two the mid-wicket and the square leg, may be some attacking options for the South Africans here.
Good energy through the crease is Kirtland Manikam. And when the game, after a brief period of energy, flattened out, and this is exactly the opposite of what he would have wanted. A calculated reverse sweep, it raced away to the third man boundary. Good stroke.
Really taking full advantage of that open area in the third man boundary. Wonderful shots from Shardul Thakur. Getting to the pitch and the line of the ball brilliantly, as you see that front foot come right across the stumps. Hlompo Modimokwane tried as all as he can. Nothing could happen as he couldn't stop that. Changing his fielding position as well as he drops down to deep backward point. If he was stationed where he is right now, the ball would have came right to him too.
Often is the case that that type of shot is a premeditated one. It's just down the leg side, just going on with the angle.
Booming drive. Wonderful shot that came from Shardul Thakur, beating extra cover, beating the man at mid-off, and it goes for 4.
It was the right stroke for the right time. Far more conventional. And Yasin Vali had to just run to chase that one and collect it, not really prevent it. 1-300 now.
Deficit has gone down to 20 runs here. Manikam also changes his angle of attack.
Slightly slower delivery there. Floating it a little bit. And with around the wicket, he's perhaps hoping to throw it a little bit wider than he traditionally would, and maybe that would catch, surface and turn. Much better delivery there. Much better delivery there from Kirtland Manikam. And that is the end of 60. 299 for 5. It's time for a commentary change. I'll be replaced by Gerrit Maloney.
299 for 5. 60 overs gone. Batting at 5 runs to the over here. The Indians has been brought down drastically by the bowling of the South Africans. But this partnership frustrating the team in green and gold. It's going at a run per ball, 74 from 75. And it seems like the ways to break it are simply not coming.
It's almost like getting the stint of runs, getting me on commentary at the moment. You guys had a bit of a good time. Game moving on nicely.
It was a quick amount of action, as is the fielding there. And all of a sudden, the new ball might be around the corner with still 2 hours and 40 minutes to play. Or rather, 1 hour and 40 minutes to play, rather.
Just wanted to say, Toto, what time did you want to go to today? But yeah, sunset is only scheduled for 5 to 7 tonight. So there'll be no issues with light, I think. Not a lot of clouds in the sky either. So it is 300 up for the Indian team.
Well, some light in the tunnel for the visitors as well here. Maybe they'd want to carry on piling on that light. But no, we'll be playing until 6 o'clock here today. And Shardul Thakur has 2 men in that cover area looking to hopefully snatch on an opportunity that might be created.
Parsons just forcing them to play every single ball. And the Indian player is very happy to do so as well. We see some inventive shots. Thakur, previous over as well.
And it was Evan Jones who had a real gritty fight at it going to Pradosh Ranjan Paul, but eventually Paul was able to stand up tall against Jones, getting a couple of 4s and runs against him as well. So it's not that the South Africans haven't been trying to get some of these wickets. It's just that when you're batting with so much discipline, you eventually just start to blunt the teeth of your opponent.
And that's exactly what happened there. As we see the end of the over there, 301 for one. It's exactly what happened there because Jones was really pumped up. He was revved up. He was coming in, hitting the deck hard, maybe getting a bit carried away with the short ball and not directing it where it should have gone. And what happened was, and a nice part to see was, normally batters will get involved and there's a bit of banter and that sort of thing. And Paul just professionally just walked away and let the bat do the talking. So you've got to give credit to Paul there as well. He absorbed all that pressure and even showed some sportsmanship when Jones fell over on his ankle, rolling that ankle, trying to help the opposition teammates up there. So it shows that it's all been in good spirits.
Seems to have a good head on his shoulders as well. Thakur has also got into a nice flow into his work here as he just exchanges the singles. And even then, Pradosh is happy to give him those singles and say, okay, take strike, so it's okay.
I was actually very surprised. I thought that Thakur would actually go a little bit harder than he was doing. But he's shown some very nice restraint, just showing that he can actually bat. He's just not a tonker. He can actually play some shots. He played a lovely reverse, as I mentioned the previous over as well. So there's definitely something there to work with, but all the experience in the world as well.
Ooh, looking to be cheeky is Ranjan Paul, looking to squeeze it down to the third man boundary, but the South Africans looking for the edge in return.
Manikam getting some extra bounce there.
Oh, getting it again. Here's that right armer bowling to the left-hander, and the opportunities are seemingly coming to life.
And everyone got very excited with that one. Manikam even walking away a little bit from the crease and just showing that the frustration is just building up a little bit.
Ooh, that extra bounce is doing some magic. Manikam is bowling really well, found his areas instantly against Ranjan Paul. But that one dropped a little bit shorter. You know, wanting to get those revs pumping through. Sometimes you might miscontrol the ball. But it's an easy single for Thakur to face the last ball.
And for a man on 130 odd, it is such an easy ball just to punch in the gap. And they also came in good time, 172 balls.
Take that for granted. We even saw Jean Duplessis' century after he got to his 60s, 70s. He really then slowed down heavily. Eventually getting his 100 and over 200 balls is how the events of yesterday shaped up. So this is incredible batting from Pradosh Ranjan Paul. Might as well be a very good batting performance from India as well. They trail by 16 after 62 overs.
And Thakur, only 27 of 39 in this partnership of 78, and that has come off 87 balls. So the partnership is growing nicely as well. It's another one developing, as we saw on this ground with the SAA innings as well. As soon as a wicket falls, another partnership kind of steps into its place. And Paul has been there. He was the third man in, and he's been there all the way through.
He's doing an amazing job, really putting his hand up. Of course, the Indians will be playing again on the 20th to the 22nd for an internal 3-day game. You can catch that match live on the Pitch Vision CSA channel. And when you see that game come on, Pradosh will be wanting to take this performance and use it against the likes of a stronger Indian team that he has internally. And then that we'll see if he can measure up against the big boys.
That'll be an awesome test for these youngsters. For the players bubbling under, for the players that still want to show what they're worth, what they can do, and also maybe just showing the reason or showing them up a bit. Why did you not pick me? Lovely bowling. Parsons getting into his work as well. He's just floating it up a little bit. Feel like he's enticing Thakur to try and go over the top. Go for the big one. Just teasing him a bit.
And he really is popping it up into the air slightly. You can see Jean du Plessis a little frustrated with himself that he couldn't stop it. But at least Shardul Thakur will be on strike again if you're looking at it at the lens of the South Africans. But equally, if you're looking at it at the lens of Thakur himself, there's still 2 more balls remaining as he watches the best seat in the house to see the best batter.
Definitely the best batter we've had in this game. Rajan Paul is on 134 of 173. Fantastic, elegant looking left-hand batter.
So much composure on the crease as well.
Yes, and very mature innings thus far. He's had his fair share of bit of luck, but you need that in a long innings.
And what I've been liking from Bryce Parsons is that he hasn't been afraid to take him on. He's really been trying his best. And so has Paul, doing the exact same against Parsons and the South Africans.
A little show of a shimmy there. And Parsons just up to the task as well.
Just the way he's been moving around. Yes, at times he might have frustrated the South Africans with the changing of the bats, the looking of the gloves, the drinking of the water, the looking of his arm. But if you're looking at it from the eyes of the purist and from a batting perspective, this is what you want to see in red ball cricket. Youngsters making their mark. It's 63 gone. The Indians trail by 14.
As we know, cricketer will take any opportunity they can to walk foot on either side of the law, to put it like that. But I think the umpire should have stepped in there once or twice. Maybe just said, listen, guys, let's just carry on. We even had an unscheduled drinks break because of the bit of a niggle he has in his arm. But since then, after the change of the 3rd or 4th bat, and I see he's pointing at it again, looks like it's only that one bat that cracked has got runs on. The rest is only due for a 10 or a 15.
Well, you know how when it's used, it tastes, it feels like it's the best. Think of Formula One tires. They need a formation lap to warm up. When you're in boxing, you need round number 1, round number 2 to just feel your opponent. You don't just dive into it, and once you felt a couple of blows, then you're good to go. So same thing with maybe Pradosha's bat. And Shardul Thakur's bat seems not to be working right now.
Oh, he knows he's missed out there. It was short, it was wide, and he just fell away in the shot there a little bit.
Fully in control of that. There is a big area when you look past the slip field in Evan Jones. You have your point fielder, and just after your point, there's nothingness until the slip fielder. That's in the air, but it's squeezed past the man standing at short mid-wicket. You can call that as good placement from Shardul Thakur, an awkward take from Manikam, and they move that deficit to 13.
And it looks like we're going to have a change in bat again. It's this is number 5, if I'm not mistaken. So I don't know how many bats he brought on this tour, but this is only the first 4-day game. So this is bat number 5. We might want to send them a couple of numbers of agents we might have in the area, just to have a look at those bats.
You can see Bryce Parsons, the captain, not looking at the happiest chap in the field, the 22-year-old. Yasin Vali having a chat with the 12th man, Pulkit and Narang.
Got his jet shoes on now to get off the field. Manikam still 2 balls to go in the over.
They all of a sudden have that protection in that 45. All of a sudden he was there, and they thought he wasn't as they squeezed the single. Still risky running, but they make it nonetheless.
It was an excellent single, I felt. Thakur set off immediately. He had no hesitation whatsoever. And trusting his partner. We saw with Paul there was one or two where he was hitting it straight to the fielders and wanted to take them on. There was about 3 that I can recall that would have been disastrous.
There was one where he clearly had given up.
Oh yes, and
Clearly.
and if that hit, he was gone for all money. But it just shows you need that bit of luck if you're playing a long innings. He had 1 or 2 edges not carrying. He had 1 or 2 from Plaatjies going. The first ball he faced actually went through the slip cordon. So a bit of luck. If you play those long innings, you're going to need that, and hopefully you can take that into the internal game as well.
You know what they say, that if you're going to be bowling 30, 40 overs, you're bound to get 3, 4 wickets. If you're going to be out there facing 200 deliveries, you're bound to get yourself a half century. It's the nature of getting yourself out there, staying out there, which is difficult, because what we're seeing here from the South Africans is that they've been relentless throughout. You haven't seen that there's a time where they're not trying to get a batter out. They're sticking to the same plan over a course of 10 overs. It's always trying to find something new to just destabilize the batting.
And we still feel that this morning session where Krishna just blew us out of the water with his 5-wicket haul and his hat-trick.
Good shot.
Excellent shot.
Great shot. Krishna was blowing us away with his hat-trick. And here's Paul blowing us away with his incredible stroke making. The deficit is now in single digits.
Pradosh, Rajan, Paul just making sure that he's picking the gap in front of cover there, just slapping it through extra. And one thing that has been impressive whenever he's gone to the back foot is that very quick foot movement that he has. He gets into position very quickly. Nice steady eye line, nice steady head position, and a full flow of the bat. Nice big circle.
His ability to just read the length as well. Hand-eye coordination, as you can see. Not the tallest of figures is Pradosh. So him moving his feet is a key. Using that lower sense of gravity to just dance around and... Gone! Not gone! Look at that bump ball.
There we go. There's the spectator catch we were looking for. Just getting a bit of excitement there. Hitting it hard into the ground and getting out of the way very, very quickly.
I believe it's the first time I've had a crowd call. It's bound to happen. That is not a crowd call. It's a good shot, though. The crowd will be happy to see such good batting from Pradosh. Just pushing it down to the long-on fielder for one.
And he does really look very composed, even with that a bit of a exuberance of adrenaline where he got out of the way for there might be a shy coming his way. Still looked very composed, picking up the one. Moved on to 140 of 180 deliveries. And Parsons continuing 2 more balls left in this, the 65th over.
Getting the thick outside of the bat, Bryce Parsons. Good length that he's bowling here, because Thakur could have gone forward, could have gone backwards onto that one. Still had trouble with it. But going a little bit straighter to close over number 65. The trail by 7. It's 312 for 5.
I love the pace that Parsons is bowling at the moment, especially to Thakur. You can see that backlift just getting a bit more elevated, because it's almost like he's lining him up for one, and it's exactly what Parsons is looking for. Is he wants him to go for that one, or big 2, and he's actually showed very good restraint. 29 of 49 is Shardul Thakur, and Rajan Paul 140 of 180 has been the mainstay of this Indian A team.
It's been such a wonderful watching him in operation. I mean, I know they always say left-hander, right-hander, it looks good. Just as a batter, he's been looking good. His collection of shots have been wonderful. His patience needs to be commended. But also, like you said, his flow of luck too. Just like that. No. If you have yourself a second slip there, oh, there's a big chance. But just because it's not, you can't make such assumptions.
Yes, and just the sun digging himself under the cloud there a little bit. Just some respite for the players.
It's a good-looking shot and brings Takur back onto the strike for Manikam to deal with. See now, there's complete trust between him and Takur. He's added 29 runs off those 88, and after batting for 49 balls and scoring at this rate, you really don't mind giving him strike.
And although they are still, it's for about a second or third time they've dropped under that 5-run to the over mark, but they've been batting there or thereabouts for about 70% of their innings. So that is commendable to them.
No. And sometimes the game goes in flows. Everything goes in patterns. Nothing is linear. Everything goes up and down. The game's momentum goes up and down. So right now it seems as if it's in that middle, just flow pedestrian states where it's flowing in the end of the Indians though.
You saw a single there by Takur, just the outside part of the bat with Paul back on strike. And yeah, it raises some questions. Another single there to Paul. The questions that were raised is twofold. Was the bowling not up to standard from South African A, as we saw in patches? Or was the batting just that good? So that would be for the coaching staff to assess after the game and ask the questions, ask the hard questions.
You know. But there comes a point, Kurt, where the good bowling, bad batting, bad bowling, good batting are not mutually exclusive. They come together. Good shot! Good chance, but what a blast from Takur! Smashing the hands of Manikam. He could not grab onto that. With anything, he saved the helmet and the skull of umpire Gaza.
Yeah, that might have done him a mischief. He's going to feel that tonight. Hope he's luckily they're only typing these days. They're not writing letters anymore. So he's going to feel that in the morning. 317 for loss of 5 wickets, and that's exactly what I think even Parsons is going for. A little bit slower through the air, a little bit tossed up, and Takur just running out of patience a little bit there.
He had to go 2-1 eventually, and you know, sometimes you only get one of those opportunities, and the batter might not present a chance again, but man, was it a difficult one. It came in a blink of an eye.
Look, when it comes to fines, definitely the conversation would be if you can touch it, you can catch it. But that was blasted. Those are the ones that either they stick or they don't.
Bryce Parsons here, he has the ball. Paul, he is in on the attack. But he's still patient. Evan Jones stands right next the wicket.
Yeah, Paul just eyeing up that 150. His previous highest score is 169. So no stranger to the 150s.
No strangers to scoring a lot of runs. Looked a little bit nervous prior to him getting to 100, but ever since he's just let loose. Oh yeah! Sitting from behind the batter, we'll assume, or not assume anything. The ball just went past. We've already called a phantom catch. Don't want to call one of those again.
Yeah, it was hit hard into the ground. You can see there's no one really excited about that drop.
But there's space and there's a man who's standing very square at square leg, or fine leg rather. Gets the ball back from the third man boundary. Well, third man had to get me 3 times to get it.
Well, the right-left combination, confusing even us up here every now and again. It's been a long day.
The sun is starting to smash us here. As it slowly creeps down, fading to the west, you can see the shadows of the players in one direction from the right to the left of your screen.
Oh, outside edge of the bat.
Been getting a lot of those actually. Been getting a lot of those, just not hitting the bat in the right area. It's one ball to go though for the India A. And Thakur fends it off well and true. It's the end of the over. 318 is on the board. The deficit is just a single run.
This is now where it becomes problematic for the SAA, as we have a drinks break. Is what is next? What's the next plan? Who do we go to? Who do we throw the ball to? I wouldn't mind seeing Plaatjes having another burst as well. He bowled very, very well. He was off the field 2 or 3 times. He might be struggling just a bit of a cramp or a bit of niggle, but he is on the field now. So let's see after drinks. Have a bit of a 5-minute break, just wet the old beaks, and then we'll be back with you very shortly.
We return. Manikam with the ball. Paul, he has the bat, and Paul has the most flexible of wrists as he guides that ball down to the third man boundary. And welcome back after a drinks break with a boundary.
What a lovely way to start and kickstart the innings again. Closing in on that 150. He's on 147 of 188. And his partner Thakur is settling in nicely. He's 32 of 54. The partnership is also closing in to another milestone. 97 of 118. Closing on to that century partnership as well.
Giving it a little bit of air is Manikan. And prodding it into space is Paul.
And that's been the feature that I feel the spinners have been actually doing. They've actually been not scared to give it a bit of flight. They've taken the pace off the ball, but the lovely wrists of Rajan Paul has just been exquisite.
He's been batting very well, and surprisingly so has Shardul Thakur. Well, unsurprisingly actually, but it's the manner in which he has constructed his innings which looks wonderful. You are looking to see, will he go smash, smash, smash? But it's anything but. It's just playing such a measured innings, and that's the influence of having a partner who's so composed and who's been there for the whole day.
Yes, and also I think the experience also helps him because he would have batted with a couple of wise heads.
And even the calling between the wickets is so true between the two, the trust. We've seen how Thakur will play a shot, just say yes, and Paul will be on his side immediately. Look at that.
Hey, you just mentioned it, and that is exactly what has happened. It is finally a direct hit, but he was pretty safe there in his crease. But the trust between the batters has just been phenomenal.
They are batting with just selflessness. It's not about me, it's not about you, it's about us, it's about what the team needs. The lead it's now come to pass. They lead by 5 runs to the Indians. It's 324 for the loss of 5.
148 for Rajan Paul. It is going to be Thakur on strike. He's on 33 or 58, but the next run will bring up the second century partnership in this Indian A touring side, and they've really batted well. We saw a blistering start from Padikkal earlier, and then Paul just had a fantastic run of partners just sticking around with him the whole time.
It's interesting how the partnerships have worked differently for both teams. For South Africa, they were coming up in 50s and 50s, but for the Indians, they go for the big ones. Here's another one that has come to pass. Paul, Pradosh Ranjan Paul, Shardul Thakur, they make it to a 6th wicket, 100-run partnership.
Fantastic effort, and Thakur being the junior partner there with only 34.
Doing a great job. Did he squeeze it past the gap? Yes, he did. Why did I even bother asking the question? He reaches his 150 with absolute class, does Pradosh Ranjan Paul. Bow down to his majesty, bow down to his skill. It is a magnificent piece of batting from the left-hander, and it's the lead of 10 runs for the Indians.
Fantastic batting. He's now eyeing up that higher score of 169 that he has. That's 152 of 190 balls. Fantastic batting, came in quick time. And the partnership, 104 of 125 balls. And that run rate still 4.8 for a 4-day game is exceptional.
It's absolutely amazing from Pradosh Ranjan Paul. He's taken his time with it, and then eventually he's now really cashing in. It's cash time for the left-hander. Ever since he's reached his triple figures, he's just put the clutch down and changed up a couple of gears.
Yes, and the footwork has been brilliant throughout his innings. There's one or two where the feet might have been in two minds, where he didn't go anywhere, pushing at one or two balls. But other than against the spinners, he has been exceptional.
It's those nimble feet that are inside those spikes. Shardul Thakur. He's on strike. Well, he would have expected more with the ball when he was bowling. Just took 1 wicket. Had a decent spell, but it didn't yield as much as he would have wanted. Unlike a Kumar taking 3, Krishna taking 5. But here he is now, avenging himself with the bat.
I was very excited to see him bowling. Obviously, we've known about him in these parts quite often. We've heard about him. He's toured with the Indian side, so we were very excited to see a bowler of that caliber. And he was the one disappointment in that lineup. But as you said, he's now making amends. He's now scoring a couple of runs. He's on 34 of 62, just playing a brilliant supporting role to the man of the hour, or the man of the day thus far, is Rajan Paul, who's on 153.
Has played fantastically. It's the end of the over. 69 gone at 330, the lead being at 11. And of course, when we're looking at the comments, there'll be a lot of congratulations for the young man. Just looking there, Bunny 2OP saying 150, nice. Aman congratulating him. Raj dubbing Ranjan Paul as a future superstar. Tando Martin talking about the impressive strike rate that he's batting at. Safraz Hussain, who's been in the comments throughout the course of the day, saying that he has to admit that Pradosh has really impressed him. It will be a shocker if he doesn't get to 200 runs.
It actually will be, the way he's been playing, he's been moving. Don't think it will happen today though. Only about an hour and 6 minutes left of scheduled play.
He's looking to play with a lot of intent. Even that one, just placing it nicely into the gap for a single.
Manikam just having a bit of a shout there, just feeling a bit frustrated as well. You can just see the exuberance just coming through, the frustration just coming through.
It really is. It's been a long day as well for the South Africans. They've had to handle 2 massive partnerships, which is the difference that I was talking about in terms of the partnerships. A couple of 50s, 50 for South Africa compiled that score. They couldn't keep it going in the morning though, showing that there's no one formula to building a big score, because the Indians have used 2 and a couple of big partnerships to accumulate their score. Big shot.
Oh, there we go.
Wonderful shot. Shardul Thakur. He starts now joining the party. Big slash down to the long off boundary for 4.
And Manikam getting a bit of treatment there, tossing it up. It was the plan for him to go. I think the length might have just let him down a little bit there. They want the ball more on the rise, see if he can't pop it up to this fielder that's hanging around here on mid-on boundary. But Thakur good enough to play through mid-off, over mid-off, for a well-placed 4. Moving on to 38.
There were desperate calls for catch it from the South Africans. If only Yasin Vali at mid-off was a little bit straighter. Alas, it is not the case.
Maybe he was wearing a red boots and a red cape and some underwear. He might have got there, but that's about how close he would have been. He needed to be a Superman.
As he goes for the ball, but
Another single there to Thakur, moving on to 39 of 66.
no, this is exceptional batting, just using the fact that the fielders are out in the deep to extract these singles out of these South Africans as they take another one to end the over. 70 have been completed. It's 337 for 5, as we'll be having a commentary change.
And Paul is on 155 or 193, a very, very impressive strike rate. Thakur is on 39 of 66. And the partnership is 112 of 135 deliveries, with the lead now on on 18, and the extras, 25 extras in this innings, has almost doubled what the Indian bowlers let go. We saw a couple of front foot no balls and that sort of thing. And bowler ready, umpire asking to be ready, and a commentating team ready with the exchange student David coming back.
Yeah, happy to be back with you, Gert. And unlike, I suppose, the South Africans who won't be happy at this point, after that hostile spell of bowling from Evan Jones, things really devolving for the South Africans. And that one is far too comfortable for him just to get away there, and he'll get the single without any fuss. And where the question will be, where will they find their energy? Because there's still about an hour of play that we're likely to get this afternoon.
Oh, that would be it. It means another 16 or 17 overs that still needs to be played. Another 10 overs before they can get the new ball, which I think we'll definitely take it without a shadow of a doubt.
Still 10 overs, so that's a long time away now. Strange field here set by Bryce Parsons. 2 men in that catching cover region. Not giving him those options. Perhaps the line will dictate.
He's bowling a bit straight for those guys to come into play. Might toss it up a bit further. He does have the protection on the boundary with the sweeper there. So maybe just because he's turning it away, maybe just aim at off stump instead of going for middle and leg.
Evan Jones looks like he might be working his way into the game again with that shot going agonizingly over the top. How often has it happened today that the shot just goes over the top of the man close in?
It's lovely length that was presented there by Parsons. And Thakur almost dealing in boundaries now. It's another 4 for him. He's moved on briskly to a 43 of 69. Lead is 23 runs.
No, not really worried are the South Africans just yet. Well, it just seems that way by the body language. Seeking to wrap things up, but it's been all Paul today. In front, struck. Big shot from the South Africans. No interest from umpire Ntokozisi Shezi. They all were certain of it. No interest.
We'd love to see the replay of that, because they were all very convinced this was sending Thakur back into the hut.
Perhaps just sliding down the leg side. To the credit, and Evan Jones showing off his push-up skills there. Ready to go.
Nice and full, just dug out. And Thakur has actually impressed me with the bat, to be honest. Remembering him back in the day when he played for India, he wasn't a noted batter. Batted very, very low in the lineup. And whenever he came in, it almost felt like he's going to play a shot a ball. And this time around, he actually showed he's got a pretty good defense. He can actually hang around. He's faced 71 deliveries already. And he's been a great partner to, as you said, all day it's been Paul. 156 at the moment, chasing that 169. That is his highest career score.
And there is a bowling change. It's that of Evan Jones. So will there yet be more short-pitched bowling? Might be holding back with Siaplaiki for the new ball.
Well, actually, it's still 9 overs to go. Give him a 2 over burst here, and then maybe bring Jones back, and then have Plaikis for the new ball with Bosch.
Yeah.
Then maybe just give him 2 overs. Give Bosch an over or 2 just to let the stiffness go. And then by the time the new ball comes in 9 overs, at least your bowlers have bowled a bit. They lose their they're ready, they can go. That's why I've never could understand the tendency of, for instance, the 78th over, not having your seam already come back. Bowl, let him bowl with the old ball, unless the spinners are doing a great job. But let him bowl 1 over with the old ball, then all of a sudden he's loose, he's warmed up, and then as soon as he get that new cherry in his hand, he's all ready to go.
Sometimes you'll see a player bowl with the old ball 2, 3, even 4 deliveries into the over, and then want the new ball. Yorker immediately. So on the money for Evan Jones. Stark contrast to the short pitch stuff we saw earlier in the day.
He will definitely as well be a guy that will spend some time in the ice bath.
He's earned his cold drink at the end of the day. The South Africans, the energies just swayed a little bit. They came out off the tee, all guns blazing. They're a lot quieter at the moment. Overpitched and flicked away. Hands on head stuff because he knows how close that could have been.
And also credit must be given to Rajan Paul because he absorbed all that. We won't call it abuse, but all the chatter, all that energy that was going at him, and they were going persistently at him. Short pitch bowling, the chatter was on him. He absorbed all that pressure and let the bat do the talking. So credit must be given to him as well. Fantastic show of strength mentally and physically. 157 to him. It's going to be a great thing for him personally if he could get that highest score on this level.
Change of angle for Evan Jones. He will now come over the wicket. It's a bit of a change from where he was coming around, and maybe expecting the ball to reverse swing here late. It's a great ball, and it's an even better shot. Punched it down the ground and on the charge here, but it's a chase in vain for Ethan Bosch. What a marvelous shot.
Fantastic shot, just leant into that one, just using Jones's pace, and you can actually see Jones being a bit tired. This is a man coming back after a very, very energetic spell, and a lovely shot, just straight bat, showing the maker's name, hitting it straight underneath almost the bowler. And I would still love to see 1 or 2 balls over the wicket to Paul.
Extra width and a great bit of fielding there. Boy, oh boy, he threw his hands at it, did Thakur. And Du Plessis, who was in conversation when the over started, has not been exempt from his involvement in the game.
Fantastic fielding. That went like a tracer bullet. And just with that one shot, you can actually see the field change, taking points and putting him back on the boundary, sending him out there, and just moving Du Plessis into that cover region.
That so nearly could have come back in off the wicket. Not a whole lot of assistance when the ball is 72 overs old, but Evan Jones giving it all out here. You can see the field there. They just close in on these batters when they sense something coming, but at the moment a little bit spread out, all hanging on where the ring would be.
It might be a case of just trying to minimize the damage a little bit. Lead is already on 28.
Slashed away in front of point. There's a man chasing it, but it'll go like a tracer bullet. Great shot. Good stroke, 4 runs.
And it's a 50 up for Thakur, 51 of 75, and another 50 in his career. Well done, and a great supporting act for Paul.
Yeah, Shardul Thakur, somebody who, like you said, is not necessarily known for his batting. 17 average, but that's his 11th first-class 50. What a shot. On the back foot. Bang.
And he has a higher score of 87, which I think he'll also feel that he can chase down a little bit because he hasn't looked in trouble for a long time.
So Parsons to continue. He's wicketless in his 13 overs, 44 runs under his belt thus far. And 3 men out on the leg side. Deep square, car corner and long on. And just the 1 man out on the off. Everybody else inside what you would imagine would be the ring. Just gives himself some room there and hobbles away. Really looks uncomfortable, does Paul. Really looks like he's not enjoying life, and perhaps cramp is the call. And we'll have another intermission here as the physio will come out and assist. Maybe he's got the magic liquid or the magic spray just to try and deal with cramps. You were telling us about your own remedies for cramps. I suppose everybody has their own, and what works for you and what doesn't. So we'll have a brief intermission here as treatment is given to Paul. Don't go away. We'll be with you very shortly. After that brief intermission in play, it looks like Paul is ready to once again play as South Africa A continue through the left arm off spin of Bryce Parsons. A slip in place and long on has been sent for a little bit of a walk. front foot defense from the skilled shuttle Thakur. And having a look at his average, doesn't really denote somebody who has 10 first class 50s, just 17. So if you don't get him out early, like a barnacle, he could end up painfully latching on to his time at the crease.
He has played 103 innings before, so it's bound to happen once or twice. I mean, you can cast back your mind to Jason Gillespie coming in at a nice watchman.
Got a double 100 in that instance.
Yes. And from there, they had all the time and all the conversations when they put out the batting lineup of why. Why not me higher up? The action is just quickened up a little bit here by Parsons. He's not floating it up as he was in the beginning to Thakur. So he's just trying to rush through the overs a little bit, trying to get to that new ball.
Nearly inside edge. Had it? Yes? No? Oh boy. Nearly going on to his own stumps. It's the end of 73 and it's 352 for 5.
That was very close to rolling on. He was very static, and then he saw the ball and then just put a foot in the way there. You can hear Parsons' exclamation there of Achnia, oh no. Another chat with the umpire there.
I'm sure once again the conversation of time is that India again delaying the game with that cramp. It's not one that anybody can plan for, but I think when you've had so many intermissions in the day's play, that's when you find that when you need it most, then you're not able to access it. 352 5. Jones to begin his 13th.
Coming around the wicket to Paul, as they've done the whole day. I still say from the beginning, we've tried everything to this guy. Just have one go across him a couple of times and see if he doesn't want to slash, bring that deep point into play. Then you've got the cover there anyway. So if he wants to go, let him go. Maybe even get a top edge with a pull shot he just practiced there. Just change the angle a little bit. Let's just try something different.
Immediately sets off, throwing to the non-strikers in, knowing that he struggled. Good work by umpire Gasa. They moved very quickly and was set well before the throw, so good on him. Sometimes umpires look like they trudge around the park, but not him.
Great position there by the umpire, and great fielding as well. Lead has gone to 34, and just to get back to your point where, the time, we had about a 4.5 minute break to change a bat. For instance, that's a whole over.
For the 7th time, it felt like.
Yeah, he has had 5 bats.
It was elevated for but a moment. On the bounce.
It has happened so many times today. It's either we've been caught a little bit on the heels or the ball's just not carrying. It is just a bit frustrating at the moment here for the SAA team and for Jones, who's been putting in a lot of hard yards.
13 overs, 1 for 69, or 12 and a half rather, overs thus far. Opportunity still presenting. Up in the air, that'll go one bounce, over the rope, and 4. No opportunity there. Great stroke from Shardul Thakur. You wouldn't say that he was the weaker of the two.
And also, it's it's a shot that offers you no chance when no one shouts catch it, because that's the first thing that someone will say once the ball goes in the air is catch it, and that one just kept going and straight over the head of Jones. He would not enjoy that whatsoever.
I wonder, with the change of angle to over the wicket from around the wicket, it means that there will be some short pace stuff to respond. Shortish and sweetly struck out to that point region. There's a man in Murimokwane. It looks like he's down there to cover. Rather, it is... it's not Murimokwane. It is Murimokwane. I was thinking it was Klompo, not Odirile. But it is him. He just comes into the game now.
Immediately going back to around the wicket. Feel they might just be missing a trick here, but it might be what he's comfortable doing. And he's got that wide slip cord in there as well. I mean, going across the left-hander must make more sense.
Down the leg side. Half shot, maybe feeling that there was a tickle on its way through. No dice. It's the end of 74. It's 3-5, 8 for 5.
And the partnership has gone to 133 of 159 balls, with Paul on 159 of 200 and 56 of 83 to Thakur. And will we see a change in bowling, or will Parsons continue with his left arm spin?
Lead of now 39 runs. They've just been chugging along, have this Indian A side at 4.8 to the over. Parsons to begin anew, his 15th underway.
I think their worst run rate was about 4.6 at one stage. It was only for an over or two, and then they picked it up again from there. So this could be part of their strategy going into these games as well. So listen, we want to maintain a decent run rate. We want to get those singles because their rotation has been very, very good.
Into the air. There's no one there. And it's gone all the way, has it? The soft signal is 4, but it'll be 6. Up and over and handsome.
Thakur playing a fantastic shot over extra cover there. And that, again, looking at his average, that doesn't look like a man who only has an average of 17.
No, not at all. Feeling confident here against Bryce Parsons. In contrast, the South Africans don't look all that confident as they now push their cover fielders out further. There were 2 men catching and now just the one. Squeezed out square, and they thought for a moment of a single, and that thought was extinguished very quickly. And I want to maybe start to look at what other options Bryce Parsons may have in his arsenal, and that's one of them.
Lovely quicker ball there. You can actually see that hip just flexing through, just popping through the action there, just getting it a bit quicker. A nice core rotation there as well. So yeah, just catching Thakur off guard a little bit.
No options of leg spin, perhaps mixing things up. Yorker and squeezed out, squashed out to that short third region. And with Junaid Dawood on the bench, you might think that they would have liked this, but perhaps not planning to be bowling this long. After this, 5 overs to the new ball and 40 minutes to the close of play. And that's the end of the 75th. 3-6-5 for 5. The run rate is 4.9 and the lead is 46.
And this is now where, if we cast our minds back to yesterday, where there was a little bit of delays here and there as well. The changing of the guard wasn't that quick, and you can actually see the Indian batters also standing around the middle of the pitch. South African fielders moving in slowly. So yeah, this next 40 minutes or so could well produce only a couple of overs. If I look at the time, we probably will have another 10 or so coming in, so we'll be lucky if we end up on 85 overs.
I don't know if I share your confidence for 10 overs. My suspicion says 7. with the way that, as you said, everybody seems to be going through the motions. The time taken between the completion of the previous ball of the over and the first ball of the next over is lengthy. Short, hooked. There's a man there in protection. Very upset is Evan Jones, but that's gone on the bounce well short of him, and I don't think he really knew too much about that. Half volley was not the option, but it was Yasin Vali who was somewhat slumbering down there.
It just looked like he struggled to pick it up once the shot was played, maybe expecting it to go a bit squarer, and it came right onto him.
Evan Jones, he's just produced opportunities throughout the day. Not all of them have taken. Outside edge, and it's dropped. Frustrating for the South Africans. I said he's produced opportunities, and it is dropped. Sharp catch to the right hand of Bryce Parsons, and he buries his head in shame. Flat on his feet, no doubt.
And he hasn't even stood up to look around. The bowler's also just walking back, just getting a congratulations for the edge, but not the wicket. And, Paul has a respite there. It's the first time he's been dropped. He's had a couple go through that slip cordon already. But, 160. I beg your pardon, that was...
Shadul Thakur was the victim there. Paul sitting on his bat at the non-strikers. Oh, rather, it was Paul, because they got that single for it. You were correct. My apologies.
It's been a long day.
Slapped away into that point region. There is a man racing around. It's gone a lot straighter than point. And Muri Mukwane is there to mop anything up.
And that was almost hitting the stain. That was a slap. And going harder now is Thakur, 66 of 90. He's eyeing up his highest score of 87 rather as well, when he still played for Mumbai versus Kanpur.
Yeah, that a while ago, coming almost a decade to that. Short one, and nearly doesn't drop his hands out the way in time. And it's a wide. Signal of first for the over rather. Evan Jones keeps plugging away here, does Evan Jones. He doesn't leave you longing for something as a captain, and when the opportunity does present itself and you don't take it as the captain, it hurts all that much more.
The lead has gone up to 51 now.
Yorker, and well done. He's managed to negate that huge puff of dust as it was whipped away onto that onside region, and he gets a single for it as well, and he goes to 67.
You can hear, although they're tied, you can actually hear everyone just clapping on Jones at the moment. Ethan Jones has been bowling brilliantly. His figures doesn't show it, but he has been bowling brilliantly. He's the one creating chances. He had a couple go through that slip cordon, couple dropping short, and he's putting everything in these short spells.
Just fends that off. Does Paul. Takes him to 161, and one ball remaining in this Evans over. Will it produce another opportunity, or will it pitter out with a damp squib?
Only 9 away from his highest score of 169 is Paul. Sorry, 8 away, and he needs 9 just to break that. And I think that would be his target. And we had a comment where he said he'll be surprised if he doesn't score 200. I must admit, if he doesn't run out of partners, I'll also be surprised.
Short cutaway in front of square, and Muri Mokwane will clean up as they scamper back for 2. It's the end of 76, 374 for 5.
And in Jones' defense, he's actually not supposed to be getting that higher score. Drop catch for the right hand, getting the edge as well. So Jones is going to get a tap on the back from the skipper and maybe an apology as well. I owe you a cold one, mate.
I think he's going to owe him more than that. Nevertheless, let's just see if Parsons continues. He does. He hands his cap over to the umpire, and he owes Jones a wicket here, because if he doesn't get it right in this over, I think then it doesn't quite vindicate his decision to continue. He's been expensive, and I wonder where he's trying to go with this spell. There's just two overs remaining before the new ball, and as you said, it's almost guaranteed that he would bowl until that point, and that they would take the new ball very...
I would have been happy to see Muri Mokwane getting another go as well. I'd love to see him. He picked up the very important wicket earlier on as well.
So we're likely to see Planky and Bosch begin with the new ball. That's still 2 overs away.
I think that maybe from this end, just to get to that new ball, if they want to give Jones a respite, give Muri Mokwane a go, see what happens.
Maybe just 1 over if that were to be the case. Give Jones a rest.
Yeah, Parsons has been expensive, and he has been creating chances. There was a couple over cover and that sort of thing, but maybe just kept himself on for an over or two too many. If he gets a wicket here, we'll be proved wrong.
He's got one last opportunity to do that. Jones is going to have a chat with him. Or no, he's going to come into a catching mid-wicket position. So, last chance for Parsons. And that'll be a single to finish. Paul will retain the strike. And that's the end of the 77th. 377 for 5.
And Paul's on 163 and still a very impressive striker of only 207. And he's been struggling with cramps as well. Had the physio out there with a bit of magic water, which the first time South Africans didn't mind too much about the interruption because it gave them a bit of a respite as well.
At the end of the day, there might be quite a lengthy conversation between Bryce Parsons and Barry Lamson, who's the match referee for this game, because it is a conversation topic when fielding teams are penalised for slow over rates, but hardly think that can be the case. Jones brings point in. He's coming around the wicket. Tight slip formation. It's just an under edge into the ground. And again, he grabs his ankle, does Jones. Doesn't look too happy maybe with the landing point once again. Doesn't look at it as he strolls past.
Every now and again as a fast bowler you go for that extra yard or two and you just don't get your foot down completely. You just get the side of the boot or maybe just the inner side of the boot, and then just feels that niggle, just feels like you're stretching a bit.
Oh, in front and got him. Cleaned him all ends up. Finally, the roar of Evan Jones. A shake of the hand with the batsman. And the furious, feisty bowling means that he's bowled him and cleaned him all ends up.
One of the few times that the feet has not moved. And a fantastic delivery. And Jones finally gets, and I think now he'll be more enticed to go speak to his captain, Parsons, after dropping the catch in the previous over. That was a fantastic delivery and a great way to end off.
Well, the day's play, it seems, because they're coming off, and at 1 minute past half past, 377 for 6. South Africa taking a wicket at the most necessary part of the day. It's been much better from the Indian A batters, and all credit to Paul. He's been phenomenal, deserves every bit of plaudits he gets here as he walks off the park. It's been a great day for him, and he'd be disappointed he didn't kick on, but nevertheless, well done and well batted, sir.
Falling a couple of runs short of his very best. But he has treated us to a great innings there.
Yeah, the indication is that that will be stumps for the day. So just to wrap up from our side, South Africa A collapsing very early this morning, wrapping up their innings. And then it was the chance of the Indian batters to take things to the fore. At one point, it looked like they were on for 500, 600, 700, and they may yet be. But at the end of day number 3, after first day was washed out, it's 377 for 6. My name is David Midgley. Gert Maloney was with me, as well as Mpendulo Magubane. This is the Cricket South Africa YouTube channel. We are absolutely grateful for every single moment that you give us in your comments and support, and we're able to give you everything that you need with this one. We'll see you tomorrow, it looks like, and thank you so much and have a great evening.